I declare open this meeting of the Education and Employment Legislation Committee on Friday, 1st of April 2022. The Senate has referred to the committee the particulars of proposed expenditure for 22-23 and certain other documents for employment and industrial relations matters within the Attorney-General's portfolio and the education, skills and employment portfolio. The committee may also examine the annual reports of the departments and agencies appearing before it. The committee has decided that answers to questions on notice will be required to be returned by close of business on Friday, 27th of May. The committee has also resolved that written questions on notice should be received from senators by close of business Thursday, 14th of April. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The Senate, by resolution in 1999, endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of departments and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I draw the attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate of 13th of May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or a document is confidential or consists of advice to a government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or document. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly into the microphones. Mobile phones should be switched to silent. Senators, departments and agencies have been provided with advice on the arrangements in place to ensure the budget estimates 2022 to 23 hearings are conducted in a safe environment. This guidance is also available from the Secretary. The committee appreciates the cooperation of all attendees in adhering to these arrangements. Today, the committee's focus will be on industrial relations matters under the responsibility of the Attorney-General's Department and the Department of Education, Skills and Employment. I welcome the Minister for Industrial Relations, Senator the Honourable Michaelia Cash. I would also like to welcome representatives from the Attorney-General's Department, including Ms Catherine Jones, the Secretary. Minister Cash, do you wish to make an opening statement?
I don't, Chair, but I understand the Secretary will.
Ms Jones, would you like to make your opening statement?
Thanks very much, Chair. We wanted to take the opportunity to advise this committee of a very significant development that happened overnight in Geneva, where Australia announced, Australia lodged its instrument of ratification for the International Labour Organisation Forced Labour Protocol. This is obviously an incredibly significant step for Australia in terms of eradicating modern slavery. The protocol strengthens and complements the Forced Labour Convention from 1930 and the Abolition of Forced Labour Convention from 1957 by establishing new obligations which will address forms of modern slavery. The protocol seeks to address the gaps in the implementation of the Forced Labour Convention by reaffirming measures of prevention, protection and remedies that are necessary to achieve the effective and sustained suppression of forced labour. The greater emphasis on protection and access to remedies in the protocol aim to ensure that the human rights and dignity of victims are respected and perpetrators are effectively punished. The ILO member states that ratify the protocol commit to taking effective measures to prevent and eliminate the use of forced or compulsory labour, provide to victims protection and access to appropriate and effective remedies, and sanctions the perpetrators of forced or compulsory labour. I would note that this is the first ILO convention that the Australian Government has ratified since 2011, so it's a very significant outcome.
Thank you very much. We will now go to questions. For the information of those viewing online, we will be running questions in blocks to enable all sides of politics a fair opportunity to raise questions. And we will commence the questions with Senator Sheldon.
Good. Thank you very much, and good morning, Minister and Secretary and Deputy Secretary. Good to see you this morning. Minister, on the 16th of August 2017, you personally asked the Registered Organisations Commission to investigate a decade-old donation the Australian Workers' Union had made to activist group Get Up. Now, given everything that's happened since then, do you regret doing that?
Senator Sheldon, my understanding is at the time, are you referring to the letter that I sent to the Registered Organisations Commission alerting them to an issue?
That's correct. The article regarding allegations regarding Get Up and also the Weekend Australian published a story about the donation on August the 12th. Titled,
unfortunately, Chair, I don't have the letters in front of me, and it was 2017, but I don't recall at the time that it was a request to investigate. It was to alert the registered organisation to an issue that had appeared on the front page of the newspaper at the time. I don't know if you have a copy of the letter in
I
front
don't,
of
Minister, but
you.
I can certainly.
But I
understand
it would have been a decision of the Registered Organisations Commission as to whether or not they'd investigate or not. That would be their decision.
Well, Minister, my very clear recollection was that the issue was raised. There was as we know, that there was raids that were coordinated by your office.
Senator Sheldon,
Minister.
No, but you also know that's not
I have
true.
not finished, thanks, Minister. That there was raids coordinated with your office, with the media, and there was clearly a position that you've been asked on numerous occasions regards the investigations that took place as a result of the correspondence that you alerted to the Registered Organisations Commission, Mr. Bilecki. Now, Minister, I find it very surprising that you could say that there wasn't concerns raised by you, the article sent to the Commission to investigate Get Up and for these actions to be taken under your watch. It was very clearly stated by yourself in that correspondence that there was an expectation that ROC would be investigating, considering these matters.
Sorry, Chair.
Yep.
Just through you. Do you care to table that, Tony? I'm not
Yeah,
fully sure.
I'm getting a
what's-
letter to come through, but that's fine. Yeah.
Again, Senator Sheldon, this was a matter back in 2017, and I don't have the correspondence in front of me. But again, the ROC itself is an independent agency. As you know, it regulates both employer and employee associations. The role of the ROC is about ensuring they comply, as you know, those organisations, regardless of who they are, with appropriate governance, accountability and transparency requirements under the relevant piece of legislation, which, as you know, is the Fair Work Registered Organisations Act 2009. It was the decision of the ROC. It's an independent organisation, and this has obviously been prosecuted over over a number of estimates. It was their decision, I think it was October 2017, to begin the investigation both into the Australian Workers' Union under their Act, but that's their decision.
And I think there's been a long list of examples. There has been a long list of examples, including this latest fiasco that's been started under your watch, is now completed under your watch, where investigations have been carried out by what is nothing more than a biased, trumped-up organisation to investigate and harass unions. And this latest decision, Minister, your office made a referral. As I've said, those years ago, in the Weekend Australian, published a story about the donation on the 12th of August, titled "Shorten's AWU donated $100,000 to GetUp." Did you or your office have any role in playing or pushing that story with the newspaper prior to publication?
Again, Chair, these questions have been asked and answered in several forums. Ultimately, this was a decision for the Registered Organisations Commission itself to undertake this investigation. My understanding is, Chair, that the proceedings have now concluded. I think, and Senator Sheldon, I stand to be corrected, but they concluded that the AWU National Executive did not approve, if I recall, any of the 20 donations that were the subject of the investigation, and I understand had contravened the relevant legislation, being the Fair Work Registered Organisations Act, on at least 9 occasions. But again, you'd need to ask, I think Mr Bilecki will be here. I don't think he's coming in here today. I think he's in here next week. But again, Senator Sheldon, I'd have to refer you to the Hansard at the time and any transcripts, given that this matter is now a matter that has been concluded, and I've asked and answered questions on many, many occasions.
Well, can I just, I would well understand that, as you'd well understand that these questions would be raised again, particularly in light of the latest decision from, with these matters being withdrawn, which I'll get to in a moment. But they concluded there was no evidence, Minister, isn't that correct?
Again, I don't have it in front of me, and you'd need to speak to the Registered Organisations Commission.
Well, Minister, you very conveniently outlined a position about what they said about the AWU, but you've very conveniently forgotten that there was no evidence. That's what they concluded.
The shredders just in time,
Again,
given you've spent so many years dedicated to
my
pursuing
understanding is, and I can read this out for the record, the ROCS investigation concluded that the Australian Workers' Union contravened Section 237(1) of the Registered Organisations Act on 9 occasions by lodging annual loans, grants and donation statements between 2006 and 2013, either outside of the statutory timeframe requirements or by not lodging a requirement statement at all. I also understand, and again you can go through this with Mr Bilecki.
But the point is that this is not an independent organisation. It's actually clearly a staged organisation. And Minister, you answered me before to say you did not have,
I now have some information in front of me. My understanding is also, Chair, the AWU themselves, Senator Sheldon, in December 2021, did actually admit these contraventions. So in terms of the contraventions, the AWU did admit that they contravened Section 237(1) of the Registered Organisations Act, or its predecessor legislation, because as you know, there was a time period where the legislation itself changed. So to answer your question, there was an admittance by the AWU that on 9 occasions it did contravene the Registered Organisations Act by lodging annual grants and donation statements either outside of the statutory timeframes or requirements, because you'd be aware that under the Act, registered organisations, they do have statutory obligations. So the AWU formally admitted they did not comply with those obligations.
Minister, I appreciate
and they
you
also
taking
admitted,
up time.
We've asked a question, Senator Sheldon,
And
I'm
yeah,
merely
and I asked
trying
the question very clearly goes to what I put to you, and that is that it was a conclusion that there was no evidence. It found that some minor paperwork breaches existed, and there was not enough evidence to proceed with any prosecutions. Isn't that correct?
Again, Senator Sheldon, and Chair, if I might just finish what the outcome of the proceedings actually was, Senator Sheldon. The AWU also admitted in some cases the statements were not lodged until years after the statutory time frame periods had elapsed. They also admitted it failed to lodge a statement at all in 2007. It also admitted that it had never met the obligation in circumstances in which its internal record showed that it made about $42,000 of donations. That still to this day, I understand, Senator Sheldon, and happy for you to correct me and actually put this on the record, that the AWU's internal record showed that it made about $42,000 of donations that have still to this day not been disclosed to the members of the AWU.
Well, Minister, I'll go.
And this
now you're
includes
asking me a question.
at least
Actually, I'll go
three
to a question
political
I'll need to ask you.
donations. Chair, if I
And
could
that is,
just
did
finish.
your-
There's a
Senator
long
Sheldon,
list of
there is
admittance, Senator Sheldon,
you
by the
did ask
AWU
about
as
this,
to the
though.
facts. They also admitted, just having a look at what else I've got through by way of what
The
they
whole country knew that they had made the donation. The whole country knew. It was in the front page of the paper.
How did they know
when
that?
they actually made, because they made the announcement, Mr. Senator Small. They made the announcement to the entire media that they were making the donation. Every one of their members who read one of those papers would have seen it.
So why'd they put the paperwork through the shredder as the AFP were knocking?
Well, quite clearly, they had to put a million newspapers through the shredder, wouldn't they? It was actually publicly known, it was publicly recorded, and the question
And
is,
there were
why
bad
was your office pushing a
paperwork
story
taken out of that
which is
office?
now proven, why did your office push a story which is now proven to have no evidence and that the case has now been dropped?
Senator Sheldon, unfortunately, I'm going to have to disagree with the premise because the AWU themselves, as I was outlining, Chair, in relation to this investigation that was undertaken at the time, they also admitted that they did not follow the processes set out in their own rules, in particular Rule 57 on 20 occasions, Senator Sheldon, between 2006 and 2008, and that is because its national executive failed to consider or satisfy itself of the matters set out in Rule 57 of the AWU's rules in respect of each of the 20 donations. There is a long list, and in fact, Chair, what it might be
Minister,
best
why
is
don't you just hand it up?
No, what we could actually do, Senator Sheldon, my understanding is it is actually on the ROC's website, so perhaps the admittance by the AWU, we could table that. I'll get it printed out for you, Senator Sheldon, so you can actually see exactly what was admitted to by the AWU. So they admitted to breaches of the Registered Organisations Act.
Well, thank you. I'll take that opportunity if the Minister will give us some time to ask questions rather than reading from what's already available on a website.
But Senator Sheldon,
Did you or your
you're putting
office have
to
any
me-
role in placing or pushing that story with a newspaper prior to publication?
Again, Senator Sheldon, these questions have, Chair, been asked and answered on many occasions,
And I'm asking you to
including in
answer it
court
now.
proceedings, where the court found that I had absolutely nothing to do with the proceedings.
And you
I-
refused to speak to the federal police regarding
Again,
this matter as well.
that is just not
So
true,
in
Senator
effect, was your
Sheldon.
referral actually in response to the media story your office pushed into the media to begin with?
Again, Senator Sheldon, really doesn't matter what I say, you're not going to listen to it. The fact of the matter is...
You've just told me it's on a website. I can look at the website. I'm very aware of it. It said that there's no evidence and the matter's not being prosecuted. So you're trying to re-prosecute something that the ROC, a biased organisation like the ROC's even dropped after 10 years and substantial amounts of money.
Senator Sheldon, I think
Minister, I
this
just
is
want to get
where-
back to the question I asked you.
Chair, can I at
In
least
effect, is your referral
respond?
actually in response to a media story about your office pushed into the media to begin with?
Again, these questions
Asked
have
and
been
answered,
asked and
but anyway.
answered. There wasn't a referral. It was an issue that was raised with the Registered Organisations Commission. I completely reject the premise of your question. Senator Sheldon, you are right, this is a fundamental difference between the two parties. I do believe in the Registered Organisations Commission. I do believe in the accountability
Minister, I didn't ask you a question about this. I'm going to ask Minister, I didn't ask you a question about that. Thank you very much. And you're able to reserve it, put it in writing to us, take it on notice that particular answer you want to give. You're more than welcome to. I'm very happy to read, read what you've got to say on that matter, but it's not the question I'm asking. So for minor paperwork breaches, you think that this really justified a 5-year witch hunt and millions of dollars in taxpayers' money being wasted?
Again, Senator, I have just referred you to all of the admissions that the AWU itself has made.
They admitted
In
it,
fact,
so why do you need to pursue
the
that?
AWU itself, if you recall, the
Minister, I've had that answer already. I appreciate you've given that advice, that you believe that it's okay to turn around and have minor paperwork breaches and a witch hunt that's turned around, been going for 5 years, millions of dollars of taxpayers' money spent. It dragged the AWU through the courts, tying them up in red tape and wasting the resources of hard-working members, a union that represents many low-paid workers across in many industries. It resulted in a disastrous raid on the AWU office, which your office tipped off the media so the cameras arrived before the police.
This is a really great
That
speech.
scandal resulted in the sacking. I'm getting to the question.
Great speech.
That scandal
Again,
resulted in the sacking and
speech.
resignations of several of your staff members in a subsequent court case, and then you refused to speak to police to testify in
Is there a
court
question?
about the leak, but raked up last report to close to $300,000 in legal costs in the process. The ROC spent $1.3
Senator
million
Sheldon, I'd
on
like to
legal
remind
costs.
you that the
And
purpose of public
ultimately, it all
hearings is
fell
for
over and there was no
questions, not
prosecutions.
statements.
Minister, was it worth it?
Such a long
again,
speech, you had to
Senator
write it
Sheldon,
down.
I completely reject the assertions that you are making. And just to ensure that you understand what did actually occur, it was actually the AWU that brought the proceedings, the legal action that you refer to. And just in relation to those legal proceedings, you may or may not be aware, so I will provide it for the Senate Hansard record. Justice Bromberg himself, in his October 2019 ruling into the AWU and the Rock case, actually dismissed the majority of the claims that were made by the AWU, including, if you recall, at the time, finding that I had myself done nothing wrong. But what I think is more worrying about this is that the AWU chair, and I've taken you through, and I'm happy the table for the record, has made a number of admissions in relation to this, that effectively they breached their own rules and they breached the Registered Organisations Act. I think, Senator Sheldon, given who you were, the head of the TWU, and someone who did go into bat for his members, someone who understands that registered organisations do have to comply, whether or not they're employer or employee, with the rules that are set down for them. There have been admissions by the AWU, public admissions on the record. You can see them on the ROC's website, that they did breach their rules and the rules that are set down that they have to comply with under the registered organisations. I would have thought your members in particular, as someone now sitting here as a senator, would be disappointed to think that you think a breach of the rules is something minor when it actually is in relation to how their hard-earned fees are actually spent.
Well, quite clearly the case.
Can I just say this is the last question because you've had your block, and Senator Small has some questions about the actual budget.
Well, with respect to the $1.3 million in legal costs, can you have the final tally of all the legal costs incurred by the Minister's Department, Minister Cash, and by the ROC in relationship to this case since August 2017?
Yep, I think we've done that before,
and
Senator
Minister,
Sheldon.
I respect that you're doing a valiant job of saying this and beating this up. The fact is the case failed. It failed. There was too little evidence. There was quite clearly minor paperwork breaches, and there was millions of dollars of taxpayers' money spent.
Yeah, again,
and the loss of resources. Do you
okay.
think that's appropriate?
Chair,
for
I think-
5 years.
Senator Chair, I think there's just been a bit of and I'm sure it's not a deliberate misunderstanding, Senator Sheldon, because I respect you and I respect the role you have in this place, and you are the former head of the Transport Workers Union in Australia, so you were someone who in that role represented their members. I'm sure, Senator Sheldon, in that role, you would not have been a person who did not comply with the rules of his union. You would not have been a person that did not comply with the rules set out under the relevant legislation. You would have been a person who, if you were asked, what did you do with this money, where did it go, I'm sure you actually would have happily told people, this is where it is, I can show you. Those admissions were made by the AWU that they did not do that. But the other fundamental misunderstanding, Chair, seems to be that it was the AWU who actually brought the court proceedings, Senator Sheldon. It wasn't the ROC who brought the proceedings. The ROC were a party to the proceedings. And, Chair, when you're a party to a proceedings, in particular as a defendant, you actually do have to defend your position. And again, just for the record, Senator Sheldon, Justice Bromberg himself, in his October 2019 ruling into the matter, actually dismissed the majority of the claims by the AWU. So, Senator Sheldon, I just need to correct for the record because the basic premise you're starting from is actually wrong.
Okay, Minister, I appreciate
Senator
just, it was
Sheldon,
just, there was a
I'd like to-
question that, just a follow-up question that, I'll be brief. Minister, the case has now been concluded. What is the final tally of legal costs and the ROC's
Senator Sheldon,
legal
I
costs?
think we have provided them on a number of occasions because...
No, the final tally.
But what we'll do is we'll get that for you. But again, Chair, just in terms of, just to close off for the record, in terms of what was actually found, given unfortunately, Senator Sheldon, you have actually put on the record certain statements that I don't want to say they're not true because I'll take it in good faith that you were putting them because you believe the facts to be true, but they're actually wrong. So I think, Chair, for the Hansard record, it's important to understand it was actually the AWU, as I said, who brought the proceedings. When you're a defendant to proceedings, you actually have to defend your position,
Minister,
Chair.
that's not the follow-up question that I asked.
No, it's not.
And
but
I
I'm
appreciate that you're...
And no, Chair,
the
answer is yes, we'll
get
get
you
you
those.
those.
I asked a question about
Senator
legal
Sheldon,
costs.
you've now
Senator
had
Sheldon.
ROC legal
double your
costs.
block.
And
If you're not going to let the
Minister-
Minister answer the
Sorry, the
question, I
Minister-
will move on to Senator Small.
Chair,
No, Chair, I will just wrap up
Chair,
this for the record.
I asked a question about legal costs. I said the Minister said that that she would make them available.
Yeah,
That's the question I asked. I didn't ask anything else on that
Chair,
matter.
we can take that on notice.
As a follow-up to that particular point, my request is, when can that be made available? And Secretary, is that information available for us right now?
We can take that on
We can
notice
take
and get
that on
back
notice
to you after the morning tea break. We've provided
Thank
the
you.
costs.
Thank you, Minister.
But just
Thank you,
now
Minister.
to round this all off, Chair, because a number of statements have been made that are factually incorrect, and I don't think that's fair for the Hansard record, and in particular for people who may pick up the Hansard record at a later date. The investigation itself determined that the AWU National Executive did not approve any of the donations the subject of the investigation and contravened the Registered Organisations Act, or as I said, its predecessor legislation, on at least 9 occasions. In fact, my understanding is because of the deficient record-keeping practices of the AWU, and that is actually a fact, they did not keep records in the manner in which they were required to, both by their own rules and by the legislation. The effluxion of time and the AWU's inability to produce relevant documents, the investigation was unable to attribute any of the specific failures by the National Executive or the AWU to any one or more individuals or office holders. And as recently, I understand, as December 2021, so but a few weeks ago, the Australian Workers Union, or the AWU, they actually did make, as I said, a range of admissions concerning its contraventions, and they actually had to submit that, amongst other things, because it had improved its compliance with the relevant section, 237.1 since
can I just ask-
2014.
can I just
The
ask,
Commissioner
through
should
you, Chair,
exercise his
point of order.
discretion not to issue proceedings.
Point of order, Chair.
Sorry, Minister.
Point of order, sorry, Minister. Point
Yep.
of order. Look, the Minister's reading a series of matters, which, I respect that's what she wants to do, but it would be of...
Oh, Chair, it was just...
It'd be convenience to the committee and the time that we have, that those matters, if they're being read, they could actually be handed up rather than read.
Like
It's not it is not a question that I asked, and if we're going to be sitting here having questions that we don't ask being answered, then it's going to be a
So-
very long day.
So,
You
Senator
asked
Sheldon,
if we
just to respond to that, Chair, what I was doing was, Senator Sheldon, I have no issues with you making statements in this place. That's what estimates is all about. When the statement is factually wrong, I think it is
Well, I do
incumbent
disagree with that, Minister.
on the minister at the table to actually correct the record factually, which is what I've done. That's what I've done, Senator Sheldon.
And there
I
isn't
would
the
like
evidence
to
to
now
prosecute,
move on to
and yet
Senator
you've spent all this money.
Senator Small, you have your block.
Thank you, Chair. Ms Jones, Mr Hare, great to be back for another round of estimates. As we've sort of covered here in the past, I'm a small business owner and noticed in Tuesday night's budget announcement that the Fair Work Commission is receiving some resourcing for a small business unit. What is the function of the small business unit, and I guess what's its work program over the coming period?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, was an injection of additional funding of $5.6 million over 4 years to establish a small business unit in the Fair Work Commission. And Ms Huenda is here, who can provide you with significant detail on that.
Thanks, Ms Chair.
Good morning, Senator. Sharon Hunda, Assistant Secretary, Industrial Relations Strategy Branch. As the Secretary has advised, the Government's providing $5.6 million over 4 years to establish a dedicated unit within the Fair Work Commission to provide additional support to the small businesses. Funding provides for a small team to provide strategic leadership, small business engagement, and to develop information resources and case management to support small business. Small business is a big part of the Australian economy, around 3.5 million small businesses employing over 40% of the workforce. What we know is that dealing with employment-related queries can be a cause of concern for small businesses because most don't have dedicated HR managers or in-house legal expertise and are less able to absorb the costs of engaging those. So the unit is to provide tailored support. For example, when small businesses are party to unfair dismissal and general protection disputes, we'll support small businesses by providing simpler to understand guidance, enabling quicker resolution of disputes and reduce costs for parties.
So will a small business be able to approach the small business unit for that support, or will it be provided in a more general advice and information sense?
I think in the first instance in a more general way. However, you'll notice in the funding the first year there's an additional $1.1 million provided to the Commission to look and to scope digital tools to assist small businesses more discreetly. So that provides digital case management tools to assist small businesses and their employees navigate the systems when they have a dispute, such as an unfair dismissal application, drawing on some human-centred design and behavioural insights work the Fair Work Commission did in 2012. The tools and interventions would support would be the sort of digital platforms, would be a smart decision-making triage feature for employees, which helps employees also decide whether they're in the right jurisdiction, whether their case is in time or not, so assist those. Use a personal account to deliver navigational help for individual businesses around how they're exactly where their case is up to. So it'll provide more hands-on tools for businesses to navigate the system.
So if a small business is, I guess, confronted with an unfair dismissal claim or some sort of general protections issue, as you mentioned, this would be a resource that I can effectively as a small business, put in my circumstances and have a tool at least point me in the right direction?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
That's the first 12 months is scoping around developing
Right,
those
that's
tools.
the scoping of for
Yep.
future implementation. So does that, is the purpose of that to sit, I guess, as an appropriate complementary to the work with regards to RegTech and assistance for business in that sense?
It is very complementary in that respect, and the work we're doing in the RegTech environment is again to assist small businesses navigate the system, which they find complex, in terms of being able to pay people the right amount. So they're complementary pieces, yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, that's very good. I wanted to turn, if I can now, to jobs and unemployment, just a sort of heads up for whoever's going to need to come to the table. And we'll come out of the gates, I guess, straight away with the current unemployment rate and the budget projections for unemployment, please.
Leigh Swan, Acting First Assistant Secretary's Employment Conditions Division. Senator, you asked for the current unemployment rate. Current unemployment rate, I think the year is 4.0%. And in the budget announced this week, the unemployment is forecast to continue to decline. And for 2022 to 23, it is forecast to be 3.75%. That rate will continue into 2024-25, and in 2025 to 26, it forecast a small uptick to 4.0%.
Okay. So if we take that 4% number, both, which is obviously, you've said the current unemployment rate, and that at the end of the budget period. When was the last time that the Australian unemployment rate was so low?
I might check with my colleagues, but my recollection is it hasn't been that low for a very long period.
Senator, I might be able to assist there. I think it is the lowest unemployment rate since August 2008.
And in fact, it's, you would have seen in the budget papers that it is estimated to go to 3.75%, which I understand would be the lowest employment rate. Is it in 50 years? In 50 years.
Yeah. It's an incredible set of numbers when we consider what was the unemployment rate that was predicted at the onset of the COVID pandemic.
My understanding is, Senator Small, that Treasury at the time had been estimating that unemployment could go as high as 15%. And I think, correct me, around 2 million Australians could be unemployed.
It's quite a contrast.
It's also interesting, though, when you look at the unemployment rate in 2013, which I think was, someone have the unemployment rate for 2013 when we came into office? It was, I think it was 5.7%, but it was rising. When we lost office in 2007, and we will get that one, but then you look at sort of where the employment rate has gone, you hit COVID-19, you have an expectation or an estimation by Treasury because of the impact of closing down the economy, and not just obviously the Australian economy, you had the implications because of the international situation. It could have been as high as that 15%, hence the decisions by the government and obviously statements that have been made since. To sort of sit here today and have unemployment in Australia at 4%, but then to see that over the next few months it could go down to that 3.75%, with the lowest unemployment potentially in 50 years. That is something that's good for Australians.
It's good in aggregate, Minister, but I'd like to just sort of dig into it a little bit further in terms of some specific cohorts that I guess, have been targeted with the government's employment policies. In terms of women in the workforce, how does the number of women in work in Australia today compare with recent history?
Senator, sorry, apologies, it'll take a bit time for the figures to come to the table. As the Minister's mentioned, the unemployment rate in 2020 reached to 6.9, and for female cohort, it has reached 6.7. And as it is now, the female unemployment is 3.8%. It's an all-time low.
And so that's a record low.
It's an all-time.
It is record low.
And I guess it follows that with the participation rate, I understand, at almost record highs as well?
Yes, the current female participation rate is 62.4%. It's all-time high.
So unemployment rate for women is at its all-time low.
record
The participation rate is at all-time highs.
That is correct.
And the absolute number of women in work in Australia today is also at a record high.
That is correct. And I mean, you're looking also over the next few months of an unemployment rate, 3.75%, the lowest in 50 years.
What about for young people in Australia today? What is the youth unemployment rate today? Let's do the same comparison, please, with comparison to recent history.
We'll just get that for you.
There is a lot of
Take your time.
different ways.
Yeah,
to
no,
cut
that's
the
fine.
figure. If we're looking at the cohort of 15 to 24 years old, the latest data shows youth unemployment rate is 9.3%, and that compares to, let's say, just before the COVID pandemic. That's March 2020. That's before the pandemic had impact on the labour market. It was 11.6%. And another recent peak was during Delta lockdown, that is October 2021, that was 13.1%. So in the last 6 months, we see a drop of youth unemployment rate about 7 percentage points.
What about youth unemployment in September 2013 or thereabouts?
Senator, I don't think the table has that particular historic year, so I may take on notice. We will get that to you as soon as possible.
Okay, thanks. That'd be very useful. The other part to the story of jobs in Australia is obviously underemployment. What's the current underemployment rate? And if we can also compare that to just prior to the onset of the pandemic, please.
From memory, I get to that page. The current underemployment rate is 6.4, and comparing to the pandemic, I think it was 8.8.
Okay, so that's also down.
Hold on, Mr. Hare.
Oh, yep.
My notes suggest the underemployment rate was 6.6% in February.
6.6, sorry.
Can I, just for a last sort of area to explore, you mentioned in your opening statement, Ms Jones, the recent ratification of a forced labour protocol. What does that actually mean for employment here in Australia and for employers?
Thank you, Senator, and I will ask one of my colleagues to come to the table to provide the detail. Obviously, it builds on the fact that the Modern Slavery Act was passed by this Parliament in 2018 to ensure appropriate protections and remedies for employees, and I will now ask Ms Huenda to provide you with some more detail on that.
Thank you.
Senator, the important thing to note when Australia does ratify an international convention or protocol in this instance is that it means that Australia are already compliant with that piece, so that the Commonwealth legislation will already enable us to meet that, and that the state and territory legislation already enables us to meet that protocol as well. So it does mean that everything that we're currently doing is compliant with the protocol, so businesses don't really need to do more per se or something different. However, of course, we're always walking towards improving our behaviour in relation to this. It also sends a really important signal to our region, where there is still a lot of forced labour within the region. I think across the globe, the Asia-Pacific region is still one of the key areas there. So it's very much about Australia's position in standing up for eradicating forced labour.
Yeah. Would it...
Last question. Senator Small.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So if I can summarise that, just to test my understanding, that the ratification of that protocol was very much an endorsement of Australia's leadership in eliminating modern slavery and workforce exploitation in the region.
Yes, and it actually dovetails quite nicely. Australia led chaired the committee in 2014 that negotiated the protocol, and so now Australia is now ratifying it, and we become, I think, the 58th country to have ratified this piece. So it's an important piece.
Thank you very much.
Chair, could I just add, Senator Small asked questions in relation to the level of youth unemployment in Australia, and I've just managed to ascertain some information for you so the official doesn't have to take it on notice. The youth unemployment rate is now at 9.3%. When COVID was first upon us, the youth unemployment rate, I am advised, was 11.6%. When Labor left office, and so what we inherited was 12.7%. So you've got that 12.7% going down 11.6%, post-COVID 9.6%.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. I'll hand back to Labor. Is it back to you, Senator Sheldon? And then we'll hear from
Good,
Senator
thanks, Chair.
Roberts.
Just want to, Ms Jones, just want to ask, do we have what would be the estimation of how many work hours was dedicated to the case involving the AWU?
From the department's perspective.
Department and for ROC potentially?
Well, the ROC, obviously that's a matter for the ROC. For the department, I'd need to take that on notice. I don't believe I've got any information that could answer specifically the question that you've asked. So I would need to come back to you on that.
Is it possible to come back today on that? Is that?
Well, I think in terms of disaggregating from the general policy work that the relevant team would be involved with, it could be quite challenging. I'll check with Mr Hare whether that's possible or not.
Secretary, I don't think it is possible. This would be part of the general work that the policy teams undertake, and we wouldn't have anything that would allocate time to particular pieces.
Mr Hare, just appreciate this as an estimation. Would it be over 100 hours or?
Senator, I'm really not in a position to be able to estimate it. So certainly
is it over 1 hour?
So, Senator, I might just finish my answer. So I wasn't the Deputy Secretary at the time, so I'd have to go back and see if there's any records. It's not our usual practice to keep hourly records in terms of work. So it would be pure speculation for me to try and come up with a figure.
Could you speculate that it's over 1 hour?
So I'm not meant to speculate, Senator.
We'll take it on notice and see what we can provide. Senator Sheldon, you also said that you'd be happy to have tabled the statement, Chair.
Yes.
Chair?
Sorry.
Chair, do you have time for the committee? The statement here that I said I'd table, which is the conclusion of investigation into the Australian Workers' Union donations. It is from the ROC website, so it is the official statement that I said that I'd table for the benefit of the committee, if that assists.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
And I do note, I think we've got the ROC next week as well, so we can ask them questions directly.
So as we understand, the ROC spent over $1.3 million on legal costs. And of course, as we've already discussed earlier this morning, that there was no evidence. The matter was dropped as a result of the
Chair, again,
the lack of prosecution. The matter was dropped
Chair.
because there was not sufficient evidence to take the matter forward. And also, I just want to go then to the case. Isn't this really an expensive, pointless fiasco? The case has been withdrawn.
Chair, may I suggest it may assist Senator Sheldon. It'll probably take 5 minutes, but Senator Sheldon, again, the questions and the premise of the questions that you are putting are mere statements with a question mark at the end. I've tried to explain to you that you are factually incorrect, with all due respect. As I said to you, I don't believe you would deliberately come in here and be factually incorrect, so I will accept that it's either a misunderstanding of the actual facts. I have now tabled for the record the statement that is on the registered organisation's website in relation to the case. It clearly does set out the basis for the investigation, but in particular, again, and Chair, I am going to read this for the record because, Senator Sheldon, it does concern me that despite my factual answers, you do keep coming back with questions that are factually incorrect. So, Chair, if I could just
we know the ROC is done a self-serving defensive position. The fact that they withdrew their case after
again, Chair, that is just wrong.
$1.3 million was wasted on this case.
Again, Chair, and again, Senator Sheldon, I'm prepared to admit that you are merely making political statements, and that's fine. You're entitled to make a political statement in estimates, but they are actually wrong. And with all due respect, if you are going to put a political statement that is factually incorrect, Chair, I believe it is incumbent upon me as the Minister sitting here to actually provide the committee with the correct factual information. So again, Chair, I have tabled for the committee's benefit. I don't believe that you have. But in terms of the conclusion, finding and recommendations, and you see, Sheldon, this is where what you are saying is actually factually incorrect. The investigation itself did conclude that the Australian Workers' Union contravened Section 2371 of the Registered Organisations Act.
For minor paperwork breaches,
on
Minister.
9 occasions.
For minor paperwork breaches. Minister,
Senator
I appreciate
Sheldon,
you're about to repeat.
I think what's so disappointing...
I respect
you let the minister make big speeches.
I respect that you're about to give us the same evidence you gave before. I respect that.
it's the
It's on the record. Your evidence is on the record.
And also, Senator
But
Sheldon,
quite
you have
clearly,
been asking
this
the
is
same
minor
question.
paperwork breaches.
Is there a question?
And quite clearly, in this circumstance, that there is clearly millions of dollars that have been spent of taxpayers' money, which has been wasted on this program, and you're still saying that the right thing was done, regardless of all the evidence.
Again, Senator Sheldon, the entire premise of your question is factually incorrect. The ROC is an independent organisation.
Well, that's
arguable. Time and time again, the basis upon which they determined they would investigate. It was the AWU itself that commenced the court proceedings. The ROC was a defendant. As a defendant in proceedings, you are entitled to defend yourself. That then does require the expenditure of funds to defend your position. You'd also be aware that the justice who was hearing the case, the federal court judge himself, dismissed or rejected the arguments put by the AWU. The ROC itself appealed the one minor issue, and they appealed it to, you'd be aware, the full court of the federal court. That itself was led by the Chief Justice of the federal court. And in that finding, and I'm more than happy to also table that if that would assist, the full court of the federal court itself In first instance, Justice Bromberg rejects the majority of the AWU's case. The full court of the Federal Court, led then by the
Minister,
Chief Justice,
can I just
Chair,
just
rejects
point
every
of order.
argument
Chair.
raised by the
Chair, point of order.
AWU.
This matters. We have only got limited time. There's a number of matters which the Minister has raised which are on the public record. Wasting time going through the documents that she has in front of us means it would be better off if she actually the Minister publishes it and makes it available to the committee. The committee, certainly a number of the committee members are already aware of what the Minister is raising. It's really wasting our time to be going through this long,
I think the issue, though, that arises, Senator Sheldon.
position regard from the Minister. I appreciate the Minister's responding to
Yep.
comments
And I
that I've
appreciate
made.
you're raising
I
a
respect
point
But
of
that.
the
order,
problem
it's
I
not
have
a
is
point of
But
order.
as for wasting our
factually-
time, I don't.
Yep.
That is not appropriate.
They're
It's not
factually
really
incorrect,
a point
Senator
of order,
Sheldon.
so-
They're factually incorrect. So if you present a question that contains facts that are incorrect, I will need to respond to it. I'll give you a very simple example. You could ask questions in relation to the unemployment rate, and you could say the unemployment rate in February was 4.5%. You have therefore presented to me a statement that contains a factually incorrect figure. I would then have to say to you, Senator Sheldon, that is wrong. The unemployment rate in February was actually 4%. It's very similar here. You are putting to me questions that contain factually incorrect information. I therefore have to correct the record to ensure that the Hansard shows the facts of the case as opposed to the incorrect information you're putting to me.
So you're hiding behind a fig leaf of a record-keeping infractions. The 5-year investigation was dropped because there was not enough evidence of any prosecution, worthy of prosecution.
Again, that's
Isn't
just
that correct?
no, it's not, Senator Sheldon. No,
Well,
it's not.
So the case is dropped because there is, this fig leaf of a few record-keeping infractions. And I'll go back to this statement, Minister. You are well aware that there was series of public statements made by the AWU when this matter first regarding GetUp. It was clearly stated that there was a decision made from across their organisation, from their union, regarding their investment in GetUp, and quite clearly that was very much on the public record. And now, 5 years later, after all this money that's been taken, that's been pumped into this prosecution, all the money that's been expended that otherwise might have been better off used representing workers in a very low income industries that the AWU covers, that finally, even ROC, this discredited ROC, turns around and says we can't go anywhere further with it and drop the case. I mean, it's clear that there is not enough evidence for any prosecution, and this has just been a witch hunt.
And again, Chair, that's just factually wrong. It's not the statement that the ROC made. The case, as you know, was dismissed.
The biased
The
ROC.
majority of it, first instance by Justice Mordechai Bromberg. It was dismissed by the full court of the Federal Court, headed by the Chief Justice himself. The ROC made certain admissions. Senator Sheldon, and you'd be aware of this, you can actually have an investigation. You can actually seek to work cooperatively. And if you recall in the first instance, the ROC engaged the AWU National Secretary seeking voluntary cooperation. So that was always the ROC's position. There are some senior sources from within the AWU who at the time, if you recall, were claiming, I think it was Bill Shorten at the time, he was the former National Secretary, that the rules had not been followed in relation to the donation. So they sought at the time to seek the cooperation of the AWU to resolve the matter. My understanding is, if I go back, that the AWU itself at the time said that they would cooperate. Unfortunately, that cooperation was subsequently withdrawn. The AWU itself then commenced proceedings which were ultimately found to have no basis. But as I was saying, the point here is this. You can seek to investigate something and cooperate, and you can come to a resolution. Alternatively, in this case, the AWU commenced proceedings which were long and drawn out, but they were ultimately found to not support what the AWU had claimed, and the ROC defended its position. What then happened, though, Chair? No, I'm actually getting now to the point, Senator Sheldon, that you made. Because the AWU itself made certain admissions. So the admissions are now on file. We breached the rules. We did not have the paperwork. So the ROC then accepted those admissions, and on the basis that some of the admissions were in relation to deficient paperwork, we do not have the paperwork, is what the AWU says. If they don't have the paperwork, you have to accept that now and then say the matter's drawn to a close. So it was on the basis of admissions made by the AWU that they did breach the rules. But it's probably best if you get Mr Bilecki perhaps to explain the process by which they determined they wouldn't go further when he appears next week.
Well, Mr.
Senator Sheldon, then we'll go to Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, that is a lot of what you've just explained there is a beat-up of what the ROC has been doing, because the ROC quite clearly have turned around and said that the result of this decision is really a situation where there's not enough evidence for any prosecutions after a 5-year investigation. And they did not have the evidence to to pursue this prosecution, except the fact that they had a letter from your office saying this is a matter that you should investigate. I mean, the reality is that that's the reality of what the facts are. And also, this is my question, on March the 7th, the AW Secretary Dan Walton said in a radio interview...
So March the 7th.
This year?
Yep.
The AW Secretary Dan Walton said in a radio interview that you should apologise. He said this whole thing was a shocking abuse of power. Do you think you owe the AW and its members and the Australian taxpayer, for that matter, an apology?
The answer is no, because in particular, when the full court chair was looking at the matter, they found themselves, this is the full court of the Federal Court, headed up by the Chief Justice himself, that the Registered Organisations Commission did have reasonable grounds to conduct its investigation, which was lawful. You also have a situation, and Chair, it is important that I again get this on the record, because Senator Sheldon, it goes exactly to what you've just said. I would have thought that the AWU would actually be apologising to its members for the admissions that after 3 years it finally made. They could have actually cleared this up back in 2017 by making admissions.
That is fictitious.
So, Chair, can I just, Senator Sheldon, I am going to answer this question, because it's the AWU that should be apologising to its members for 3 years of dragging them through the court, for then ultimately getting to the stage where the full court of the Federal Court says the investigation undertaken by the Registered Organisations Commission had reasonable grounds and as such was lawful.
Minister, the whole public knew that this money had been spent before you said the ROC that was a biased organisation to invest in this investigation.
Senator Sheldon.
And after 5 years and millions of dollars spent, it's now withdrawn the case. A case that should never have taken place in the first place. Because everybody in the public was fully aware that that money had been spent. It was a political decision, and it was an harassment of a union purely as a matter of a political point scoring by the government.
You are making a statement.
Do you feel better, Senator Sheldon, for getting that off your chest? Because
I do feel better.
No, good. No, and I'm glad you do, because as I said, I don't believe, Senator Sheldon, you as the head of the TWU would indulge in this behaviour. I don't believe that you 3 years later, after a case has been dismissed by the full bench of the Federal Court, would actually have to stand up and say and make admissions. The National Executive did not approve any of the 20 donations, the subject of the investigation, contravened the Registered Organisations Act. And as I said, as recently as December 2021, you're referring to a statement made on March the 7th of this year. I would reflect back on the admissions made by the AWU in December 2021, a range of admissions concerning contraventions by the AWU, and they submitted. They made mistakes. They did not comply. So I think if anyone's providing an apology, perhaps the AWU should apologise to its members for those contraventions.
And the minor breaches that
you.
were that they
Thank
were fully
you,
aware of
Minister.
throughout
Thank
the
you,
entire 5
Senator
years.
Sheldon,
the
as you
ROC
and I
was
know,
fully aware.
Sheldon, we
Senator
will
Sheldon,
now
as
go-
you and I know,
The ROC was
you
fully aware
need
that they were
to
minor breaches
comply.
all the way through, and yet they continue to pursue it.
Thank you,
you and
Senator
I are going to
Sheldon.
have to agree to disagree in relation to the incorrect information you're providing by way of your
Well, that's
question.
not
Thank
incorrect.
you,
It was minor breaches,
Minister.
and
We
they were
would
fully
like-
aware of
we
it
would
for
like to-
the whole
It's
5
only
years,
minor.
and
We
they
would-
dragged this
Now,
out.
Is that right?
order,
Is that how you
dragged this
order.
out?
Government?
Senator Small, we would now like to move on to Senator Roberts, who has a series of questions on a different topic.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for appearing today. Most of my questions, I think, will be going to the Minister or certainly the Department. Minister, recently KPMG presented their report into Coal LSL. How are you progressing in relation to implementation of this review and report, and when will it be completed? And I understand that
No,
some
understood.
are immediate,
And I
some
will
might-
get, because I know your genuine interest, this is a genuine interest for you. So what I will do is get Ms Williams can take these questions for you, Senator Roberts.
Good morning, Senators. Tara Williams, Acting Assistant Secretary of the Safety Net Policy Branch. Senator, you asked how we are progressing in implementation of the recommendations. So as you might know, the government has accepted all 20 recommendations of the review, and in terms of the ones specifically, the 10 recommendations specifically directed at government, the government response to the review identifies that the government will take legislative action to clarify eligible employees and ensure that no eligible employee is worse off. Ensure fairness for casuals to be treated equitably with permanent employees, address legacy coverage issues to ensure fairness and transparency for employees, employers and employers that may register with the scheme, and also to strengthen decision-making, review and dispute resolution to enhance accountability and compliance. And so the government response to the review really highlights that recognises that the reforms are complex and they will require further technical legal advice to ensure that the changes really have the desired impact and benefit for employees and employers under the scheme. So the intention is for consultation and action to continue in the spirit of the review, which, as you may be aware, included consultation with producers, employer groups and peak bodies, employers, employees, unions and also representatives from modern industry stakeholders. And we'll draw on their expertise and stress test ideas going forward. And we'll need to do that closely and methodically with stakeholders, including the provision of exposure drafts of legislation. So the department's just working through that now, and consultations will begin as soon as practicable.
So that I can understand it's still being digested. So when do you think the plan will be available, or that you will have one even if you're not sharing it?
We're working through. So the review also canvassed there was a number of existing proposals put to government and suggest that they provide a really good foundation to start to work through some of those ideas. So the department is working through that now. And in terms of the exact specifics of the consultation, we'll provide advice to government in due course, Senator.
Okay, so some reading parts of the report. I haven't read the whole report. Some can be remedied by legislative changes. Some can be remedied by the existing proposals, and some can be remedied by further consultation. So when do you think you will have the plan together?
So we're working on that now, Senator, and the specifics of that will be a decision for government. But as I said, it will continue in the spirit of the review and be broad-ranging in terms of the consultations. And I think the other thing that the review really recognises is the deep industry expertise from employers and employees in this sector, and also a real commitment by all the stakeholders that were consulted in the review to get this right. And so we'll provide advice to government on how to take that forward, but the consultations will be very much in that vein, Senator.
Senator, if I might just sort of add to that. So we're still some months away, so the consultation process will still take a few months to work our way through, and then following the consultation process, we'll need to put our advice to government. So we're still some months away.
So thank you. If I can just go to page 126 of the, and I'll read the main points. The issues in red that are not...
Just hold on for one moment while the official... Have you got the call?
Yes, I do.
Yeah,
have
good.
it here,
If we can read it,
Minister.
that'll assist the official reading it with you.
The issues,
Thank
it's a
you.
fairly simple question, even though the question will be long. I'll read out the issues not addressed, the ones in red. Waiver agreements, because the existing proposals do not substantively address this issue. And then conflicts of interest, which the report says are significant. Allegations of fraud, culture, communications, risk management, adoption of technology, data security and privacy, validation of data. So none of them are being addressed, and the existing proposals, it says, do not substantively address this issue. When do you think you'll have something around those? Because they're the core issues. And I accept that's not a complaint about the report. The report is fine, but we need to understand when they'll be addressed.
So, Senator, if I could just clarify for you, this section of the report is actually talking about the existing proposals that were put to government before the government realised, I guess, in the process of the government realising that we needed to take a holistic response to the issues in the sector. So these proposals were actually put by stakeholders, and then the government commissioned an independent review, and so the review itself and the recommendations do cover those issues. Mm-hmm. So I think conflicts of interest, Senator, is recommendation, I want to say 11, but they are all...
Changes to the board structure, composition.
Yep, that's recommendation 13, Senator. Mm-hmm. So they are all covered by the review, and this is really talking about before the government commissioned the review, that those existing proposals had that gap in them, and so we commissioned the review, which has now addressed those areas.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I'd like to move on to the Fair Entitlements Guarantee, the FEG, as I think it's called. These are simple questions. You may have to take them on notice, but...
Yep.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Manning. My questions, the first one is, has the Fair Entitlements Guarantee and Coal LSL paid any Coal LSL entitlements to one key employees who no longer work in the coal mining industry and were not CFMMEU members?
Senator, it's about the one key workforce case,
Yes.
Senator?
Yeah.
Ms Saunders, who will be coming up from our waiting room downstairs, should be able to answer that for you, Senator. Unfortunately, we couldn't get a room next door today, but whether or not, we wouldn't be told whether or not they were union members. We wouldn't ask that on the application form, so I'm not sure about that, but when Ms Saunders arrives, she might be able to answer it. You might need to repeat the question, though, because Ms Saunders had to come from downstairs.
Sue Saunders, Assistant Secretary of FEG Claims Branch. Would you mind repeating the question,
Sure.
please?
It's from a constituent. Has the Fair Entitlements Guarantee and Coal LSL paid any Coal LSL entitlements to one key employees who no longer work in the coal mining industry and were not CFMEU members?
So under the Fair Entitlements Guarantee, we pay the 5 basic employment entitlements, including redundancy pay, long service leave, wages, annual leave, and payment in lieu of notice. So our consideration of that doesn't actually take into account the extent to which they are funded by another organisation, except to the fact that if there is a redundancy trust fund or whatever, that we'll step in to pay a portion of the cost. then that is not covered under the Fair Entitlements Guarantee program. So I'm just a bit out of breath from running up the stairs.
Yeah, Chair, unfortunately, just again, there was no availability, so
yeah,
they have to come up from somewhere else, unfortunately.
I guess in the sense that any entitlements that were payable under their governing instruments would have been paid under FEG to the extent that they were eligible for it. So, for example, with One Key Workforce, we paid 346 claimants, a total of 6.8 million in FEG assistance. So that covered a range of entitlements.
What was the total figure?
6.8 million.
Senator, recognising that covered off a number of different employment entitlements.
Okay.
So I don't have the detail of what was made up in that in terms of the different entitlements that were covered. I could take that on notice if you
could,
wish.
please. I'd like to understand this issue because it involves some constituents in the Hunter Valley, and because my next question is that why did the Fair Entitlements Guarantee not pay One Key employees who were non-CFMEU members all entitlements owed under the Black Coal Award, including shift penalties, overtime rates? So it's a complex issue, but it should be able to be boiled down once you have the data. So I'm happy to take that on.
Happy
and
for us
certainly,
to take, yes, that's fine to get you the.
I'd like to get to the bottom of it. That's all.
You know, understood. So you, understood.
And then we can. My last question. The issues raised in here show that there's been quite a bit of, I won't say neglect, but times are changing in across industry, and the cracks that are exposed in Coal LSL itself are significant for employees and some employers, but they're minor. So they're very important, but they're minor relative to the cracks in the Fair Work Act that have been exposed with changes over time. So changes in industry over time and employment practices. Minister, is the government open to comprehensive review of industrial relations? Because the reason I ask is that Dave Noonan, heads of the CFMEU, the ETU, have said they are welcoming a comprehensive, fair approach to revising and reviewing and revising industrial relations. The Business Council of Australia has told me that they're open to it as well and they support it. Large employers have told me the same. Small businesses crying out for it, and medium businesses are as well. The Industrial Relations Club, which consists of major union bosses, major employers, major industry groups, consultants, lawyers, are feeding off this, but the workers are not protected. Even unionised workers are not protected today, and they're coming to us. And the Fair Work Act is so complex that people are trying to detour around it, and that's adding even more complexity. So we need to restore fairness, entitlements, and protections to workers, and especially fairness to the small businesses. Are you open to comprehensive review of industrial relations?
I think the government is always prepared to listen to stakeholders and ensure, and it's obviously subject to the ability to get anything through the Australian Senate, to make the system a better one, a more productive one, both for employers and for employees. You do raise a good point, though, in relation to the complexity of the system. And I might just ask the official to come back to the table who was talking about the budget announcements that we had made in relation to, in particular, small businesses being able to better navigate the system, because this is something that you and I had actually spoken about, and we have made a budget announcement, so it's embedded in the budget. But this is in particular to assist small businesses to be able to better understand and better navigate the Fair Work Act as it currently stands. If you could just indulge us for 2 or 3 minutes, I will get you this information.
Senator, the government's providing $5.6 million over 4 years to the Fair Work Commission to establish a dedicated unit, small business unit within the Fair Work Commission to provide tailored support to small businesses to assist them to navigate the system. We're aware that small businesses are a big part of the Australian economy, with 3.5 million businesses employing over 40% of the workforce. However, they do find the system complex. They don't have support of HR managers or legal support, so they also find navigating the system costly. So this unit's designed to provide strategic leadership, small business engagement, and develop improved information resources and case management support for small businesses when they engage with the system. I think small businesses, I understand, make up 50% of the Fair Work Commission's customers, as it were, but they represent 95% of first-time users.
Minister, that's necessary, but it just re-emphasises my point. It's a moribund, complicated, inefficient system, and I'm thinking now not only small business, but also workers in the Hunter Valley for some of the world's largest companies, workers in central Queensland, workers for other large companies. Some of the things that are going on with the injection mandates, COVID injection mandates, are just despicable. And I could tell you stories that would really shock you. We're not living in a third world country, but we're behaving as if we are. And workers have no longer got, some workers have no longer got basic protections, basic entitlements. But it's like we're living in a third world country.
Yeah, no, and I understand, because you genuinely do prosecute this case at every estimate, and in relation to, in particular, the size of the Now Fair Work Act and its growth over time.
I'm disappointed you didn't bring along today.
And as I've said, the government is always prepared to work with stakeholders, employers, employees, to take on board the feedback to improve the system. Ultimately, though, changes are to the Fair Work Act itself, and those changes do need to be got through the Australian Senate. And I think the perfect example, and you and I had many discussions in relation to this, was in relation to our omnibus bill. There were significant parts of that bill that would have given more certainty to certain sectors, etc. But we just could not get that through the Australian Senate. With your support, though, we of course rectified the Rosato decision, and that was later obviously confirmed in the High Court of Australia. I mean, that was an incredibly important decision, as you know, because of the uncertainty that it had provided to small businesses, that they may end up with, where it estimated it was up to, I think, a $38 or $39 billion liability. We couldn't even get the support, though, from the Australian Labor Party to actually take that impost off small businesses. You worked with us, and I was very appreciative of that, and we did make that change. But in relation to the other parts of the bill, again, I'm prepared to work with people. I think a better system, a simpler system, a more productive system, but it has to reflect the needs of both employers and employees. It is a good situation to want to aspire to, but ultimately, as you know, it does come down to the ability to get legislation through the Senate, and we can't get the Labor Party or the Greens to support that type of productive change.
Well, sure.
Senator Roberts, can I just get an indication of how much
This will be the last
longer?
question.
Great.
Yeah. We had to work with small businesses to identify issues that they had, and that the government, we were pleased, resolved some of those issues and put our suggestions into the revised Act. But again, your recounting of the situation, while accurate, reinforces the need for change, because it is just so difficult in such a complex environment with so many stakeholders hanging on by their fingernails. It's just out of date, and it's hurting workers.
And as I said, you and I have had many a discussion over many years now, and we've always worked constructively together in this regard. The commitment to improving the system for both employees and employers. Ultimately, though, it is difficult to get through the Australian Senate. But I think what it does show, though, is it's not then therefore about one policy lever. If that policy lever is pulling difficult to actually pull and properly implement because of the nature of the Australian Senate, you do then need to look at other ways that you could deliver for small business. And certainly you and I have long talked about lowering taxes. And certainly when you look at, say, the tax rate for small business, under the Australian Labor Party it was 30%. Under us it is currently 25%. So whilst that's not the industrial relations system as such, it is another way that you can ensure that you're giving back to small business. I know throughout COVID-19, certainly even just the ability to change the way you process documents to allow for that, the e-technology certainly assists them. The availability of the instant asset write-off and that ability to say to them, if you have that capacity to invest in your business, the government's going to back you every step of the way. So if one lever proves difficult, there are other levers that you can then look to utilise to ensure that you are responding in every possible way to that commitment that they are the backbone of the Australian economy, that they deserve to be backed by government, which is what we do. But I think in relation to those changes, the Omnibus Bill is the perfect example, a very reasonable bill, one that would have, provided both employers and employees with a more productive workplace, but we couldn't get it through the Senate. But I was grateful for the support that you gave on the Rosato decision.
You raised changing the tax system, or fiddling with the tax system, and I don't mean that derogatorily.
No, I know what you're saying. No, understood.
The tax system makes Fair Work Commission look simple. Fair Work Act looks simple. It doesn't fix basic safety protections that have gone AWOL in workplace relations. It doesn't fix the basic employer-employee relationship, which is the primary relationship of any workplace and must be such. So what we need is something that's comprehensively reformed and brought back to something simple that looks after the primary workplace relationship between employer and employee.
Just on safety, and obviously, I think each one of us, that just has to be paramount in the workplace. There's no two ways about that. And I know when I first came into the portfolio, and I worked very closely with Mr Hare on this, we were presented with obviously the outcome of the Boland Review, and that was something that I looked at. And as you know, there are model work health and safety laws, and the Commonwealth works with the state and territories to ensure that we can effect change that is recommended to us. We had the Boland Review, we had the recommendations of the Boland Review, and I worked constructively with our state and territory colleagues, regardless of political persuasion. If you're the relevant minister, I work with you. And I was very pleased that within, I think, Mr Hare, about a few weeks of me formally coming into the portfolio, we had agreed across Australia, all relevant ministers, to accept all of the recommendations coming out of the Boland Review. So certainly when it comes to work health and safety, I have a very good relationship with state and territory ministers, and we were able to make improvements to the model work health and safety laws together by accepting all of the Boland Review's recommendations.
Well, notwithstanding what you just said, I have enjoyed working with Mr Hare. I found him easy to deal with and open to deal with. So, but there are people being severely injured and not even reported, and then being threatened if they dare raise safety issues in this country, and that's not good enough. So I'm happy to leave it there, but it is an issue that's really important, and we will be pushing it.
No, and thank you for those questions, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Roberts. We'll hand over to Senator Sheldon and then Senator Pratt.
Good, thanks very much, Chair. I just want to ask a couple of questions about where we've gone through earlier this morning about there was a very clear donation made by the AWU. There was a very clear position put by the AWU that had gone through the right processes of its union. They gave reports. Those reports have been accepted. Then there's a position from ROC after spending millions of dollars that they withdrew the case because there was not the evidence for the case to be pursued after 5 years and over $1.3 million spent. And this case continuing to be followed is a great deal of concern to, and it should be a concern to every Australian and every Australian taxpayer and every person, whether a member of a union or not. The fact that this was a political witch hunt against the then leader of the Labor Party and a witch hunt against a trade union because they had the audacity to do what they do, and that is that make sure that there's equity out there in workplaces. So we now have one of the most highly publicised cases that the ROC has been involved with which Mr Bilecki has headed, he oversaw this whole schmozzle, but on Friday, March the 25th, you announced the reappointment of him. What's the story?
Oh, well, we announced the reappointment of Mr Bilecki. That's the story.
So did you reappoint him because he did your bidding and pursuing this case for 4 years?
Again, with all due respect, there doesn't appear to be a chair, so Senator Small, I will defer to you in the absence of the chair. Again, Senator Sheldon, it will take me some time to re-point out that the facts that you are presenting are incorrect. If you recall, and just to recap again,
Sorry,
Senator
Minister,
Small,
you did reappoint him on March the 25th, haven't you?
No, but in
And for 4
relation
years.
to the premise of the question, you had a political statement that you were making. The government did reappoint, or shall I say the Cabinet, agreed to the reappointment of Mr Bilecki. When Mr Bilecki was first appointed, if I recall, because it was some time ago now, I think it was about 5 years ago, it was done as a result of a merit-based selection. Mr Bilecki was considered the most appropriate person for the role. He is a senior lawyer. He is experienced in regulation and compliance, and that's obviously one of the roles of the Registered Organisations Commissioner, is that experience in regulation and compliance. Prior to that, he was actually principal at Normandy Partners Lawyers. Between 2009 and 2015, he was Senior Executive Leader, Senior Legal Counsel and Regional Commissioner, South Australia with the Australian Securities and Investments Commission. Before then, he had held various roles in law firms. I'm sure that's on his biography, so I don't need to go through them. Senator Sheldon, he has a Bachelor of Laws from the University of Adelaide, and as such, the Cabinet determined that he would be reappointed for a period of 2 years.
To you now, Louise, on file.
Thank you. Minister, I'm moving on to another topic.
Could you just, because we may have to get people, they're downstairs, there's no room up here today, so they're literally doing this for us.
Okay, well, the topic is appointments to the Fair Work Commission.
Yep.
Are you able to please guarantee to the committee that there will not be any further appointments to the Commission before the calling of the election?
Well, the government is still running, the government is still functioning, an election hasn't been called, and on that basis, the government will keep functioning. I don't know about you, do you stop functioning? Do you have a set date that you stop functioning? Because we don't.
Well,
we
you have to change what's ethical and purposeful to do. So, of course, none of us stop functioning, but sometimes we look with a new view as to what should be the appropriate response in your role. So, Minister, are you saying that you do intend to make further appointments?
Senator Pratt, I'm a little confused.
Do you?
The government will... I'm a little confused, Chair.
To questions?
The government will make decisions as required. An election has not been called. I can assure you, under Prime Minister Morrison, we don't take time off. We don't down tools and stop making decisions across any portfolio, all because an election is to be called. The government continues to function and decisions will be made in the normal course of events.
Okay,
That's
so
it.
what you're implying is that there won't be a rush of appointments before the election's called because,
Again,
as you
Senator-
say, it's business as usual for you,
I'm a little
which shouldn't imply,
confused.
therefore, any reason to rush to make appointments then either, would it? If it's business as usual.
Senator Pratt, I'm incredibly confused by your question because the last time I checked, the government is still fulfilling its duty to the Australian people, and on that basis, across portfolios, the government will make decisions as required.
Okay.
That's it.
Do you require to make a decision on further appointments before the calling of the election?
Again, Senator Pratt, I'm genuinely confused.
Well, it
The
shouldn't be that
government
confusing a
continues.
question, given the election's only likely to be called in a few days. You must
I was gonna say,
already have
exactly.
this
I'm
in-
glad you know when the election's been called, Senator Pratt, because at this
Well, it
point in
could be a few
time,
days or a few weeks.
I continue to function. The government continues to function. If a
Okay.
decision needs to be made, a decision needs to be made. The government will make decisions as required.
Does a decision need to be made by this government to appoint more Fair Work commissioners?
Again, Senator Pratt, the government will make decisions as required.
Do you require to make a decision? Are you required to make a decision?
The government continues to function, Senator Pratt, and as
You're not
such,
answering the question. Yes, you're saying
if
you
a
leave
decision
open the
is
capacity to
required
make a
to be
decision.
made, the government will make decisions as required across portfolios.
Okay. Do you think it would be prudent or even decent to wait for the outcome of the election before appointing more of this government's cronies to the Fair Work Commission?
Chair, as much as I would like to indulge Senator Pratt
Well, I'll just take the word
in a
cronies
game
out.
of
Do you intend
tennis,
to make appointments before
because
the
that is
election?
exactly what it would be, a game of tennis.
right.
Senator Pratt, the legislation clearly sets out across portfolios, but will concern this portfolio, the qualifications that a person needs to have to be appointed to a particular role. So in the first instance, a person actually has to have the appropriate qualifications. So when you say cronies, I'm going to have to disagree with you.
Yeah.
These are highly qualified people with relevant expertise in the necessary area. So I do reject the premise of your question.
I thought you might, and we've debated in previous estimates the skills and qualifications of the kind of appointments that have been made under your government, so I'm not going to go there now. But can I ask why you wouldn't just have the decency to say to the Senate now that you have the decency to wait to make such appointments?
Point of order, Chair. That is a question loaded with pejorative that actually reflects on the minister as a person in a very personal
withdraw
characterisation. So I would urge that question be reframed in a way that doesn't contravene the standing orders.
It's been withdrawn. Thank you, Senator Small.
Minister, do you believe your government will be returned after the next election?
I stand by every policy decision that is made by this government, and what I would say to you is, given the address in reply last night, which quite frankly has fallen flat, and unfortunately I
That
don't
wasn't
think I
my
brought...
question.
Well, and hold on, it was Senator Pratt. The Australian, Jeff Chambers and Greg Brown. Anthony Albanese has made an uncosted pledge to fund pay rises for nursing home workers.
Oh,
well, quite
okay, well, we'll
frankly,
debate aged
I think
care.
in answer to your question, this is the problem with Labor. You make certain statements, you raise expectations, you have absolutely no ability whatsoever to pay for the promises that you make. I have a very simple message for you, Senator Pratt.
This government
Why
makes poor
would
aged care
you
workers pay for
risk
your lack of commitment
Australia's
every day they go to
economic
work,
recovery
every day that they're
from
underpaid?
COVID-19?
Can you let the
Senator
Minister
Chair,
speak?
Senator Pratt did ask me a question. I'm merely now responding to it. Why would you risk Australia's economic recovery from COVID-19 with Mr Albanese governing in conjunction with the Australian Greens? It is a fact, Chair, that Mr Albanese, despite being in the Labor Party for 25 years, has never been deemed fit by his own party to hold an economic portfolio. He has never been deemed fit to bring down a budget. Despite the global security situation and what is going on in Ukraine, Mr Albanese, after 25 years of being in the Australian Labor Party, has never been deemed fit to hold a national security portfolio. So the contrast between the hollow promises and the inefficiencies in the alternative Prime Minister could not be clearer. Senator Pratt, again I say to you, why would the Australian people risk our economic recovery from COVID-19 with Mr Albanese governing in conjunction with the so far left Australian Greens? Why would the Australian people, given the global situation in particular with Ukraine, risk Australia's national security? The fundamental responsibility of any Commonwealth government is to keep Australia and Australians safe. Mr Albanese, in 25 years, has never held a national security portfolio. Can I tell you, this is the clear choice. Peter Dutton as Minister for Defence, or not even Mr Albanese will back in Brendan O'Connor as the Minister for Defence in a future government. Not even Mr Albanese. Peter Dutton leading this country, defending this country as the Minister for Defence. Mr Morrison as the Prime Minister. Senator Maurice Payne as the Minister for Foreign Affairs. I know who I'm backing. Why would you risk Australia's economic recovery and our national security from COVID-19 with the untried and untested Mr Albanese governing in conjunction with the Australian Greens? That is my simple message for you.
Just in fairness to questions being asked, and in some degree fairness even to the Minister, if the Minister's going to give responses to questions that are raised, and even if they have a tinge of a broad political broadness to it, spending 5, 10 or 15 minutes responding to it does eat up time.
It was but a few minutes, Senator Sheldon.
And that does, well, it felt like a lifetime.
It was in direct response.
But it was
Senator
certainly a number of minutes.
Put a question to me.
Senator
Senator Pratt put a question to me, and I answered the question.
Senator Cash, you put to the committee that the country can't afford to pay aged care workers more.
Senator Pratt, if we're going to have to go down this path...
in that context,
is not
I want to ask
I
you...
said. Well, Chair, you can't ask me a question based on an incorrect statement. That needs to be ruled out of order.
Minister, why won't you wait to make these appointments? I'm not even going to bother asking because we've been through, we're just going to go around in another circle. So can I ask simply, how many commissioners are currently serving on the Fair Work Commission?
We'll get the relevant person to the table for you.
My understanding it's 43.
How many vacancies are there and how many positions is the Commission currently funded for?
My recollection is the Commission's funded for 44.
44. Is it therefore correct to assume that should you appoint more commissioners than the agency is funded for, that there will be extra funding provided to the Fair Work Commission?
Senator Pratt, that's a hypothetical question.
Okay, well, can you say now that you're going to stick to the current 44?
Well, again, Senator Pratt, I think I've made very, very clear the government, clearly unlike yourself, which is indicating that if you were ever elected to government, you clearly have a date in which you down tools regardless of when an election's called. I can tell you that's not serving the Australian people. The Australian people expect to be served right up until and then beyond, and certainly that's what we'll be
to
doing.
serve your cronies so you can squeeze more of them in your appointments?
Chair, no, Chair, I'm more than happy. Senator Pratt has made a statement. She's put
Well,
a
you're
question
making
to me.
statements about downing tools that are just as pejorative. They are just as pejorative.
You ask questions. And then
And this is a,
We are listening to the minister.
So-
I'm happy to yell across the table.
I'm not gonna yell.
But I think it would be better that we
Yep.
actually get the question.
I'm happy to answer the question that Senator Pratt put to me. And in the first instance, I would say again, unlike the Australian Labor Party, which clearly decides that it will stop any form of work and stop serving the Australian people prior to an election being called, that's not something this government does. We proudly work over and above the date. That is it, full stop. We understand our role in serving the Australian people. This government will continue to make decisions as required, because guess what, Senator Pratt? That is what is expected by the Australian people. But in response, no, Chair.
Can you give me
Chair.
an assessment, please, of the current workload of the Commission?
Well,
Does
Chair, I'm
it
going to actually
require
first
more
answer the
than
question
44
that was put to me.
No, you've given an adequate answer to that.
Oh,
Thank
no, but you actually put another
Can-
question
can
to
I
me,
ask,
Chair.
please?
I am actually going to answer.
I asked how many vacancies, and there are none.
Well, hold on,
Bar the
I'm a little
one
confused.
vacancy.
Chair, Senator
budget
Pratt
question.
put to me, are we going to appoint any further people? She
Yes,
didn't
thank
use
you.
language like that, but she did imply that the Labor Party never appoint people associated with the Labor Party. I would therefore say, Senator Pratt, do you know who Julius Rowe is? You probably
I
want
most
to say
certainly
yes.
do, but we have also
Do you
most
know
certainly
who John
appointed
Ryan
people
is?
from
Bernie
business.
Riordan,
You haven't
Anna
appointed
Booth,
people
Adam
from the
Hatcher,
trade union movement
Jeff
ever.
Lawrence. The list does go on, Senator Pratt. Are you saying they were not qualified?
Minister,
Are
I will
you
just
saying
point
they
out
were
that it
appointed
is the
merely because of
committee
their
that asks
association with the
questions, not the
Labor
minister.
Party?
Thank you.
Just while my colleagues really to the next question, I just wasn't clear on an answer that Minister that you gave earlier. I appreciate that you're saying the government continues to operate,
Correct.
and any good government should do that. That's,
Correct.
That's
You are
appropriate.
correct, Senator Pratt. It's not what
That's appropriate.
Senator Sheldon.
But what I'm asking, and that is that, are you ruling out making more appointments before the election, or is it your intent to actually make those appointments?
Well, that is a decision for government, and the government will make decisions as required. I could not be clearer. That's
Can I
it.
ask,
So I-
Minister, what
so
the
what-
workload of the Commission is? What is required from the
When
Commission?
you say the workload of the Commission...
Does it need more commissioners in terms of the current workflow of the Commission? What's your assessment?
Do we have someone here who could
Yeah, I can.
possibly... Yep, Mr Hare will be able to take you through. All
So
good.
at this point in time, the President of the Fair Work Commission hasn't identified that he requires funding over and above 44.
Okay, that's not
Commissioners?
the same question. I asked about does not require, could you fund another commissioner from inside the existing funding envelope? Well, I'm asking about the workload, not the funding envelope.
So the workload is best put to the President of the Commission or the Commission itself. I've advised that I haven't received advice from the President that he feels he needs additional funding for additional commissioners.
Additional funding for additional commissioners, or that he doesn't require additional commissioners? They are separate questions.
They are separate questions. He hasn't advised me that it requires additional funding for additional commissioners. So he feels that the funding envelope at this point in time is sufficient, but that is of course subject to a range of factors and can change over time.
Okay, can I ask, has the President asked for additional commissioners? I'm asking this guy, yeah.
Not that I'm aware of, but I wouldn't, he may not need to have asked. He's aware of what the funding envelope is.
Well, I guess I'm just trying to see if hypothetically, and it's purely hypothetical given Senator Cash's, Minister Cash's explanation that the wheels of government will continue to turn, they'll continue working very hard and they'll therefore consider relevant appointments. I'm therefore seeking to understand any information or data the department may have as to whether there is demand or need based on what the President has expressed for additional appointments.
So I think, yeah, it sort of ties the two issues together. There's a funding envelope under both governments. So there's the funding envelope
course.
for a number of commissioners. You have retirements, you have all, is that where you're going in terms of?
I just want to know if, I understand you, if, Minister, you had some information come to you that said the Commission really is overworked and really stressed, it doesn't have capacity, that you would appoint more commissioners and you would find the money to do that. But I'm therefore asking about the problem that might underlie the need for such an appointment. Mr Hare understands the question I'm asking. He said very clearly that there has been no request from the President for additional funding or, as far as you're aware, for additional commissioners.
No, I said there was no request for additional funding.
Has there been a request for additional commissioners?
No, but I'm not sure that there would be, given that there's an envelope there.
Mr. Cash,
I'm a
can
bit
I just ask you?
Okay, so are you saying that any further appointments would come out of the additional...
Out of the existing funding block?
Envelope, given that
So, Senator...
the Commissioner has said that there is sufficient funding?
So, no, so let me just clarify. The President hasn't asked for additional funding that I'm aware of.
Not that I'm aware of.
So that doesn't say that he's comfortable with funding, he's just saying he hasn't asked for additional funding. In relation to the envelope, we identified that there's currently 43
Yes.
Commissioner or higher level appointments.
Mm-hmm.
There is a funding envelope for 44. The question of workload is a matter for the President of the Commission.
Oh no, I understand it's a question for the President of the Commissioner, the President of the Commission, but if a greater envelope of funding was needed, I would have expected that request to have come to government, and you've told me that the existing envelope is adequate. Right. Do you have a view about whether the existing envelope could afford one new commissioner or more than one new commissioner?
So, Senator, I think I've been clear is that the funding envelope supports 44.
44, yeah.
And there's
that's
currently
it.
43.
That's it.
No, that's fine. But I've also been told that the existing funding envelope is adequate for the needs of the Commission,
so the
which
Commission
therefore
told
would
you that?
assume that we should not assume the appointment before the election or any time after of more than one Commissioner. Am I correct?
I'm so sorry, Senator Pratt. I'm not...
So, Senator, I'll repeat my answer. So, the President hasn't advised me that he requires additional funding.
Great.
Correct. Sorry, I thought we'd established that.
Sorry.
Okay, so if you appoint more commissioners than currently funded for, you will effectively be cutting the budget of the Fair Work Commission, correct?
It's a hypothetical.
Well, you haven't told us whether you're considering appointing more commissioners. So yes, of course it's a hypothetical, but it may not be, depending on... I don't know what you know as to your intention. It's only hypothetical because you won't tell us what you intend to do.
So I think what I've established here is if you point... There's a funding envelope for 44, there's currently 43. What you're saying, and I'm just trying to work out what you're saying, if you appoint within the funding envelope, you're okay. If you appoint outside the funding envelope, the President needs to have asked?
No, I'm simply trying to come to grips with the extent to which you are going to squeeze more appointments into the funding envelope, existing funding envelope, to test whether there is a capacity for that funding envelope to accommodate more commissioners? Because you won't tell us if you're going to make announcements that would go beyond that envelope.
That is a hypothetical. So.
Can I ask, Steve, I've nearly very finished. Steve Knott from the AMA said in January that they strongly encourage the government to make further appointments in the new year, with additional funding provided in the March federal budget if necessary. The existing envelope hasn't changed, so does that mean you haven't taken that advice? Has the budget changed the envelope of funding for further appointments?
Senator, as identified by Ms Hunda earlier, there has been additional funding for the Fair Work Commission, but it's in relation to a small business unit.
Yeah.
My reading of the budget papers is that there's no additional identified funding for additional commissioners. At this point in time, recognising that subject to workload and other factors, it's possible that the Commission might need to increase in size, but that would be depending on advice. And is, of course,
Yeah, but that wouldn't take
decision
effect until next financial year. So there's no reason to make appointments before then based on that.
So that's not what I said. So what we've said so far is that there are 43 Commissioner or higher level appointments, that the current budget envelope for the Commission is estimated to support 44 Commissioners or higher, and that there is no specific additional funding identified in the budget for Commissioner level appointments.
Okay.
Can I just clarify just very quickly? Just want to be clear.
I'd like to go to Senator Small before break.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Cash, can you rule in or rule out that you intend, and I'm using the word intend, to appoint more commissioners?
I've answered that question, and I don't play rule in and rule out. No one ever does. The government will make decisions as required. I don't look at an end date. I look at discharging my responsibility. The government will make further decisions as required.
So you're not ruling it out. Thank you.
Senator Small.
Thank you, Chair. Just following on from a couple of questions that Senator Roberts asked before, I just wanted to pick up on a couple of things with the FEG. Can a contractor be paid under FEG if, you know, the contract wasn't paid in full?
Senator, the eligibility conditions under FEG exclude contractors, so contractors aren't eligible to be paid FEG entitlements. It relates to employees only.
And that covers all classes of employee?
Yep, all classes of employees.
So we've previously explored returns related to the FEG recovery program. What's the latest data in relation to recovery and its returns? Do we have updated information on that?
I'll just pass over to my colleague.
Thanks.
Hello, Senator.
Good morning.
Henry Carr, Assistant Secretary of the Recovery and Litigation Branch. We manage the FEG recovery program. So I'm not sure how deep you'd like me to go, but the headline number is that since inception, the program has recovered $219 million in FEG advances and cost recoveries, and in addition, $22.81 million in other priority creditor employee entitlements. That's non-FEG eligible, but nonetheless our activities recovered that additional amount, and also incidental to our core recovery activities, we've recovered $16.56 million in superannuation.
Righto. What reviews has the FEG had, particularly independent reviews?
Yes, Senator. We've been desktop reviewed or audited by the ANAO, and I can provide you some further details around that. And we were also reviewed by a private law firm, Norton Rose.
So can you give me a brief summary of the findings of those two independent reviews, please? The ANAO and the Norton Rose review?
Yes, Senator. One moment, please.
Thanks. And also just cover who they were instigated by?
Yes, Senator. The Norton Rose desktop review, Senator, in February 2020, was the Minister for Industrial Relations that requested that review to address the following criteria: whether the program is funding litigation on behalf of other creditors who have the resources and ability to fund themselves, whether expenditure under the program is value for money, whether costs under the program are reasonable, having regard to all the outcomes, whether the program should be subject to further ministerial oversight, and options to improve the processes. The final report was delivered in June of 2020. The findings were, in summary, there was no free riding by unsecured creditors. The program represents compelling value for money. Costs are reasonable. The current delegations are fit for purpose. And there were some suggestion made for opportunities to improve the processes around the program, including documenting with greater clarity the program's objectives, and all of those recommendations were accepted and enacted. And then moving to the ANAO report, that report was tabled in May of 2018, once again found the program is achieving value for money. It evaluated in particular two criteria. Did the department establish and implement proper processes to monitor and report on the program and its value for money proposition? And did the department establish and implement administrative arrangements to achieve that value for money? And the Auditor General concluded that nothing came to their attention that caused them to believe that the establishment of the program had not in all material respects provided a sound basis for achieving value for money as evaluated against those criteria. Now, the ANAO, you asked who would have commissioned that. I understand the ANAO decide where they'll focus in respect of their audits.
They do indeed. Mr Carr, just one final question. When you talk about those independent reviews finding value for money, that's value for money for the Australian taxpayer, right?
Quite correct.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, and thank you to all our witnesses. We'll now go to morning tea, and we will resume at 11:15. Thank you very much, and welcome back from break. We are continuing with representatives of the Attorney General's Department, the Industrial Relations Group. I am going to hand over the questioning to Labor. Senator Keneally, welcome.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Minister and the Department. I refer to a media release by Minister Hunt from the 4th of July 2019, where he said the Morrison government has accepted the recommendations made by the Senate Select Committee on Stillbirth Research and Education. The first recommendation by that bipartisan committee was to change the law to require private sector companies to provide paid parental leave to parents of stillborn babies. Could I get an update on the government's progress on implementing that recommendation?
Senator, we'll ask Ms Wang to answer that question.
Hey, Senator. The government...
Excuse me, Ms Wang, just before you begin, is it possible to shut the door behind us? It's very difficult to hear with the ambient noise from outdoors.
Hello. Hi, Senator. The government delivered this commitment through the Fair Work Amendment, improving unpaid parental leave for parents of stillborn babies and other measures, Act 2020, which passed the Parliament in November 2020. And the legislation ensures the families dealing with stillbirths or the death of their child during unpaid parental leave can continue the leave they had planned for up to 12 months, which is the same amount of leave accessible to parents of live babies. Previously, before this change, their employer had the ability to call them back to work after 6 weeks. So this legislation also reduced the rigidity of a parental leave for parents of babies born prematurely and newborns who require hospitalisation immediately following birth, providing an opportunity to effectively put their leaves on hold and return to work until their baby is ready to go home. Also, that bill introduced the flexibility to how unpaid parental leave can be taken.
Thank you, Ms Wang. I'm aware of that bill. However, that bill does not address the recommendation. While that bill is welcome, it does not address the recommendation made by the Senate Select Committee in its bipartisan unanimous report, which was to require the private sector to provide paid parental leave to parents of stillborn babies. We heard stories of people being denied paid parental leave and mothers being required to return to work in as little as 11 days after giving birth. So my question is, has the government made any progress on implementing the recommendation to require the private sector to provide paid parental leave to parents of stillborn babies?
Senator, I understand your questions. Under the Fair Work Act, it's a long-standing principle that the Act does not regulate the unemployment conditions, which are more beneficial than the safety net. So there are a lot of employer-paid parental leaves are found in the enterprise agreement. But the department also notes, and there is a whole of government effort to assist the families who experience the tragic circumstances of stillbirths. So you're probably already aware there is a National Stillbirth Action and Implementation Plan, and under that plan, the government delivered the first. Its commitment to the first recommendation is to provide equal treatment under the Fair Work Act. The parents of parents experiencing stillbirths who has the same entitlements as parents of life and child under the Fair Work Act.
But that does not extend to ensuring that they can access paid parental leave. That is still a decision that can be made by an individual business or indeed an individual manager within that business. It does not provide the equality that the committee was seeking.
I think, though, the evidence that was given was in relation to, under obviously the government-funded scheme, you understand that.
I do.
Yep, no, and I acknowledge your very genuine interest. Yep. But the evidence that the official was giving was that in terms of employers, they are free to provide entitlements that are more generous than the minimum standards. That was the evidence that the official gave. Just on, and I do want to thank you for working with me on this, and I just would like this on the record, which was the compassionate leave for miscarriage. When I came into the portfolio, that was something that had been raised with me outside of my actual responsibilities. But coming into the portfolio, I mean, as you know, working with obviously Julian Simmons, who has his own personal story in relation to what he went through, that was something that I'm glad that we actually were able to deliver those changes to enable the employee to take up to the 2 days of compassionate leave in the event that they have the miscarriage. So that was something that I had personally committed to when I came into the portfolio, and we were able to deliver.
And I'm very grateful for that, particularly for women who've experienced a miscarriage. Yeah. But Minister, while I thank you and acknowledge that, I did write to you on the 27th of July 2021. Your office met with me on the 5th of August 2021. and we've had no engagement since then, despite several follow-up emails and contact from my office seeking to progress and understand, again, why it is the government has not seen fit to take up the recommendation from the bipartisan unanimous committee, the first recommendation to require that private sector employers provide in their paid parental leave what the public sector scheme provides, which is paid parental leave for parents of stillborn babies. Now, the government's clearly done it in terms of unpaid parental leave. So I am really struggling to understand why the government has drawn a line at only requiring the provision of unpaid leave and not requiring the provision of paid parental leave.
And again, Senator Keneally, what I would say is the Fair Work Act itself, as you know, does not mandate conditions beyond the minimums. This is a long-standing position, as you would be aware. When I came into the portfolio, what I was able to do was to work with you and to work with others in relation to providing the compassionate leave for miscarriage. I think at the time when your office met with my office, you know, we are, as I think we said at the time, open to considering non-legislative mechanisms which may be more appropriate to affect this change in the workplace. But at this point in time, again, the standard is provided by the Fair Work Act, and employers are able to go above and beyond. But certainly from my perspective, what I was able to deliver working with, and it was across the chamber, it was working across the chamber, was the compassionate leave for miscarriage.
Minister, can I, with the greatest of respect, say to you that mothers of stillborn babies go into labour and they give birth. They go through all the physical demands of giving birth. On top of that, they have parents. They have to deal with funerals and autopsies and trauma and grief. I said to your advisor, I wasn't really fussed about the mechanism. What I am concerned about is that clearly there is a gap in the standards because private sector companies are not uniformly providing paid parental leave for parents of stillborn babies. We heard horror stories where mothers were told by their managers, you don't have a baby, so why do you need leave? Imagine going back to work after you've given birth to a dead baby 11 days after that happens. So my request to you is to understand what it is the government is going to do to fill this gap. Your advisor told me there were potentially constitutional issues with the bill that I introduced, but she would work with the department and get back to us about the next steps. That was on the 5th of August 2021. We have not had one response, despite contacting your office on multiple occasions throughout the remainder of 2021. So I'm trying to understand, is the government going to do anything to fix this gap?
My understanding is, and it was a very genuine discussion that was had. You come at this from a very personal perspective, without a doubt, and my office was very happy to work with you. And as we said to you at the time, we are actively looking at your private member's bill. My understanding is the work remains ongoing, but I might have to hand over to the department because my understanding is we were still waiting on advice from the department because there were some issues that had been raised. So I would need to get an update from, I don't know if we've got the relevant official here. If not, I will get you an update. If we have the relevant official here, I will get that update provided to you now.
Thank you.
Senator, I will take it on notice, and because there was some work and we've been done, but it's not up here, but we will take that on notice and provide to you as soon as possible.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. It's very disappointing, but thank you.
There is still time in your block, or we can, I think Senator Small just has one or two.
There's a different sort of sequence of questions we're going to raise.
So you're going to a different topic, so do you want to...
No, I'm fine if you kick off your next block.
Yep.
I'll need more than a few minutes.
No, no, you'll
That's
have,
fine, you have
I'll
it.
give you
Thanks,
the full
yeah.
block, yeah.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Small. I just want to go back to, just before the break, we were talking about the issue of, and raised regarding Steve Knott and Amma and the relationship with the government. I just wanted to, following his advice, he's recently published an article which I might just ask to be handed out regarding the blueprint for real industrial relations reforms. I'm just trying to ascertain, he's been seeking to abolish awards. I'm just wondering whether that speech he gave to the Brisbane Club last night, will the government be following that program?
Senator Sheldon, I unfortunately did not see the speech that was given to the Brisbane Club last night. Like you, I was here until very, very late hour, and the Brisbane Club was not the focus of my attention. So I can't provide you with any further information in relation to commenting on that speech because I don't know what it said.
I can give you a copy of it, Minister.
I'd still need to read it, consider it.
Well, Minister, can I just then give you the essence of Mr Knott, as we know, is a close friend of the government, and Mr Knott has pointed out that he believes that the award system should be abolished. What I'm asking, would you follow, if re-elected, to have the award system abolished?
I think the government's position is very, very clear. The award system, whilst complicated, has been simplified in some ways, but my understanding is that someone's just said to me that he also called on the ALP to consider his speech as well, the Australian Labor Party. I don't think the government's made any announcements in relation to that, no.
Well, then I'm asking then to the question is what your view is about the award system being abolished or not.
I do not believe the award system should be abolished. Again, though, I haven't read Mr Knott's speech, so my preference is to actually take it on notice and have a look at it for you. I was here very late last night, but, you know, Mr Knott, as any stakeholder, as you and I both know, is entitled to his view. This is not the view of the government.
So I just want to, Mr Knott also said in his speech, and it was reported in the Financial Review as well yesterday, that he was intending to seek that the award system be abolished, and in addition to that, that job security is, I quote, job insecurity, as I quote, is a make-believe issue. Your minister representing in the House, Minister Fletcher, said the exact same thing in question time late last year. So is that the government's official position on job security? It's a make-believe issue?
Again,
it doesn't need to be addressed?
So in relation to Mr Knott, I haven't read the speech. He's entitled to his view, as any stakeholder is entitled to their view. His views are his views, full stop, that's it. In relation to the broader issue, though, and I'm happy to turn to it because we have obviously canvassed this at several estimates. That is not what Minister Fletcher said. You are verballing Mr Fletcher. I'm happy for the officials to take you through the employment statistics in particular when it comes to the number of permanent jobs in this country and the fact that currently...
I'm asking what your position is about, is job insecurity a make-believe issue?
What do you define as job insecurity would be my first question. We have record employment in this country. The unemployment rate when we came to office, I think, was 5.7%. It is predicted in September this year to go to 3.75%. I think the broader issue is, though, Senator Sheldon, you put certain questions to me, and they're very broad questions. You need to look at the actions of government and the actions of opposition in relation to answering that question. And, Chair, I would point out that there was a bill, it was the Omnibus Bill, that was in the Parliament. One of the schedules of that bill dealt with the first time inserting a proper definition of a casual employee, something that all sides had been requesting. Now, Senator Sheldon, what it also did
Point
though...
of order, Chair. Chair, I wasn't asking about the omnibus bill. I was asking specifically about whether job security is a make-believe issue, and that's whether the minister believed that. And
Senator Sheldon, I'm directly answering your question.
I'm very mindful of the timing, so I'll move on to another question.
No, Senator Hart, no, Senator Sheldon, that's not the way you get to roll in this committee. If you put a question to me and you don't like the answer, you can't cut me off halfway and say, I don't like the answer.
I am now narrowing the question down.
So, Chair, I would ask for your ability to answer Senator Sheldon's question. He clearly does not like the answer I was giving.
You said the question's too broad. I'm now going to narrow down the question so I can clarify what I was asking. So this is a clarification. The Select Committee on Job Security, which Mr Nott attacked as a waste of time and money, found 9 in 10 jobs in aged care are casual or part-time on low minimum hours, which is just casualisation without the loading. Does that sound like a made-up issue?
Again, Chair, and with all due respect, Senator Sheldon, or because you don't like my answer because it highlights the hypocrisy of the Australian Labor Party on this issue.
Aged care workers, 9 out of 10 are casual or part-time on low minimum
Chair,
hours,
what the
which is
omnibus
just casualised without the loading.
Did, in particular,
does that sound like a made-up issue?
Was address the issue of casualisation. So for the first time in Australia's history, or in the history of the Fair Work Act, we actually were able to put into the Fair Work Act. So we passed landmark reforms, and this is the key here, Senator Sheldon, in relation to the action of government versus a statement made by the opposition, which is then not backed up by evidence. We passed landmark reforms last year to give
casual... point of order?
I specifically was asking the question about whether it was a made-up issue, that there was an issue with job security. The minister, I haven't finished, sorry, Chair. The minister said that it was too broad, and then I said, well, I will clarify that by giving you some specific questions on what I am asking you about, which I subsequently did. That question is, the Select Committee on Job Security, which Mr Nott attacked as a waste of time and money, found 9 in 10 jobs in aged care are casual or part-time on low minimum hours, which is just casualisation without the loading. Does that sound like a made-up issue? And that's the question I'm asking.
And Chair, with all due respect, I will be giving an answer to the question without being interrupted, Senator Sheldon. You are merely insulted by Steve Nott's comments because this is your committee. The evidence does not support the claims that we are seeing an increase in job insecurity in Australia. And Chair,
I'm asking specifically about aged care and 9 out of 10 workers, which the minister is avoiding answering the question because he obviously in this government doesn't care about those aged care workers. Very obviously.
I'm assuming...
You opened the door to Stephen Nott. You tabled his statement.
The
minister has the right to answer your question in any way she sees fit, and if we wait to hear her answer, you might find she actually comes around to your...
So, no, I already am there with all due respect, Chair. The ABS data in the first claim does not support Labor's claim that we are seeing an increase in what is referred to as job insecurity in Australia. I will then have the department shortly take you through the statistics. But again, Senator Sheldon, you can make as many statements as you like. When legislation is presented to the floor of the Senate, which are landmark reforms in relation to 2 issues that go directly to the issue that you have raised, the ability to give casual workers the greater opportunity to convert to permanent work. Chair, I'm going to say that again for the benefit of yourself as Chair and for Hansard. Landmark reforms to give casual workers greater opportunity to convert to permanent work, which therefore mean providing certainty, Senator Sheldon, to Australian workers and businesses, and Chair, this is very important in terms of what Senator Sheldon has put to me, stronger rights for casuals, protecting jobs into the future and driving growth, the Labor Party voted against that. So what the Labor Party said was,
And we found that it's been a sham,
we do not
as we know,
want
thousands
to
of letters have been
respond
sent out to people
to
that have been
calls
working there for
across the
decades
spectrum
as casuals and not
for a
as jobs.
definition of casual, and we do not want to provide further opportunity for casuals to convert to permanent work. So, Senator Sheldon, you can make as many allegations as you like. You can put to me what the Labor Party says is the case. That is just not A, supported by the evidence, but B,
Well, Minister,
it was the Morrison government that provided these landmark reforms that were called for by all sides of the argument. We delivered it. We delivered it for the first time in Australia's history, a definition of casual. We have delivered the ability for a casual employee to work with their employer to convert to a permanent style of work. So, Senator Sheldon, that's something that we delivered as the government, and it's on the record. I don't have the vote in front of me. I'm happy to call out the vote. Labor voted against it.
Well, Minister, it becomes quite clear that in the 9 in 10 jobs in aged care that are casual, part-time and low minimum hours, that you see it's a made-up issue, because that's the only logic I can take from the answer that you've just given. I'll give you another statistic. The Select Committee on Job Security found that 2/3 of people employed at universities are on casual or fixed-term contracts. Does that sound like a made-up issue?
So what I think now, Chair, the best way to answer Senator Sheldon's question is now to actually take Senator Sheldon through. And when you say the Select Committee on Job Security, in other words, Senator Sheldon, your recommendations it was a select committee, so therefore
well, academic
these are your
reports,
recommendations.
employers themselves,
So, Chair,
individual
the best
workers.
Way, Chair, sorry, I hope I'm not talking over Senator Sheldon. Chair, the best way to answer this question is now to have the department take Senator Sheldon through the statistics in relation to employment. That's the best way to answer this question.
The point of order, Chair, I've asked a specific question. Now this is the second one that I've asked a specific question about the Select Committee on Job Security found 2/3 of people employed at universities are on casual fixed-term contracts.
Sheldon,
Does that sound like a made-up issue? And the Minister wants to go off on a particular... It is specifically about university workers who are again denying rights.
To give you a proper answer.
Because
the
the government...
within her rights, it is within the role of estimates. It is absolutely within her rights to refer to an official, and that's what she's suggested to do. And
So,
after that
right,
answer, I will be moving to Senator Small.
Yeah, thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you.
And I'll be mindful of whether the official is going to answer the question. If they're not, I'll need to raise another point of order. It's not the question.
We're answering the question that you've made a statement. The statement needs to be answered factually by reference to statistics, Chair.
On universities,
and
thank
that is what now
And aged care.
the official will do.
So, thank you, Senator. Senator Sheldon, I think we've talked in the past about being unable to provide much commentary in terms of the actual data from the committee in the terms of we're not really aware of the methodology being used. At the higher level, what we see...
The assistance through you, Chair, assistance to Mr here, the 2020 census report in relationship to current direct care workforce in residential care, 6% are employed in permanent full-time positions, 71% are permanent part-time, 19% are casuals or fixed-term contracts, 4% are employed as agency staff or subcontractors. Does that sound like a made-up issue, Mr Hare?
Senator, at no point did I describe it as a made-up issue.
Thank you.
What I don't have in front of me is whether that's been a change over time. What we see in the
If it further
larger
assists you,
scale...
Mr Hare, it's the Department of Health's 2020 aged care workforce census.
Thank you, Senator. So, as I was saying, what we see in the larger scale national figures is a reduction in terms of the overall level of casual employees. It's reduced from 24.1% of all employees prior to COVID to now being 22.8%. So that's a relatively significant reduction at this point. In terms of the fixed term contract, which is approximately 28.5% of the contracts are in education and training, we see that as 3.8% in August 2021. That's broadly consistent since 2008, where it's been approximately 4%. It reached a high of 4.2% in November 2011 and a low of 3.6% in August 2019. So we're not seeing massive movements at the national level in relation to either fixed term contracts or in relation to casuals, with the exception that casuals at this point in time are substantially lower than they were prior to COVID hitting. So happy to have a look at the individual detail and see whether there's changes in those sectors over time. I don't have that information in front of me at this point.
Okay, Senator Sheldon. Senator Small and Senator Canavan later has some. So if I go to Senator Small, back to you, and then back to Senator Canavan.
Thanks, Chair. And I just want to pick up on some of the statistics that Mr Hare was mentioning there. Can we just go back to what the rate of casual employment was in Australia in 1996?
I'd ask Ms Wong to answer that.
The casual incidence in 1996 is 18.8% of all employees.
In 1996?
Yes, it is, looking at 24.4.
Thank you, that's much closer to what I was expecting you to say.
Sorry, looking at the wrong
So
column.
24.4 in 1996, and Mr Hare, you just said?
22.8%, Senator.
Right, so the rate of casual employment in Australia is now lower than it was in 1996. And did you just say that before the onset of COVID it was about 24.1?
That's correct, Senator.
24.1. So it was lower than 1996 before COVID, and now it is even lower still. Okay. So it would be inaccurate to suggest that there was increasing casualisation of the Australian workforce.
Certainly the data over time has remained relatively consistent. As I said, I think it's been well over 2 decades that we've seen the casual rate hover between 24 and 25%.
Yeah.
For it to be down at 22.8% is unusual. And in terms of the independent contractors...
How did you know that's where I was going next?
Well, because there's a range of elements where they are regarded as perhaps less secure. So in terms of independent contractors, what we see is stable over the last decade, perhaps a little bit longer. I think it's about since 2008, so getting on to a decade and a half. It's fluctuated between 8 and 9%. It's currently 7.8% as of August 2021, which is the last data that I have in front of me. It peaked at 9.8% in November 2010, and it's currently at its lowest level since 2008. In terms of fixed term contract, which we were just talking about, so relatively stable over the last decade and a half at around 4%. It's 3.8%. Its previous high was 4.2% in November 2011 and a low in 3.6% in August of 2019.
And the obvious other one would be labour hire.
So labour hire, so again, since 2008, it's been less than 2%. 1.1% of employees in August of 2020, noting that this data is released every 2 years, was our most recent figure, high of 1.5% in November of 2011 and a low of 1.1% in August of 2020.
So not only does the data suggest that, if I can use the term very loosely, insecure or casualised forms of work are at 2-decade lows.
Correct.
But also the data would suggest that the most recent highs for insecure or casualised forms of work occurred under the last Labor government. That's what the data would suggest, is that right?
If you're saying what is the greatest increase in casual employment on record, that was between 1988 and 1996 under the Hawke and Keating Labor governments. It went from 18.2% to 24.4%. In 2013, when we assumed office, so under Labor it was 23.7%. I think the statistic was it currently sits at 22.8%. And that's actually lower than it was, obviously. We've had 2 years of the COVID pandemic. So certainly, if you want to look at what history dictates, despite statements being made, the greatest increase in casual employment on record, 1988 to 1996 under the Hawke and Keating Labor governments, 18.2% up to 24.4%. When we came into office, under the Labor Party, it was 23.7%. We've had a global pandemic and it currently sits at 22.8%.
And notwithstanding it's at unusual lows, you mentioned earlier that those casuals now have, for the very first time, a universal right to casual conversion under the NES.
I'll let Mr Hare take you through that.
Yes, that's correct, Senator.
We know it's not working.
So the
well, maybe it is working the way it was intended.
I'm not really interested in what you've got to say.
Senator, so as you'd be aware, that Act also requires a review to be undertaken. And that review has, I mentioned last time that we're anticipating that would commence shortly after the earliest date it could commence, so as soon as practically after the 26th of March, that there was a request for quote provided. We're currently finalising that request for quote and anticipate that that statutory review will be let shortly. The key elements of that review will look at the statutory definition of the casual employee, including the factors and application of no firm advance commitment to continuing and indefinite work according to an agreed pattern of work, casual conversion, including the employer's obligation to offer and the residual right to request, the casual employment information statement and the offsetting of the casual loading. We've required that the successful candidate, whoever they should be, actually looks at a range of information sources, including the report from the Senate committee.
Yep.
Now, you mentioned that could only start from the 26th of March. Why was that?
So it requires 12 months.
It was a 12-month...
Indeed.
Yeah, a 12-month review of the change.
And that would also cover the 6-month period after the September deadline for all businesses in Australia beyond small businesses from March. Is that correct? Of March of 2021.
That's correct, Senator, but we've asked for a comprehensive piece of work to go out, to talk to unions, to talk to employers, to look at the data provided to the Senate committee.
The report.
We are seeking to have this as comprehensive as possible.
Is that because 6 months of data was judged to be the minimum by which an appropriate and empirical determination as to the effectiveness of those reforms could be made?
You certainly need at least 6 months from our perspective. And given the priority and the focus on this issue, we did want to commence it as soon as possible. It's something that obviously is of great interest to a range of people, so we're very keen to put it there. One of the key things that we do need to understand is who was actually entitled to be offered the conversion, who took it up, who had the residual right, who requested to be able to be converted outside of that process, because the conversion process doesn't remove the preceding ability for an employee to request to convert. So we're looking at a broad range of factors to understand whether we need to recommend any changes.
And so claims made prior to the assessment of that full period of data would ultimately be inaccurately informed at best?
They'd have less data to work with, Senator, and that would increase some of the uncertainty.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Back to you, Senator Sheldon, and I believe Senator Canavan also has some questions he'd like to.
Is Senator Canavan online?
He is online.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm happy if you want to go to Senator Canavan first. I'm in your hands, Chair.
Senator Canavan, are you ready to go?
Yep. You want me to take the call, Chair? Thank you, Chair. Look, I just have a few questions. It won't take too long on the regulation or oversight of registered organisations compared to unregistered industrial organisations. I suppose in a broad level, could I ask what are the key differences between how the law treats registered organisations compared to unregistered unions or organisations that seek to protect workers' rights?
I might just ask. Sorry, Senator. We've got, unfortunately, our overflow room is downstairs.
Do we want to come back, Chair?
It's all right. I do have the officer available.
Okay.
Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Adrian Breen, Assistant Secretary of Safety, Compensation and Institutions Branch. Senator, if I could just ask you to repeat the question, please.
No problems at all. I was just asking some questions on the comparative regulation of registered unions compared to unregistered unions. So, in particular, what are the key differences in how the law treats registered unions in comparison to unregistered ones?
So the Registered Organisations Act sets out various compliance and other mechanisms that requirements that registered organisations must comply with. But in terms of the different rights and responsibilities that those registered organisations have in relation to unregistered organisations or associations or whatever the case may be, essentially the Fair Work Act does give rights of representation and so on to registered organisations in as far as engagement in, for example, enterprise agreement negotiation, some issues around right of entry permits and so on. And there's also recognition of registered organisations in some cases in the work health and safety context as well.
So a registered union has the right of entry or has the privilege of the right of entry allowances in the law. Is that right?
That's right. Yes, Senator.
And an unregistered union doesn't. They can't just turn up at a workplace at any time and demand entry.
That's right. Yeah.
That's correct. Yep. Thank you. What about enterprise bargaining? Can both registered and unregistered unions be appointed as bargaining representatives by workers?
There are special arrangements in place for registered organisations. I could probably take on notice if there are any particular arrangements in that context for unregistered organisations, Senator.
Okay. What about in terms of...
Senator, I might just answer that at least in part. employees can represent a range of people to be their bargaining representative. There's no requirement that they be a union. They can be an unregistered union. They could be a fellow work colleague.
Okay, thank you. What about, though, if the bargaining ends up in the Fair Work Commission? I believe registered unions can apply to the Fair Work Commission without leave. Is that same right extended to unregistered unions?
In the context of agreement making, Senator?
Yes.
Do you mean? I'd have to take
Yes.
that on notice.
Okay. What about income tax exemptions? Do registered unions have an income tax exemption, and is that same right applied to unregistered unions?
I'm not aware of any income tax exemption, Senator.
Okay. Could you take that on notice then?
Certainly, yeah.
What about the broader rights to commence legal action? Do registered unions have certain privileges in regards to launching legal action?
No, well, certainly not outside of the Fair Work Act that I'm aware, Senator.
Well, that's what I meant. I mean, obviously, yeah, they do have those privileges under the Fair Work Act.
Well, so they may have entitlements to appear, for example, in the Fair Work Commission and in relation to some other matters under the Fair Work Act as well.
Well, perhaps I think you've already taken the Fair Work Commission on notice, but if perhaps you could take the broader question as well, like beyond just the Fair Work Commission appearances without leave. Do registered unions have other privileges in regards to launching legal action? And I suppose where I'm going here is that registered unions do have certain privileges, as you've outlined. With privilege becomes regulation and oversight. So is that sort of the overall arching intent of the Registered Organisations Act, that these organisations do have a little bit of special privilege, and therefore there's a level of oversight and scrutiny under the Registered Organisations Act and the related Registered Organisations Commission? Is that kind of the intent and objective of those regulations?
Well, certainly the oversight mechanisms set out in the Registered Organisations Act, I mean, they're not necessarily directly aligned to those special privileges or capacities of registered organisations. There's not necessarily a direct connection. There'll be a range of other considerations that might impact on the regulatory arrangements in place.
Okay. If that act would be removed, if the Registered Organisations Act were to be removed, are there any other? Is there any other oversight of registered unions that have these privileges under the Fair Work Act?
Oh, well, certainly that's the bulk of the regulatory arrangements are set out in that Act. Yes, I mean, any other arrangements or obligations that apply outside of the Registered Organisations Act would apply to other types of organisations generally.
Of course. Okay, thanks. And look, final question. Under the Fair Work Act or under the Registered Organisations Act, whichever one's relevant, if I am an unregistered union and I want to become a registered union, a registered organisation, and let's just say I've got a union representing nurses, can I register as a registered union if there's already a union operating in that sector, providing union services, registered union services to nurses?
So there is quite a comprehensive set of arrangements set out in the legislation in the Registered Organisations Act about what's required in order to go to the Fair Work Commission to seek registration, and the existence of other unions or registered organisations that might represent, for example, employees that a new registered organisation might seek to represent would be relevant to those processes.
I thought there was something like a conveniently belong to rule. Is that? Am I on the right track there?
That's right. Yes.
Okay. So if a nurse could already conveniently belong to an existing registered union, another union can't register in that space. Is that broadly correct?
That's broadly correct. Yes.
Yeah. So they're effectively, these organisations, the registered unions, are protected from competition. Is that fair to say?
Well,
others can't come in and compete with them to represent workers.
I mean, that might be one way of characterising it, but it certainly just seeks to make clear around the fact that there's clarity, I suppose, of representation for particular employees or groups of employees. Yes.
It does seem anomalous given we've opened up competition in almost every other sector of the economy, but workers don't seem to have that privilege. I'll leave that as a comment. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Over to you, Senator Sheldon.
Good. Thanks very much, Chair. Just want to get back to this question of, and I'm going to ask you some specific industries. There's 9 in 10 aged care workers are casual or part-time or low minimum hours, which is just a casualisation without the loading. There's 2/3 of people employed at universities are on casual or fixed-term contracts. Labour hire jobs increased from 540,622 in 2013 to 797,710 in 2019, a 48% increase in 6 years. And that was evidence was given by the ABS to the Job Security Inquiry. And the Minerals Council said labour hire casuals are paid 24% less than direct employees. Does that sound like a problem with insecure work in this country? In those industries I've just mentioned.
I think, Senator Sheldon, what I've done is I've taken you through, and as have the officials, what the statistics show in relation to permanent, part-time and casual.
Minister, if it helps you just clarify, you did mention very early, and I've now on numerous occasions, I'm going to have one last go at it. I missed that. I'm going to have one last go at it because I've now asked this question on a number of occasions, and I've now just highlighted also labour hire jobs.
Yep, and we can take you through
people in the mining
industry
getting paid 24% less than direct employees. I'm asking whether that sounds like a made-up issue in those industries: aged care, universities, labour hire, and the mining industry.
Well, again, what I'll do is I'll get Mr Hare to take you through the labour hire statistics because, again, despite your claims, the evidence shows something different. I'm just going to ascertain for you, I just don't have it in front of me, exactly what the government is doing in relation to the aged care workforce, because you would know that as a result of the Royal Commission, we've made a significant investment in the aged care workforce. We also have, and I'll see if my advisors are able to get for me just so I can provide it for you, the actual investment that we've made, but also I can then take you through the aged care workforce plan, because what that does, and I think Mr Albanese himself, I think he was asked a question about nurses and aged care, and he said you can't probably verbally, but you can't turn a nurse around overnight. So what we have is the aged care workforce plan, which basically sets out the government's decisions across 3 primary and intersecting goals to grow, skill and enable a world-class aged care workforce. The 3-year plan, as you know, is underpinned by the government's response to the Royal Commission into aged care quality and safety. It then also builds on, though, there was the strategic actions in relation to a matter of care, the aged care workforce strategy. In terms of the investment by the government, and this is in terms of this part of the workforce, $1.4 billion has been invested since the 2021 budget.
Point of order. I'm not asking for a rundown on what the government hasn't done at the aged care recommendations from the Royal Commission, what they haven't enacted. What I'm asking about is specifically with those examples of the 9 in 10, which I went through from information
Sheldon, what I was doing
that was given about aged care and whether that is an issue. I was giving an example of 2/3 of people employed at universities are on casual fixed-term contracts, whether that's an issue, and whether the amount of labour hire workers and the fact that the Minerals Council of Australia even agrees that and have put forward that if you're a labour hire worker doing the exact same work as a direct employee, you're paid 24% less. are they made-up issues,
Okay.
or they or not?
So, Chair, what we'll do is I'll get Mr Hare to address them in the first instance, and then I'll take some, if further information is required in relation to the aged care workforce plan that the government already has in place.
So, Senator, from the characteristics of employment from the ABS, August 2021, to deal with the macro first, casual employees paid by a labour hire firm earn, on average, $40.20. Casual direct hire employees earn $35.50, so the labour hire actually across the board pays higher. And there's clearly fluctuations between industries. So the ABS data we hold at the mining level, not at a lower level to that. Direct hire employees under casual employees are paid $50.80 compared to $47.70
Mr.
for
Higg,
employees paid by labour hire firm.
just so I'm clear, you're saying on the basis of those statistics, which we know have been improperly reported, because the unions have said up to 40% differential. The Minerals Council of Australia is saying it's 24%. They're representing the employers and the workers that are actually in the field doing the work, and you're saying to me that that's fictitious.
Senator, what I'm reading out to you is official ABS statistics from their characteristics of employment.
And we
model.
found in the inquiry that the statistics aren't appropriately gathering information on part-time, labour hire, casuals, contractors, and the list goes on. And you'll be aware that one of those examples that over 120,000 workers work at Uber, the second largest employer in this country, and they're all contractors earning in some cases as low as $6.67 an hour.
Senator Sheldon, just for the benefit of the hearing, the statistics that you've read out from the unions and others, have you got a report that you can table so that we're all running off the same statistics? Because the ABS statistics are public.
Very happy to ask for the Select Committee report on job security to be handed out to everybody. And maybe this time people will actually have a good read of it and realise that we have got a problem in those industries and others that I've just read out.
So, Senator, the advice I have is that the characteristics of employment is the best sense of data that the ABS has for this purpose. And as I said, there is a undermining which is not able to be broken down to a lower level. There's approximately $3.10 difference, so about a 6% variation for casual employees under direct hire versus labour hire in the mining industry.
So it's not comparing just so I'm clear on that answer, by all means you keep saying what you need to say, but just to be clear, that's a separate cohort of workers to what the mining industry and the unions are talking about, isn't it?
That's right.
So this is a measure of casual employees and their payment, the difference between a direct hire employee and an employee paid by a labour hire firm.
So you're just saying that you were saying there was some question about the ABS statistics about.
So I can't break it down lower than the mining level. So if there's subcategories underneath mining.
That's my point. Yes, the failure to do that, and I'm not criticising you. That's the failure of the statistics to be able to do that. Fails to actually demonstrate those categories that the Mining Council of Australia are talking about and the unions have been talking about. So the figures you're giving me are not relevant to the question that I asked, but they're a broad question about the failures of the ABS statistics. Thank you.
Senator, what they do show is that while there is clearly variation between industries and potentially at the sub-industry level, that overall labour hire casual employees get paid more than casual employees under direct hire. And there's clearly variation between different industries. In terms of some labour hire employees are paid less than direct hire employees in some industries on average. So there's, when we look at the industrial relations system, we tend to look at as a whole, and we look at whether the mode of employment is appropriate. It then becomes a question of whether there's up to individual organisations as to what form they use. The use of labour hire, as we've identified earlier, is operating about 1.1%. The use of casual employees is operating at 22.8%. And do we think both of those are appropriate forms of employment, in particular where circumstances are relevant? Then yes, we do believe that they are appropriate modes of employment. Just as we believe that part-time and ongoing employment, full-time employment, are relevant and appropriate forms of employment. To try and regulate at the industry or sub-industry level isn't really the work that the Fair Work Act was designed to do.
To Senator
Thank
Pratt.
you. I'd now like to move on, please, to some questions about the fair entitlements guarantee.
Yep, we'll just get them.
And while we wait for them, I will also ask some general questions into the sub-function in the budget papers. So that's budget paper number 1, page 169. The sub-function shows a decrease of 7% in real terms from 21-22 to 22-23.
Okay, we'll get someone who can... we have Mr Manning.
Thank you.
Aspects of the Fair Entitlement Guarantee you'd like to ask questions about, because it could cover potentially 4 witnesses. So
That's right. What's the quantum of the change in budget? It shows 7% in real terms. What's the value of that 7%?
Are you talking about claims paid, Senator?
No, I'm not yet talking about FEG. I'm talking more generally about the decreased expenses, which reflects a cessation of measures responding to COVID-19. Expenses under the sub-function are expected to increase by 1.8 in real terms as a result of higher expected payments for employment entitlements under the FEG. So there's a decrease and an increase in different parts of the budget, and I'm starting with the decrease under the sub-function.
Yes, Senator. Turning to that first, so at the start of the COVID pandemic and before many of the sort of economic support measures were put in place, it was thought that there would be a large increase in business insolvencies, and so at that time the government provided extra funds for the 2021 and 21-22 financial years in the amount of $35 million. And so those measures are ceasing at the end of this financial year.
But just if you pause there, because I've got to understand your answer.
Sure.
That $35 million is not for FEG payments, but was for the processing.
Correct,
Is that
Senator.
correct?
That's right. So to ensure there were adequate staff to process what was anticipated but pleasingly didn't eventuate an increase in claims.
Okay, so that represents that decrease of 7%, is that right?
I'm not sure if it's the 7%, but certainly that would represent a decrease in the amount of departmental appropriations.
Okay, well, I'm asking specifically about that 7%.
Perhaps you could...
And what it represents.
Point me to the page, Senator, and I'll...
Senator, 169. Thank you. It's page 169, please.
No, understood. So if you actually read out, I've actually just managed to pull it. Expenses under the industrial relations sub-function are expected to decrease by 7% in real terms, etc. The next bit is the important bit which the official can then take you through, which reflects cessation of measures responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. So perhaps, Mr Manning, we could look at what that is, please.
Yeah, so the vast majority of that, as I said, is that particular figure is departmental money to process FEG claims.
Correct. So basically, more companies, and I'm probably not saying this in a sophisticated manner, so Mr Manning can obviously translate it into a more sophisticated response. More companies were potentially expected to go under because of the impact of COVID-19. The economic policies that we put in place were successful to the extent that we didn't see an increase in the number of companies winding up. That is actually a good thing.
What I'm trying to come to grips with is the relationship of that figure with the following figure.
Okay.
So that's an underspend. So what was the level of insolvencies that you were expecting?
Yeah, I don't think it's an underspend. I think I'll let Mr Manning address this, but it's just
if
that
there are
the
no
use...
claims to process.
Correct.
I understand that.
Correct.
What I'm trying to understand is what your prediction was that justified that $35 million to start with.
The department gets forecasting done by the Department of Employment, by DESI. I'm just trying to find the exact figure, Senator, for you. So bear with me. So what I've got, Senator, is I think I've got the current forecast. Let's leave Mr Jones. You've got 12 current forecasts. So, Senator, perhaps if I look at it from the volume perspective, which I can give you, it was expected, for example, Senator, that in 2021 there would be payments in FEG in the amount increasing to 480 million, just over 480 million, whereas that was revised down to 184 million subsequently. But that gives you an indication of just the increase in money out the door that was expected, and I can take on notice and give you the actual case numbers.
How much is budgeted for FEG processing in 22-23 and 23 through to 2025 and 26?
22-23, Senator, the underlying departmental appropriation is 61,897.
And how much of that is for FEG processing?
That's the appropriation for all of it, Senator. That's the appropriation for the department to administer the FEG program. The amount expected to be paid out for FEG is in a special appropriation, which is a different figure.
So it's 61 million for...
61,897,000 is the figure.
For...
Here's lots of information for you, Senator Pratt.
So I just might see whether someone can check this answer for me, but my understanding is that 61.897 is actually for the industrial relations group as a whole, not specifically for...
Oh. That's what I would have thought.
Okay.
I'm asking specifically about the FEG.
Senator, I don't
take that on notice then, Senator. Sorry for that.
Well, what
you
said...
My mistake.
But you did say that the 35 million was previously... you could afford that 7% saving because there were less FEG claims. Is that...
So, Senator, if I may, so we don't break down in the budget papers the allocation to FEG in that fashion, the allocation within the budget papers.
I'm not saying that you do, but I have been told that FEG is the justification, and the lack of processing attached to that is the justification for the decrease in spending in the sub-function. So if that's not the case, because you don't break it down,
so when you say
the explanation?
No, sorry, Senator, that is the explanation, that is the reason.
And therefore...
What we don't have, though, is a distinction between what's left in the budget figures and what's purely for
You must
FEG.
have them internally, though, do you? Otherwise you would know... you wouldn't have been able to attribute that saving to...
So, Senator,
that.
we would have internal budget allocations which we review every year. So we can certainly take you to what we had in the previous years in terms of internal budget allocations, but that is very much an internal departmental decision process in terms of the overarching is. In terms of how we built the forecast, we did have a look at the anticipated additional work based on the then level of budget. So I can give you what the budget was back at that point in time when we developed the forecast.
So what's the baseline of expenditure in managing FEG currently?
So that's, I'll have to take that on notice. I don't have that in front of me, Senator.
Can I ask, what I'm trying to get my head around is that expenses under the sub-function are expected to increase by 1.8% in real terms to 22-23 as a result of higher than expected payments for payments
yes.
under FEG. So it seems somewhat contradictory to then say, here's the saving because of FEG and here's the growth because of FEG, and I'm trying to work out what that means.
But to clarify, so there's a terminating budget measure in relation to the Fair Entitlement Guarantee program, the processing of claims, and that explains the drop-off in the figures that go against the Industrial Relations Group. The little bit of confusion that's arising is the budget has headline figures for the outcome relevant to the Industrial Relations Group, and there's a decrease. So we're explaining that decrease by reference to FEG. However, so that leaves a resultant number. Within that number, part of that will go to each of the divisions, represented here in the Industrial Relations Group, some of which will be for FEG, which will be allocated in the budget closer to the financial year.
Okay, so what are you expecting?
Can I just get an indication?
Are you
'Cause
expecting a 7% cut in, what's the expected cut inside FEG then?
Senator, in FEG, we expect there to be a slight increase in claims over the next year.
Yes.
However, we don't expect to get back to what we consider traditional level of claim activity for a couple of years. So we would imagine that over the next couple of years, and indeed going beyond that, should claims stabilise at the traditional level, that we will have adequate resourcing to do it, because it'll be based on our resourcing prior to the surge funding.
Okay, and are they staff or consultants? Staff that did that work, is it?
Yeah, it's a mixture, Senator, if I understand your question, of ASL, so public servants and contractors. So at the moment of that surge funding, I think we have 30 of the 50 ASL that were set aside for this year filled, and I think we have a percentage of the money that was set aside for contractors. I think we have 17 as a head count, roughly, Senator.
Okay, what's the trend in insolvencies? What are they now? What can you tell us about the use of FEG over the current financial year, the previous year and the year forecast?
Just bring that up, Senator. So insolvencies are still lower than their current trend, and then of insolvencies over time, it's shown about 1 in 6 insolvent companies leads on to a FEG claim. But if I go through our claims received, in the current financial year, and I have figures as at the end of February, there's been 3,629 claims received.
Mm-hmm.
For the full financial year of 2021, there was 5,978 claims received.
Yeah.
For the full financial year of 1920, there were 12,383 claims received. And I've got 2 other years if it would assist you, Senator. So for the full year of 1819, there were 13,584 claims received. And then the full year of financial year of 1718, there were 12,035 claims received. So you can see from that it's still quite low by historical averages.
What's the forecast for next financial year?
Our forecast for next financial year has FEG's claims rising to for the rest of this financial year, the forecast is that there'd be about 7,000 in total. 7,060 is the forecast.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to find the year after that, Senator, in my notes.
Okay. Can I ask?
Senator Pratt, can I get an indication, because we're due to break at 12:30, which
I'll
is
have
a
to-
hard
It would be,
marker.
I'll try and finish this
And-
topic before.
Oh, so
Senator
sorry,
Small
Senator.
did have-
The March 22
Okay,
modelling
we can
done.
come back then.
No, we're not, at 12:30, this section's finished. We're on education and employment this
Sorry,
afternoon.
and Senator, I have in that time. got the answer to your question. The forecast is for 10,295 claims in 22-23.
Thank you. Do we mind going over just a little bit?
Well, I had this conversation with Senator Sheldon this morning. It's a hard marker at 12:30.
I understand
Other people
that.
have other commitments. I understand the rules of estimates, but we had this conversation, and maybe if you had sorted it out between yourselves about timing.
No, it's not a
because you
matter-
had over an hour on the ROC this morning, and the ROC are coming back next week where you could have asked them questions.
Well, we
So
might bring the department back next week then instead.
we can have that conversation, absolutely.
Yep. Okay.
So how about I'll yield my time if
Yep,
we can be
that's
done at
fine.
12:30 and stick to program. Is that
And then we'll talk about next week's
Yep, that's
program and
fine.
adjust.
Okay. Do you have, please, an impact of the scheme of arrangement discussions on those figures? Mr. Hare, you said that you were looking at scheme of arrangement decisions and discussions and how they would affect FEG, which is where you have a scheme of arrangement instead of a bankruptcy or insolvency.
So,
Where's that up to? What does it look like?
So my understanding is that there's still been no formal decisions made in relation to the consultation paper that...
Not insofar as they relate to FEG.
Yeah, sorry. So we haven't built in any
Okay,
changes.
there's been a recommendation. We seem to get the same answer. What progress has been made in implementing the recommendations of the FELS review into migrant workers with the respect to the inclusion of migrant workers in FEG? Have you costed that?
You said there hasn't been any change in the status of that since last estimates. I think we said in previous estimates we had costed it and thought it might cost around $7 million per year in additional claims. I think, though, that it has been a couple of years since that costing was done, and of course any final costing would have to reflect the parameters of any final decision.
Can I ask Senator Cash, does the government support Mr Fell's recommendation in relation to the inclusion of migrant workers?
I think the government's position in relation to the Migrant Workers Task Force is clear, and I'm happy to have the department take you through all of the recommendations and exactly what we've done.
Can I ask, sorry, I think you said you support the recommendations.
I said the government's position on the recommendations is clear in terms of what we've implemented to date, and we're still considering that matter.
Okay, when can we expect this issue to be resolved? There are some dire situations for some workers. There was a chef who worked for a catering company who was stood down without pay during COVID. He had 10 weeks of annual leave. He asked his employer to take the leave to get him through that time. The employer said they didn't have enough funds to pay him his annual leave and they were going bust, but this worker, owing to restrictions on his sponsorship, could not seek alternative employment for fear of jeopardising his permanent residency.
I'll get Mr Manning to take you through that.
But they couldn't access FEG either. Why has the Minister, Mr Manning, why has the government not done anything to address this shocking and unconscionable inequality?
Just hold on for one moment, Senator
Sorry,
Pratt.
Senator, I'm not clear yet. Did you say the employer had become insolvent? So FEG doesn't operate in circumstances unless the employer has actually been become insolvent. So even if they're in administration...
No, I know that.
Okay,
I skipped over the explanation to shorten time.
Sorry.
But yes, they did become bankrupt.
And Senator, I think I've said to the committee at previous hearings that I don't think it's right to categorise it as nothing has occurred, in the sense that the department has released a discussion paper on extending FEG to migrant workers and conducted 2 rounds of consultation.
And the government
with
simply
affected
hasn't made a
agencies.
decision to do the right thing yet.
Well, Chair, again...
That's fine, I'll leave it
The
there.
government agreed to examine whether to extend FEG to migrant workers with work rights. The proposal remains under examination. There are a number of complex issues that need to be considered. and that is where we are. And the issues include taxation and visa compliance matters.
Chair, I just have a brief question for the Minister to follow up.
And then
Very brief.
And then we're done.
Yeah, that'd great.
Minister, do you take accountability for the failure to introduce a labour hire registration scheme this term of government?
I'll defer that to the official who can take you through where we're at, Senator Sheldon.
I might start before I pass to Mr Manning. So there's been a range of movements since that original recommendation was made, including additional states enacting labour hire registration schemes. There was a subsequent report provided to government with a recommendation that the government consider looking at harmonising the various schemes. And at this point, and the industrial relations ministers met and asked that work be undertaken by officials. That work was concluded relatively recently, and advice is now with the minister, subject to before it gets sent out to all the relevant ministers.
So it's an ongoing process, but I'm working with the relevant state and territory ministers.
How far off?
Oh, that'd be a decision for government, Senator Sheldon. But again, we remain committed to a nationally consistent approach, but you do need to work with the states and territories to achieve the objectives, given they have different regimes within their own states and territories.
Chair, if I may, there was a question asked earlier around the costs for the legal. So my understanding is the Registered Organisation Commission was asked that, took that as a question on notice. The response was EEC AE 22052, and that provided the cost to the ROC.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Now, just before we all go for breaks, and I thank the department very much for attending this morning, do we want to seek agreement for the department to return on the schedule? There is time. We're due to adjourn at 6 p.m. on Thursday next week. We could...
Perhaps you should have a private meeting, Chair, and not have this discussion in front of the officials. It might be something that you wish to discuss privately later.
So I was hoping they'd say
you might
yes.
not want that on the Hansard. You might want to have a private meeting, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the officials for attending, and that concludes this session of the hearing, and we will adjourn and be back at 1:30 p.m. for education and skills. We will now resume our estimates hearing, and we are moving on to the Department of Education, Skills and Employment, the Corporate and Enabling Services. Would anyone like to make an opening statement?
Thank you, but no, Chair.
No, thank you, Chair.
On that note, I will call on questions and I will hand over to Senator Pratt.
Thank you. I'm going to commence by asking why former Minister Tudge is still on the department's website, listed as the Minister for Education.
Because he still is. He's on leave.
Is he still being paid a ministerial salary?
That is probably a better question for Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, but he is certainly still the Minister.
Is he still receiving briefs and emails from the department?
There is an acting minister, as you're well aware, Senator Robert.
And you can't advise me, so you're saying no, he's not receiving that because it's all going to Stuart Robert?
Senator Pratt, I did not say that, but but Senator Robert is the acting minister at the moment, so I think it would be safe to assume that he is assuming the role in an acting capacity, as the term suggests.
Dr. Bruni, it is very good to see you. May I ask if you're aware, in terms of correspondence from the department to the relevant ministers, is Mr Touch still receiving emails and briefs from the department?
Michelle Brunninger, Secretary of the Department of Education, Skills and Employment. No, not to my knowledge, Senator.
Okay. And you're unable, so the answer is not to your knowledge, so he's not, as you're aware, performing any official duties as a minister in terms of being stood down.
Yeah, so Senator, if I can just draw your attention, so the latest ministry list was published on the 8th of October, and that specifies that Minister Tudge is Minister for Education and Youth, and we have 4 ministers, as you'll be aware, and that Minister Robert, on the 4th of March 2022, following the Prime Minister announced that Minister Robert will continue in his role as Acting Minister for Education and Youth and Minister for Employment, Workforce Skills, Small and Family Business.
So what happens when someone writes to Minister Tudge currently?
Those ministerial arrangements are a matter for the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Yes, but when people raise education issues with the Minister for Education based going off the website, they go, right, I want to write to the Minister about schools resourcing. What happens?
Well, Senator Pratt, I think you, as well as all of us, know when you have someone acting in that position, then they are acting in that role and undertaking those functions.
Well, that's why I'm confused as to why he's still on the website in the context that there's no guidance given to the public that they should just write to Stuart Robert instead. It's really important that governments are responsive and timely when people raise issues, and it seems ridiculous to invite, to promote the Honourable Alan Tudge MP as a minister if it's, there's not even a little caveat that says he's currently stood down, please direct your correspondence here so that we're not wasting everyone's precious time paper shuffling.
Well, Senator Pratt, again, as you and I both well know, that when somebody is acting in that role, under previous Labor governments and under this government, when somebody is acting, then Minister Tudge's staff, who I understand are still supporting the portfolio, and the acting minister, which is in accordance with very long-standing tradition. I mean, acting is acting. I think it's pretty self-evident, Senator Pratt. The work is still being done. There are just acting arrangements.
How long's he been stood down for now?
I wouldn't actually characterise it that way.
When will he return?
I'll take that on notice, Senator Pratt.
Well, I'm assuming
again, as you know, that's actually a question for Prime Minister and Cabinet. It's not a question for this portfolio.
Okay.
But it is, Senator Pratt, it is really crystal clear that when you have an acting minister, the minister is still the minister, but somebody else is acting and performing those duties with the support of the minister's staff.
Yeah, it's normally a pretty short-term thing when someone's on leave or overseas. It's pretty extraordinary that it has been for this length of time without the minister actually being dismissed or reinstated. Do you expect that Minister Tudge will be reinstated?
Well, Senator Pratt, that depends on the outcome of the election, and again, it's an issue for the Prime Minister and for Prime Minister and Cabinet.
So if he's been stood down for some time, why not have put the Honourable Stuart Robert substantively into all of those roles until after the election? It's pretty misleading.
Senator Pratt, I can't really add anything more because we have long-standing acting arrangements, and those are in place, so the portfolio is being very well managed.
Okay.
And nothing more to add.
So, but the department, what are the staff doing in his office if is Dr Bruniger's, was Minister Tudge receiving emails and briefs from the department while he was stood down, and is he receiving them now?
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
Okay. And Senator Reynolds, you said that Minister Tudge's staff are still employed, if they're not receiving any correspondence from the department, what are they doing?
Senator Pratt, I think you've just conflated and completely misunderstood Dr. Bryn's...
Okay, so the correspondence is not going to Alan Tudge. Does that mean that, in effect, Alan Tudge's staff are working for Stuart Robert and answering his correspondence?
Senator Pratt, I'm not quite sure how much clearer we could be. However, the portfolio correspondence still goes to the portfolio minister and the minister's office.
And who is that?
Who are processing. Well, as we've said, the portfolio minister is Minister Tudge.
So, but
because
Dr. Bruni just said Minister Tudge was not getting
Senator Pratt, just allow me to answer the question.
Correspondence from the department.
Senator,
do I misunderstand this?
Point of order before the chair.
Yeah, we've been clear this morning.
There is a point
Wow,
of order before the chair.
We've been clear. You were clear with members earlier this morning about the need to actually allow witness response in exchange for a question.
Thank you. Minister.
Senator Pratt, as I said, this is incredibly clear that the minister is still a minister. He still has a ministerial warrant. There are acting arrangements in place. His staff are still in place, as I understand, and they are dealing with the correspondence that goes to the ministerial office, which again is done in support of the acting minister, Minister Robert. So what the Secretary has said is entirely consistent with that. So it might not go to him personally, but it is certainly going to his office to action, and that is entirely consistent with probably decades of precedent for acting ministers.
Okay, so if the correspondence goes into the Honourable Alan Tudge's office and it is his staff that will propose how to reply and then forward it to the Honourable Stuart Robert for...
There is no difference. Instead of going to the minister, it goes to the acting minister. And I can say, with my portfolio hat on, my engagement with that office on important issues of childcare, for example, it is business as usual.
Okay, thank you.
I think that Senator Pratt raises a reason. We heard from Dr. Bruni's that, in fact, he wasn't receiving any correspondence from the department, and now we're a bit confused about what he is receiving and where is it going. So that was a reasonable question.
Yeah,
that's why. I mean, it's again. I'll perhaps possibly explain this for the fourth time now.
Explain it in a way that we can understand it, because we've just been told he's not receiving correspondence from the department. So where's that going?
So
let Dr. Bruni just explain.
Let's just break this down. I'll go through it a fourth time. The fact is, Senator Lyons has asked, is we have a minister of the Crown. He has an acting arrangements for another minister, which is entirely in accordance with the standard processes that many decades of ministers have adopted. Both offices are in place. His office is in place, and it is working to deal with portfolio matters. But instead of actually sending the material to Minister Tudge, Minister Robert is dealing with those matters in exactly the same way. And again, I can attest, coming from a different portfolio that engages closely with the Secretary and her staff and Minister Tudge's team, it is business as usual, absolutely.
Okay. So when Dr. Bruni said he wasn't receiving correspondence, what's happened? Can you explain yourself?
Certainly, Senator. So we would, if we were writing a ministerial submission, for example, in higher education, we would write that to the acting minister, but it would go through Minister Tudge's staff, who still have responsibility as advisors for that particular area.
Well, that was what Senator Pratt was saying.
Go to Minister Tudge's. Does he still have an email address, or does it go to the acting minister?
Marcus Markovic, Deputy Secretary, Corporate Enabling Services. It would be progressed to the Minister's office. We progress briefs and correspondence to office, so the staff in the office, as the Secretary's indicated.
Okay,
and
so
then from there are arrangements to get that logistically or administratively transferred over to the acting minister, but we progress items from our systems up to the office.
Okay, does the Minister, Tudge that is, still have a DESI email address?
The minister does not have a DESI email address.
Okay. Has he resigned from Cabinet or is he just on leave?
That would be a matter for Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Is Alan Tudge still the Minister for Education?
Yes.
How can he be the Minister for Education when he's not receiving any correspondence?
Senator Pratt, maybe I can sort of...
Well, look, normally when people are acting, it's for a
the
couple of
fifth-
weeks. You don't shut down someone's email address.
Maybe the fifth time now, it is in long-standing, multi-decades of precedence, we have a minister who has another minister acting for them. It is quite clear. It is not at all unusual. And the functions of that ministry is business as usual.
Okay. I'll now quickly ask about Workforce Australia. We were told at the last round of estimates that the rebranding for Workforce Australia was going to cost about 1.1. Has that cost increased? Has any of that funding gone to employment service providers or third parties outside government? Have you estimated what it will cost them to rebrand?
So, Senator, I might just start. So you'll be aware last estimates, I think we talked about the branding of the new employment services model being introduced in July this year, and that replaces the existing one, and that in fact the development of the brand strategy of Workforce Australia is complete, and indeed the rollout has commenced. And that total cost for developing the Workforce Australia brand was about 1.059 441.91 in costs. I think we gave that to you last time.
Yeah.
And that was the collapse of at least 50 existing brands under that Workforce Australia. I might just refer to, we've started to roll that out. I think last year in December, I made that announcement within the department. And we started to roll that out. So we rolled that out over a period of time, but we might just get an update if we've got an update of what we've rolled out to date from either Mr Markovic or indeed Ms Stewart.
So my question was about the $1.1 million and if it's increased, and about whether any of the funding's gone to employment service providers. And I think the rest of... you're answering questions that are ahead of, still a bit ahead of where we might go.
Right, sorry.
Is there a breakdown of that expenditure? Perhaps that is what you were going to come to.
Let me have a look, see if it can help me there. It's complete,
Senator, we have provided a response to question on notice at last time you asked
Yes.
for a breakdown of that expenditure. So can I be clear, the 1.059 million, or rounded number, relates to the cost of developing the brand, and that's what we discussed last time. There will be costs now of rolling that out, which we will be meeting partially through internal resources, and of course employment service providers will also need to make brand updates as we roll forward to 1 July.
Do you have costs attached to web design, social media, letterhead, signage and brand merchandising for things such as pens, water bottles, mugs, T-shirts, those kinds of things yet?
So, Senator, at this stage we're not anticipating promotional material in the way that you've just described that. We will of course have to update websites, and so as an example, last time I talked about my existing web team will go through, and as they make updates they'll apply the new branding to get us away from the 50 odd items that we spoke of last time. And I think I tabled that chart for you of the existing
Yeah, I'm just
brands.
looking for it in my answers.
So that'll be the internal costs of us applying much of the branding.
22110. Can I ask, you did just say that you expect the cost to increase. What is the expected expenditure to get everything rebranded?
think Mr Markovich actually talked about some of that is internal, Senator. So, for example,
You'll
our
absorb
websites,
it?
we would do that as a BAU within business as usual.
Yeah. Yeah, as things wear out, you'll run out, you'll replace them, in other words. Was there another, I've got answer to question 110, SQ 22 110. Was there another one that's supposed to deal?
I think you had a couple, Senator, if I can help you there. You had questions about when the decision was taken to rebad, which is 110. And the other question I've got here is 103. Which related to...
and 003.
Yeah.
And Senator 003, which
Triple
is
03.
essentially the same question as 103.
They tend to come to us in the order that you send them back, so they can sometimes be a little hard to find in order. In the last response to Quons, we were advised that the decision was made on the 30th of September. Can I ask who made the decision? Who was the minister? And was it the minister that made it?
Yeah, Minister Robert.
Was the department asked to provide advice on this decision?
The department did provide advice on this decision, Senator, yes.
Was it a suggestion of the minister or of the department?
Senator, my recollection says it was a recommendation from the department.
Great. Was a cost-benefit analysis done?
In terms of the 50 brands versus one, Senator?
Yes. Well, we did go through this previously in relation to the problem, the issue of having so many different brands, but how did you work out that it was going to be more cost efficient to do this? What you could have done a fairly simple cost benefit analysis. Was one done?
Yeah. Senator, I'd have to take that question on notice for you around a particular cost benefit analysis, but I think we had the conversation last time about the market research that we had, and I think I raised with you concerns about the 50 brands, and that was very confusing for a number of people, citizens in Australia. So we undertook the project to do some market research to really test about how easy it was to recognise and find pathways in, and we took the decision and provided a recommendation to the Minister that we collapse those into one. And having gone through that and internal departmental processes, Workforce Australia was the recommendation that we put to the Minister.
Okay. Have you estimated the cost of signage yet?
Senator, as I said, a lot of it's internal that we'll do on branding. I think we've just spoken to that about internal websites, changing those 50 brands to one. Yeah.
And what are the expected costs for providers who work under Workforce Australia contracts?
They under the new contract, Senator, they would be expected to have that branding there. I think we're fairly clear with contractual arrangements so that it's very clear that they're expected to adopt that branding as part of the contract.
Are they paid to do that, or do they absorb those costs as part of accepting the contract?
Senator, that would be part of the contract requirements.
I don't have the detail in as to whether, yes, it's part of the contract requirements, but do you pay that just in terms of the outcomes, or do you actually pay that as a separate part of the contract?
I think it's just an expectation, Senator, but in the employment section, I'll seek clarity if there's a change to that. But I think it would be a very clear expectation for the contract that the services providers adopt that branding.
Okay. The estimates in February, Mr Markovich advised that 21-22 budget measure Vet Skills campaign was still under development and to launch this March. budget of 10.6 million. Why was this 21-22 budget measure still under development in February 2022?
Senator, I might start to speak to that and we might go for more detail, but if you recall last year government poured an enormous effort into Job Trainer and we did a number of information campaigns and advertising around Job Trainer that was jointly done with states and territories, and that just delayed around the status of vets. So the energy and effort around Job Trainer and all the places that went into the market then and the advertising campaign, we put a priority on that, and that meant that we were still under development in the time frame that you have just spoken to.
When did the minister sign off on the current campaign that has not yet commenced?
So, Senator, the campaign has commenced.
Yeah.
And I think I'm just thinking my certification date would have been sometime last week. I would have certified the campaign and then the minister would have approved the launch of the campaign.
Okay, can we get a copy, please, of the expected expenditure attached to each, the timeline of the campaign? I recall that the last estimates you helpfully shared us a table, I think it was for this campaign, of ads and the different kinds of bookings that had taken place under the campaign, if my recollection is correct.
We might be able to share that with you now.
That would be, yes. If you're able to table that, that would be terrific.
Marty
please.
Stewart, Assistant Secretary Communication. Senator, the Minister approved the launch of the Vet Skills campaign on the 24th of March. Just in terms, so you're seeking further information about the media?
The expenditure, the platforms of the advertising and the timeline of the advertising.
Yep, sure. Just 1 second.
I'm seeking if that can be tabled, please.
Senator, we had a budget for Vet Skills campaign of $7.5 million for the advertising spend. That included television, cinema, digital, called and Indigenous. Okay, my information shows it's a budget of 10.6 and that there was a contract for 8.25 million for the media buy.
We also had a PON on that, which was SQ22000102. Is that the question on notice you're referring to?
102.
102.
Additional costs, that's right. Sorry, I'm also looking at the answer to 522 and that's confused me in terms of comparing the two.
Senator, if I can assist, the last item on 102, you'll see a media buy plan number of 7.5 million. Just draw your attention to that excludes GST. So
yeah.
the difference between that and the 8.25 that you're referring to is GST.
Great.
So, but that answer itemises all of the phases of the budget, the services we're providing, and of course the costs, as you asked last time.
Okay, so have the phases changed at all?
No.
So they're still locked in. Are you able to? It's hard for me to tell when the density of the that was a general pattern. Does the density of the advertising spend change at any particular point, or is it even throughout the campaign?
Senator, it went live on the 27th of March.
Yes.
With that $7.5 million advertising buy. It's due to stay live until the 30th of June, pending caretaker arrangements.
Does the spend stay consistent across all platforms, or does it peak and trough?
I can go through in terms of the spend for each of the components of the campaign, if that would help, Senator.
I'm not interested in the individual components. I'm interested in, so for example, when you buy Facebook advertising, you can, spend $5 a day, or you can spend $5,000 a day. So I'm looking for the peaks and troughs within weeks or days of when the expenditure peaks across the line items that we've been given.
Senator, I'd have to take that on notice in terms of the timeframes. If I could tell you go into detail in terms of the buy, that would indicate when the emphasis on television and the other components of the campaign.
Yeah, okay.
So television, the spend is $2,128,306.88.
Okay, and if you just pause there, has that already commenced?
Yes, it has. It went live on the 27th of March.
And you are unable to tell me if that spend is consistent or if it peaks and troughs at various points in time?
I'd have to get further detail on that.
Is there anyone who's able to give us that detail now? Who's
No, I'd have to
here
take
with
that
no?
on notice, Senator.
Okay.
Senator Pratt, can I just have an indication, because we're meant to roll over to the next section?
I'll just very
happy to-
quickly finish this. What's the relationship between the Vet Skills campaign and the Skills Communication campaign? Why has the Skills Communication campaign increased in the 22-23 budget from 17 million to 19 million?
So, Senator, the Vet Skills campaign is to increase awareness of the diversity of qualifications available through VET that lead to in-demand industries and pathways to employment.
Yeah.
The Job Trainer campaigns to inform Australians of specific training support and opportunities on offer to school leavers and job seekers through the Job Trainer Fund.
What's the timeline and breakdown for future expenditure under those campaigns?
Senator, the Job Trainer campaign is live until the 30th of June this year, pending caretaker arrangements, as is the Vet Skills campaign.
Thank you. Can I ask, have you got, in addition to the peaks and troughs of the spend, a geographical breakdown of the spend of that Vet Skills campaign, please?
Senator, what I can tell you is it's live in key regional locations.
And what are they?
So we have, I'm going to provide you with more detail on that, I think. It's covering all states and locations. And if you want further detail on that, I'll need to take that on notice.
What's the information that you've got in front of us? What are the locations that are written down in front of you?
So just key regional locations.
And what are those locations? Or does it...
I'll have to take that on notice. I don't have
Just
further
to be
detail.
clear, do your papers just say key regional locations, or do you have locations listed?
I don't have locations listed, Senator.
Okay. What's the balance between regional and metro then?
Once again, Senator, I'll have to take that on notice.
Key regional locations is not particularly meaningful. What does that mean, do you think?
Senator, I'll have to take it on notice in terms of getting that specific detail to you. I don't have that in front of me.
Why have a briefing note in front of you at all if all it says is key regional locations?
I think one of the reasons, Senator, is that, this is a national campaign on the status of VET, and so we'll take it on notice. And if we can come back, we'll do that in a timely way for you.
Okay.
Is that all for this section?
Can I ask for a breakdown, a further breakdown of the 19.4 million, please, for the Skills Communication campaign?
Senator, may I just ask which number you're referencing at 19.4? Just so we're talking about the same number. I've got different numbers for our campaign, so I'm not sure.
Okay, so the Skills Communication campaign increased in the 2022-23 budget. From what I understand, it was 11.27 to 19.4 million.
Could you have a ref?
I think, Senator, if I can just clarify, I think we've got Job Trainer campaign and we've got the status of VET campaign. So I think part of the issue we're dealing with here is a difference in language. So the Job Trainer campaign has been running in every state and territory. It will continue to run. I think I heard Ms Stewart say until the 30th of June this year in different states and territories. And indeed, I think the last one that I certified was the Tasmanian campaign. So there's been a series of different timings in different states and territories on the Job Trainer campaign, and there's an amount of money that's been dedicated for that. And then there is the Vet Skills campaign, the one that started on the 27th of March. So they're the two campaigns.
But my understanding is the budget says Skills Communication Campaign. What is that?
Have you got a reference, this budget or last budget, Senator?
I'm not aware that we got additional
We
money
didn't.
for a skills campaign.
So I think it might be last
for
budget
22-23. There wasn't, not for this. I'm just unable to identify that number, Senator.
Okay, I'll have to. Perhaps if we need to come back to it in skills later, so we can move on to early childhood.
Higher education we're moving on to.
I don't think we've got anything.
Higher Education Research and International, and I know that Senator Faruqi does, but she won't be back until 2:15. So do we have any questions for higher ed research?
We might just change, if we're finished with corporate, we might just change the staff over if we can. Our holding room's downstairs, so we might just
Can
have
I ask, can we turn off for the 2 minutes while we change staff, and then I will go to the file?
Be great.
So we will just suspend for 2 minutes to
Comfort break, Chair.
suspend for 2 minutes so that we can get the right officials at the table. We'll reopen hearings. We are moving on to the Department of Education, Skills and Employment, Higher Education, Research and International. Would anyone like to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay, on that note, I will hand over to Senator Small, who has some questions for the department.
Thanks very much, Chair, and good afternoon, folks. I have a couple of questions with respect to the University Research Commercialisation Action Plan. I see people surging out of their seats in anticipation. Can we start just with the higher level, I guess, please? How much was originally allocated to that program, and have there been any changes in the 22-23 budget?
So Senator Tony Cook, Deputy Secretary for Higher Education, Research and International. So, as you would be aware, the Prime Minister made announcements in February around the Research Commercialisation Action Plan, and part of that, and I think it's in Budget Paper 2, outlined what the funding looks like over the forward estimates. So just to outline what that was, there was an announcement of $2.2 billion made up of a number of parts. So the Australian Economic Accelerator, $1.6 billion over 10 years. The expansion of the CSIRO's main sequence venture program, which is $150 million. Trailblazers University program, $243 million over 5. And there was an additional $118.9 million for regional Trailblazers announced as part of the budget. That's part of the Regional Accelerator program, and so there's additional funding there. There was also the Workforce Mobility Industry PhDs and Fellows, which is $296 million. And then the other announcement that was made in the budget was $37.4 million to establish a CSIRO Research Translation Start program over the next 4 years.
So was that, sorry, just to be clear, was that $37.4 million in the budget then on top of what was announced on the 1st of February? Right.
So the two things that are on top of what was announced in February is the $118.9 million for the regional Trailblazers, and the $37.4 million for the CSIRO Translation program.
Okay, brilliant. It's probably worth going through the regional Trailblazers program in some detail. I know Senator Davies also very focused on that. What's the likely impact of that reform? What does it mean for regional Australia?
So, Senator, as you're aware, the Trailblazers program is very much about universities working with small and medium enterprises, industry more broadly, about how, in terms of the 6 national manufacturing priorities, how they can lift the research that might be happening in industry and universities through to a commercialisation stage which actually brings economic return back to the particular region. So the potential for a regional trailblazer is to actually have significant uplift in the regional economic benefit of the regional trailblazer would bring, the increase in terms of research capacity in regional locations across Australia, but very strong support for small, medium enterprises in regional Australia as well. So that includes job creation, as well as the economic benefit more broadly in terms of what benefit that particular commercialisation could bring to that region.
Certainly more local jobs in regional areas is something that's heartening. Minister, how does the funding from this government's budget compare to previous allocations from government?
Well, it's an increase, and thank you very much for the question, Senator Small. So this year in the budget, we've got a record $19.9 billion funding in the higher education sector, which is an increase of $1.7 billion from 2020. And again, as we've heard, there's record funding across the board, and particularly in some of the programs that Mr Cook has just gone through. So thanks to our record investments and reforms, Australian universities are in a better than expected financial situation. So just a couple more comparisons. So this is up 15% from $17.3 billion in 2019 and up 34% from the $14.9 billion under the last Labor government.
That sort of speaks for itself, Minister.
It does.
What have the reactions from research and industry leaders been to the Research Commercialisation Action Plan, I guess broadly speaking?
Senator, I've had the opportunity to meet with most Vice-Chancellors across the country. Individual meetings I have with each Vice-Chancellor. We also meet with universities once a week as part of a discussion around what's called mission-based compact. It would be fair to say that there's very positive reactions to the additional $2.2 billion, the possibility of what that means about the linkages between the work they're doing in a university from a research perspective, but also the broader industry partners that they're working on. It is fair to say, which is demonstrated in the 8 that were shortlisted as part of the original process several weeks ago, the 8 universities that have been shortlisted for the Trailblazers program, very significant take-up by industry partners. Hundreds of millions of dollars of potential co-investment by industry partners in relation to that particular program. And many industry partners, from very large industry partners to more smaller sort of family businesses, have taken up the opportunity to partner with universities. And so when we have looked at it as part of the panel process, we've been very excited about the possibilities that might be able to exist between research, universities and industry more broadly.
So that trilateral engagement between government, industry, and of course universities occurred not only in the development of the plan, but it's actually occurring in an ongoing sense as the plan's enacted?
That's correct, Senator. And then the Australian Economic Accelerator, which is the new announcement that was made by the Prime Minister. The Trailblazers was the first announcement that was made, and then the Australian Economic Accelerator will then be an ongoing process. And so it would enable researchers and universities to link up with industry to apply for grant funding every year. And that's an ongoing process now that would go beyond Trailblazers, which is a life of about 4 or 5 years. Australian Economic Accelerator will be an ongoing process to bring those two, the 3 groups closer together.
And Senator Small, I think the context of this is important because obviously not all research and development funds by the Commonwealth Government goes into education. But last financial year it was $11.8 billion across the whole Commonwealth Government, and that includes $3.3 billion in the education sector. And just to sort of have a look at how that breaks down in education. So over the forward estimates, that'll be $13.1 billion in education alone, and that's $8.2 billion over 4 years through research block grants, $1.4 billion over 4 years through the National Collaborative Research Infrastructure Strategy, and a total investment of $4 billion over 12 years. And the final is $3.4 billion over 4 years through the ARC. So, and your question about stakeholder support. it's been very strong. So, for example, the Business Council of Australia released a statement supporting the government's focus on research commercialisation and what it described as a very common sense package. Chief Executive Jennifer Westacott said the government's $2.2 billion package will significantly improve Australia's ability to commercialise our best ideas and innovations, scaling them up to create exciting new industries, new exports and new highly skilled jobs for Australia. So I don't think the BCA's endorsements of this could have been any greater than it is.
Indeed. No, thanks, Minister. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I will now hand over to Senator Faruqi, who has some questions.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. I also want to ask a few questions about the $988.2 million in the federal budget over 5 years to deliver the government's university research commercialisation action plan. And within the budget papers, it states that these measures will be partially met from existing department resources. So I just want to find out how much of this funding is new and additional funding.
Thank you, Senator. So, Senator, I refer to Budget Paper 2. So the funding that's outlined in Budget Paper 2 is new funding. So the $988.2 million over 5 years, the $505.2 for the Australian Economic Accelerator, the $295.2 for the mobility, the researchers program. The $150 million, of course, is equity funding going to CSIRO, and the $37.4 million also going to CSIRO. In relation to that description, there will be, as you would imagine, some departmental costs that we would do in terms of our own staff supporting the work that we do, while we got some funding for additional staff for the Australian Economic Accelerator. As is often the case, the department often absorbs some of the
So how much is that out of the 988?
I'd have to take that on notice. It's not part of that 988 to the best of my knowledge. I think there's some additional on top of that.
Okay, because it says it will partially be met, so it's additional funding.
So the full measure of the 988 is all new money, Senator.
Okay, and anything from existing department resources will be additional to that?
Is about us implementing then the program as part of our staff would normally do.
With tying university funding so closely to commercial interests, as this program does, I guess a few organisations, including the Centre for Future Work and the NTEU, have raised concerns, and I have a bit of a worry about maintaining independence of university research. So has the department considered any long-term fallouts or issues with research independence and integrity, given that the program's heavy focus on, kind of corporatisation, commercialisation of research?
So, Senator, you would be fully aware the total amount of research that goes to the total amount of funding that goes to universities for research. There's also $2 billion on top of that for the research block grant, and about $1 billion of that is for the research program. That wasn't my question.
I'm sorry, Mr.
No,
Cook.
but you asked about research. Sorry, Senator. So I was just giving the full picture of what the research looks like.
I know the full picture. I'm just, I guess my question was, does the concern that has been raised by the Centre for Future Work, which says more funds will support PhD students deemed to be pursuing commercially attractive topics of study, while increasing collaboration between universities and businesses can be of help, tying university funding so closely to commercial interests raises troubling questions about the independence and integrity of university research. So I'm just asking, have you considered if this could further increase corporate influence on universities and reduce their independence? Is that something that you have considered?
Senator,
Senator Faruqi, I wouldn't actually accept the premise of your question. I think you're making imputations about the commercial sector that, based on what evidence? You're asking, I think, the officials to speculate on a political...
I'm not asking them to...
Senator Faruqi, you are actually asking them to speculate about a political statement you have made without any evidence to back it up.
I think there's clear evidence that when research is commercialised, it is the commercial interests that are involved, and there could be an eroding of independence of universities. I'm just asking, are you concerned about that? It's a very simple question. No, if you're not, just say so. Just say you're not.
Senator Faruqi, as I said, that is a very sweeping generalisation that has very significant political undertones to it, well, not actually even undertones, overtones to it. And I just don't think it's an appropriate question based on no evidence. And particularly it's a speculative question for the officials.
There is a heap of evidence to show that because of government cutting funding to universities over the last decade, they have been more corporatized. There is no doubt of that. So, there is plenty of evidence to say that.
Senator Faruqi, I think you completely misunderstand the purpose of those relationships is that Australia has a significant amount of IP sitting in universities, which could be doing a lot of great in the world, but they are not, don't have the skill sets within the universities and with the academics to necessarily commercialise it. So by partnering with people who have the experience to commercialise and have the capital behind it, there is nothing inherently corrupt about that. In fact, it is in our best interest. The issue that you're referring to, I think, is more about the issue of ensuring that there is probity arrangements that sit around those arrangements, but there is nothing inherently corrupt in
well, that's a word you have used, Minister, not me. So obviously you're in a defensive mode, but let's agree to disagree. I do have a few other lines of questioning, if that is okay.
Senator, can I just assure you that for all our programs, we would normally carry out a risk assessment. That's a part under the Public Governance and PGPA Act that I'm required to do. So we would, as a department, have risk assessments on all of our program areas that we're required to do.
Thank you, Dr. Brunelius.
The Research Integrity Committee, which is shared between ARC and NHRMC, haven't raised anything to me about increased issues or concerns around integrity as a result of the government focus. So I have no data, and as I indicated earlier, having spoken to almost all Vice-Chancellors now, that's not been an issue that's been raised with me directly.
Okay, so that's what I was asking about. Higher education, as we know, has been one of the hardest hit kind of sectors during the pandemic. And yet, as far as I can see in the budget this week, expenses towards higher education are expected to decrease by 5.4% in real terms from 2021 to 2022. From 2021-22 to 2022-23, and decreased by 3.6% in real terms from then 22-23 to 25-26. I just want to know if this decrease in real terms is attributable to the government's Job Ready Graduates program at all? Or can you give us some details on why it's happening?
So, Senator, some of the details in relation to student and Commonwealth contribution to particular areas of study, job-ready graduates, the transition funding in relation to that, also the additional funding that was provided to short courses in 2021. But overall, as a total budget, just some of the figures that you were indicating before, 2023, as Minister indicated, was about $20 billion. In 2024, it'll be $20.8 billion. In 2025, it'll be $21.5 billion.
I'm particularly, sorry, Mr. Cook, I'm particularly interested in this reduction in real terms. So is the job ready graduates package then, in fact, because of that, there are a reduced number of student places that the government subsidises? Is that the forecast? Is that why the reason for this reduction?
So there'll be additional places, is my understanding. I think the estimation was about 30,000 additional places this year. Mr. English?
Yeah, Dom English, First Assistant Secretary of Higher Education. The profile of funding across the next few years is heavily influenced by two things that were one-offs in the funding system. The first one is the $1 billion of additional funding for research that was provided in 2021. And
so that's gone.
That was a one-off, yes, and so that will show as a decrease into 2022 because it's not there in 2022, obviously. But also, as part of the Job Ready Graduates package, there was a reprofiling of the public spend on students to support universities through the transition to the new funding model. So while the funding model was being changed to provide support for a greater number of students, to ensure that overall revenue for universities was not diminished from previous arrangements in the transition period, when you took into account both the public funding and the student funding. Some of the funding, there was some additional public funding brought into this year and next year while the transition was made to the new funding system. So again, an artificial increase to help support universities through that transition period to the new funding model, which is explicitly designed to put more places for students into the system.
But it's reducing not just this year and next year, it is reducing till 25, 26. So what accounts for that? I mean, the one-off done now, so that'll show up soon. The transitional done, that'll show up soon. So why is it reducing till 25, 26?
The profile of funding that we've put in place was resetting the Commonwealth contribution overall at a lower average rate per student to realise the efficiencies that we had identified through the funding model.
Yeah. So it's not the Commonwealth number of student places that are reducing?
No, it's not. It was the, resources per student to reflect the data we had on the cost of delivery. And then we put in growth. We used that dividend to put greater growth in student funding over time, and so that takes a few years for that to start to build up over time, especially when you've got to take into account the interaction between the grandfathered students who are still in the system and they're coming out over time, and the new students coming into the system who are funded under the new model. So over time there is a period of this 3-year funding agreement while that's being resolved, but the result of that is a substantially increased rate of growth for the sector beyond this funding agreement that was made possible by, as I say, harvesting an efficiency and turn that into additional places at a better level of indexation going forward for the sector.
Could you provide us on notice like the trends after that? Like, have you kind of estimated what the trends will be?
We have answered that on notice in the past, Senator. I can
for how many? Do you remember for how many years? Next 5 or 10 years? Or
I'll check.
If you could, that'd be good. So, even though Commonwealth places are increasing, obviously funding for universities is decreasing. It makes no sense to
Well, so Senator, the other thing you have to remember, is this is actually, apologies for the point, this is actually also, you're only looking at the Commonwealth contribution side. Obviously, there's the student contributions, which need to be
and that is the
well.
crux of the issue. The Commonwealth side reducing, and more students will have to pay more and more money and be burdened with more and more loan, which is actually my next line of questioning. According to the ATO, the total amount of outstanding higher education loan program debt is up to about, I think it's $68.7 billion as of 2020-2021. Does the department actually project how much outstanding help debt there will be under current higher education policy settings in, let's say, 5 years' time or 10 years' time? Is that something that you undertake?
We certainly have estimates of the amount of loans we need to issue in the budget papers for forecasting purposes, obviously, and we rely on the Australian Government Actuary estimate of student debts outstanding, and so they update that every year, and then it's basically a sort of it's a projection on expected student loans that then follows. So we don't have a target level of total student debt that we project, for example. It's not a policy target per se. The policy target is to make the system available to students, but we've got some projections.
Where can we find those numbers?
In the portfolio budget statement.
So just for the forwards, though, not for 5 or 10 years?
Yes, no, we don't publish 5 or 10 years out.
The actuary report's published online.
The actuary report that calculates the as at 30 June 2021 data is online, yes.
But that's what I've said to you. June 2021 says it's $68.7 billion. But what I'm asking is, what do you make projections of what this? Is there a reason why you don't?
Senator. Well, I mean, the actuary does this work for us anyway. So it'd be the actuary doing that work. We don't do this individual work ourselves. They use the calculation. What we do, as Mr. English said, is we project what we anticipate the loan component of that is, which are, I think, in the budget papers, Mr. English, is that right?
Yes, so the fair value of the debt is reflected on the balance sheet of the department on page 93 as part of the trade and other receivables line in that budget statement for the next 5 years.
Is that about 50 million?
It's 50 million for
50 billion
for higher education and 60 billion in total for the full scheme.
Good.
Yeah.
So the ATO also reports that there are about 2.9 million people who have outstanding health debt. So in similar lines to what you've responded before, you probably don't do projections of how many people will have an outstanding debt in 5 years?
think it would be hard to build a projection on that, Senator. It depends on personal circumstances and financial circumstances. But you're right, 2.9.
Surely you can see the trend for the last so many years
so
and
project.
project.
But we also don't know when COVID impacts on financial circumstances, and so some of those increases has been a result of students deferring payments, increasing payments. So I do appreciate what you're saying, but there have been some shocks to the system which we wouldn't have predicted in terms of some of those projections.
The average debt now is about 24,000 per person, and the number of people with debts above 50,000, it has continued to grow, and I think there's 278,000 people last year who had debts above 50,000. And obviously this debt is indexed every year. And with the quite high rates of inflation and low wages growth, do you expect the average level of debt will increase in the coming years?
So we don't model the trajectory of outstanding debt in that fashion. We have estimates of the debt that students will accrue each year for the purposes of the budget forecast, but the actual outstanding debt per student, it's likely I could extract something from the AGA modelling.
It has been increasing, right, over the years. The average debt has been increasing.
Well, yes, I mean, simply as a matter of more students taking more study per person on average over time, indexation raising the value of the loan that the student takes out at any given point in time compared to the past, a whole range of different career pathways that people face when they leave university, and the arrangements in the loan system itself that mean that they don't pay that loan back until they're in what's been defined as a position that's better than they were when they started studying generally. So there's a whole range of reasons why that debt per person will vary over time. We'll happily see what we can extract from the AGA analysis, because there is inherently built into that some assessment that they bring.
If you could, that'll be great. And Minister, this is my last question. This is for you. Given that 3 million people have these debts and more students will be accruing these debts, and young people will be graduating into a world where cost of living is high, where inflation is on the rise, does that worry you, the burden that young people carry at the moment?
Senator Faruqi, I think there's a number of parts and number of aspects of the question from the government's perspective. It has been long accepted since Labor actually introduced HECS in 1989, that individuals undertaking tertiary studies and who benefit from it should make some contribution. And I think it was the Barefoot Investor who said that it is still the best loan that anybody in Australia will be able to take out, because it is indexed by inflation, but there is no interest charged, and it is also, unlike in many other schemes globally, people only have to start paying it back when their financial circumstances allow. So as we've heard,
$47,000 in this day and age is not really financial circumstances allowing.
Senator Faruqi, if we can let the Minister finish here.
Sure.
So from raising some of the points you raised about the fair value, so as I understand it, going back to the beginning of the scheme, 1989, the total value of debts outstanding is 69 billion, but the fair value of that, in which we'd expect to get back, is around 50 billion. But again, as Mr Cook and Mr English have said, there's always a range of variables about how much of that will come back. But each year, the calculation, I believe, is about 15% is not expected to be repaid. So there is an inherent stabiliser in there. So when people are under financial stress or they're not earning the income back to be able to afford it at the levels that are set, then they do not have to be. And Senator Faruqi, I cannot think of another scheme anywhere in the world that is as fair as this one.
Minister, higher education is free in many parts of the world. So there are much fairer, more sustainable, equitable schemes.
That's what worries me about a Labor Green alliance, if you win the next election.
Well, it doesn't worry millions of young people.
It is not free, Senator Faruqi. Money is not free, it comes from somebody. And this is an absolute balance. And in this case, it is paid by the taxpayer. And again, people who benefit from tertiary education get over half
They
of
do
that
pay
paid by
taxes
the
later on in
taxpayer,
life
and
as
they
well.
only have to pay it back when they're in a financial position to do so. So it is not free, Senator Fruki. Someone pays for it, and that is the taxpayer.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Pratt, you have some questions?
The National Student Survey safety results were recently released. The survey is run by the Human Rights Commission. It revealed that 1 in 6 students had been sexually harassed since beginning uni, 1 in 12 had been harassed in the last 12 months, and 1 in 20 had been sexually assaulted since starting university. 1 in 100 had been assaulted in the last 12 months. Are you aware of these very concerning results?
Senator Pratt, yes, I am, and as is Minister Robert. And in fact, the survey came out on the 23rd of March. He is very concerned about it, as is, I think, all of his ministerial colleagues. And in fact, Minister Robert wrote to all universities yesterday, addressing this issue, highlighting this survey results to them. And I believe he indicated that while there has been some progress, not nearly enough, as this survey indicates. So yes, we are, and yes, he's already acting. And I'll just see whether the Secretary has anything more to add on that.
Are you going to set up a task force or something, or what?
Well, via the Department of Social Services, Minister Ruston has already provided $1.5 million to Universities Australia to develop a sexual violence prevention campaign to be rolled out, it's been developed at the moment, I understand, and it'll be rolled out from next year.
Yeah. It was reported that former Minister Simon Birmingham was about to set up a task force to monitor universities' responses to assault on campus. But as we know, the plan was cancelled after Scott Morrison became the Prime Minister and the Education Minister changed. Had the former Education Minister, Minister Birmingham, prepared the terms of reference for such a task force?
Senator Pratt, before perhaps the Secretary answers that, maybe it would be helpful if the Secretary could finish the first question, because I'm sure there's some more things in relation to that survey and what the Department is doing with the sector.
Yeah, so,
no, I just asked about whether you were concerned and if you were aware of the results. I didn't ask what the current response was.
Well, I think that's sort of quite relevant, Senator Pratt, is yes, we're aware of it and we're already acting on it. And I'm sure that would be of interest to senators to know what we're actually doing about it.
Except with respect, Minister, Senator Pratt's asking the questions and she's made it very clear the questions she wants answered.
Senator, if that question was to me, yes, I am aware and yes, I am concerned, and yes, as a department, we work closely with the peak bodies. Indeed, I remember back to the first survey and having briefings from UA Australia, in particular, around the benchmark survey to see the numbers the way they are today. There isn't anyone that I have dealt with that hasn't been concerned about that.
Had the former Education Minister, Simon Birmingham, prepared a terms of reference for a task force?
He is no longer the Minister for Education, so I don't think he'd be preparing terms for a...
Did he so this issue of sexual harassment on campus has been around quite a long time. Did the former minister ever prepare a terms of reference, not in response to this report, but in response to the issue of sexual harassment and assault on campuses?
Senator, I'd have to go back in time and check the records. That's 2016.
What was... Well, it is some time ago.
I had Minister Birmingham as Minister for Education, so I'd have to check the year, I'd have to check the Hansard.
Okay, so in other words, what you are telling me is that the issue is significant, that other than the issue, the response that Minister Rushton has made of that $1.1 million, there has been no other response to this issue?
Actually, so Senator Pratt, you're now egregiously misrepresenting what I and the officials have said. We will take that component on notice about the previous minister because we don't have that information to hand. But if you'll recall, just a couple of minutes ago, I actually offered to provide the opportunity for the Secretary to provide you that additional information, and you said you did not want it, which was reinforced by Senator Lyons. So
no, and I don't need
we are
it,
very happy to
but
provide it, but do not say we're not providing it when you tell us you don't want us to provide it.
No, that's fine. But what I actually wanted was whether the government had prepared a terms of reference previously. Mr Cook or Mr English, are you
Senator,
aware?
we'll take on notice. I wasn't here, but what is important is the regulator, TEQSA, has a specific role in relation to sexual harassment and sexual assault on university campuses, and it's actually part of the regulatory requirements. So just to be very clear about TEQSA has a role to monitor and report on higher education institution responses to incidents of sexual assault and sexual harassment. It's a core standard. It's in the Higher Education Standards Framework, Section 2.3, Wellbeing and Safety, subpoints 4 and 5. So TEQSA assesses all universities in relation to it. TEQSA also receives sexual assault and harassment complaints from students and investigates the response that higher education providers have made in relation to issues raised by those complaints. TEQSA has also done a good practice note. That note is available on the TEQSA website. TEQSA released a statement last week when the Universities Australia National Student Safety Survey was released, again outlining that it was a requirement of the framework for all providers to have in place appropriate policies and procedures to prevent and respond to allegations, report or incidences of sexual assault or sexual harassment involving their students. TEQSA's on next week, I think. Senator, there might be further questions for them, but I can assure you, having met with TEQSA, they take this issue very, very seriously, and they do ask individual providers to provide documented evidence of the work they're doing in these areas.
Thank you. I'm glad there's some activity, but my question pertained to the task force. There's been media about this previously, and I'm advised, based on the media getting hold of an email exchange, which said Senator Birmingham's
Could
then...
you table the media reports you are referring to?
Well, they're straight from my questions, if you don't mind me reading them.
But it would be convenient for the whole committee if we could all see the media reports. Then we would understand the context of the reports, we would understand the task force they're referring to, and you would get clearer answers from the department.
And I am fairly certain, and I'm happy to correct the record if this is wrong. I think that direct action that Mr Cook just talked about, the responsibilities of TEQSA, came in after the first report, and the fact that Minister Birmingham had taken that action to actually make it as part of those core standards of TEQSA.
That's fine, and I'm glad there has been other action, but, and I won't refer to the media report. Are you aware that Senator Birmingham's then Education Advisor said, "We're so close. I've briefed the office, including Minister Tian's Chief of Staff, on where things were up to before recent developments, and have passed on relevant documentation, including the terms of reference and proposed composition of the task force." Can I ask you, Mr English, are you aware of a proposed terms of reference for such task force? That's all I want to know.
So, Senator Pratt, you did actually ask that. You've asked it in more detail now. But
No, I'm just
we've asked
asking.
it-
You're preventing him from answering the question.
Senator Pratt, I'm the minister at the table, and you've already asked that, and the officials have taken that on notice. And if it's
Well, they must be stupid if they can't answer it
Senator
now.
Pratt.
That is totally inappropriate.
I know they're not
language, and
stupid.
Well, to impugn it is
can I ask that
totally
Senator Pratt withdraws
unbecoming
that
of a
statement?
senator. So,
I know they're not stupid. I'm just
Minister.
asking for, Mr English, are you aware of the terms of reference that was drafted in relation to that
Senator
task
Pratt,
force?
that has been asked and answered, and we've taken it on
I'm
notice.
asking
and you will
Mr.
not table
English,
the
are
document
you
to which you
claiming
are
cabinet
referring.
privilege?
Senator
Asked and
confident
answered,
order.
Senator Pratt.
the minister has the right to respond, and please let her finish.
The thing is, Senator Reynolds, if you take that on notice, are you prepared to give me a truthful answer based on Mr Dom English's current knowledge of the status? Take on
Senator Pratt,
notice.
Chair, Can I just ask her to withdraw that? Because again, it's a reflection on not only
No,
the
I'm not
officials but myself here about the truthfulness of what we are saying here today.
I'm asking you to take on notice this point in time, today being the 1st of April, April Fool's Day. Does Mr Dom English, at this point in time, right at this very moment in time, have any prior knowledge of a draft terms of reference in relation to sexual assault and harassment on campus for a task force?
Senator Pratt, as I've said, that was asked and answered.
Senator Pratt,
No, I'm asking you to take that question on notice.
Senator Pratt, that was asked and taken on notice. And again, the way that you asked that question is clearly making an imputation about the character of Mr English.
No, it's about yours,
No,
Senator Reynolds, because
you
Mr English
specifically
could
mentioned
quite
an
capably
official.
answer the question.
You specifically mentioned the name of an official in what can only be seen as a derogatory manner. In fact, you were quite derogatory. So not only have you not withdrawn any of those imputations yet.
I'm happy to withdraw calling
Thank you.
officials
So it's been
stupid. I
asked,
was being
we've
somewhat
taken it on notice, given it
ironic.
does involve a previous minister, and particularly as you will not table what you purport to be reading from. So
I don't think that's got anything to do
the
with
officials
the
here are many
question.
things. They are not mind readers and they are incredibly professional. And so if you will not table that, we have taken on notice, and that is that. From my
Senator Reynolds, may I
perspective.
ask, are you a mind reader?
No, I'm not.
So you don't know what's in Mr Dom English's mind as to whether there is or is not
Senator
a
Pratt,
recollection of a
the
task
question
force?
you asked was entirely inappropriate. You have just withdrawn the question because
No, I haven't
you were
withdrawn
impugning
the question.
reputation
I've
and character
withdrawn
of
any
officials
imputation.
here.
Senator Reynolds, what question am I asking?
Well, that's actually a very good question because you've just withdrawn it.
No, Senator Reynolds, does Mr Dom English have a recollection of or any prior knowledge of a terms of reference that had been drafted?
You are asking an opinion of the official.
Okay.
And as we've said, we've taken that
Why
on
is that
notice,
an opinion?
Senator
It's a
Pratt.
state of knowledge.
Senator Pratt, they have agreed to take on notice, given that they don't have the benefit of having the article that you keep referring to in their hands.
The articles
there
are
could be a
relevant.
number of conversations about task force or anything like that.
I know Mr English knows the portfolio a little better than that.
They've taken it on notice.
Thank
We've got
you.
a date for things taken on notice. I ask that we move on. Or we
Thank
can
you.
break for...
No, that's fine. I'll continue.
Chair, could I just correct the record? My staff had just informed me that it was Minister Tehan who embedded those standards within the texto, so my apologies for that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just need to reorganise my papers. Have you been asked to prepare advice about sexual assault and sexual harassment on university campuses for the Minister? Please, Dr Bruniges.
Senator, I think Mr Cook just outlined the fact that the Minister actually outlined the fact that Minister Roberts has written to the universities on that. We'll continue to meet with the peak bodies on the issue, and particularly UA, around the survey to see what else we can do to support the university sector on this really important issue. Yeah. Sorry?
Can you table the minister's
Minister
letter?
Roberts' letter? Yeah, I'm happy to take that on notice for you, Senator Lyons.
Well, can you get us an answer within a few hours?
We'll see what we can do. There's a whole, there's a whole range of MPs with states and territories, I think, in the other portfolio too, that's been incredibly important. There is a range of effort across the whole Commonwealth on this issue.
That article through.
Let me just go through. I think the Minister mentioned the $150 million into technology-focused measures to support victims of family and domestic and sexual violence from Department of Social Services. There's a $260 million national partnership with states and territories on addressing family and domestic and sexual violence. So all of that material's really important as well. And I know that the Minister, to reiterate what the Minister has just said, the Department of Social Services has provided $1.5 million to Universities Australia, and that funding will be used to develop sexual violence prevention campaign to be rolled out in universities in 2023.
I will table that article for you. Yeah, and that's now coming. Given the recent survey, will you revisit the notion or the plan to have a task force to scrutinise university responses to sexual assault and harassment on campus?
So, Senator, I think Mr Cook's already pointed out that explicit in the core standards within TEXTA, they are one of the things that they audit and actually follow. So the arm of the regulator will be incredibly important in looking at the university data on that issue.
But that doesn't, TEXA doesn't coordinate a sector-wide response. It just critiques whether they haven't met the standard or not.
Yeah, and having that as a core standard, as I said, that Minister Tien put in the core standards is a critical component.
Okay, so how are the universities going to go about addressing this issue?
Senator Pratt, you raised some very good issues in relation to this issue, but it is not, as you point out, it is not one organisation like TEXA's sole responsibility. DESI and TEXA are working with the Attorney General's Department and the AHRC on the roadmap for respect implementation in universities, including in universities. A number of universities are creating their own task force to address their own results and their own circumstances. So this is not the responsibility of a single department or a single organisation. We have to do this together across sectors, which is what is which is what is occurring.
Sounds pretty wishy-washy to me. But anyway, universities, are there any particular universities that the government has concern about?
Senator, as Dr Brunges and the Minister indicated, there's been a range of contact with universities in relation to the matter. Many universities at the time of the survey being released have outlined what they're proposing to do. A number of those universities identified their own data wasn't as good as they wanted it to be, and so they're looking to reinvest their work or reinvest their efforts. There's mandatory training for students, there's mandatory training for staff. I think the Australian National University, for example, announced a $3 million initiative around student safety, sexual assault and sexual harassment, and so there's a lot of work that universities are doing. They're also working together through Universities Australia. Universities Australia, I think, has developed a best practice guide in relation to responding to sexual assault and sexual harassment on campus, and so there is significant work that needs to be done. That being said, Minister Robert also very clearly outlined to universities in the last 24 hours or 48 hours in writing that there's still further work to be done, and the work that we do as a department when we meet with universities literally every week, and so we meet with the university every week, and part of our conversation is about student wellbeing on university campuses.
And we had already started implementing as a government the roadmap for respect, preventing and addressing sexual harassment in Australian workplaces, I believe in 2020. So again, this is not just an issue for the higher education sector, this is a national issue for all workplaces, and ultimately each and every workplace has to address their own issues, which is why also some of these, the oversight, but also the national roadmaps are so important, Senator.
Thank you. Quickly, the Australia's Economic Accelerator, which we've touched on briefly, the budget papers show that only $500 million, less than a third of the funding in the Prime Minister's announcement, will be delivered in the next 5 years. Is that correct, please?
So, Senator, in terms of the total $2.2 billion, $1.2 billion of that will be delivered over the next 5 years.
How much in the next 5 years?
$1.2 billion.
$1.2 billion. How much has been delivered in this has a 1.2 of the total
2.2.
2.2. So you're saying it's just a little over half in the next 5 years.
For the total research commercialisation package, Senator, that's correct.
But I would point out, Senator
Why?
Pratt, that it's a 10-year program, so you wouldn't expect a 10-year program's funding to be spent in the first 5 years.
I'm just trying to work out where I got the 500 million from. The $1 billion of funding, how much of it's back-ended outside the forward estimates of the total project from now?
As I indicated, of the 2.2 billion over 10 years, 1.2 billion of that is spent over the forward estimates, which
But as I said, Senator Pratt, this is a 10-year program, so you wouldn't expect 10 years of funding to be spent in the first 5 years.
But I am referring specifically to the accelerated program. How much of the total package is the accelerated program, and how much of that is back-ended over the forward estimates, please?
Sure. So, Senator, within that 2.2 billion, 1.6 billion is the economic accelerator. And on average, I think it's in BP2. So it's outlined in BP2. It's around $180 million per year ongoing after the forward estimates.
Okay.
So that's
I'm
page
correct in
75 of
saying it's
BP2.
less than a third that will be delivered over the next 5 years.
The makeup of the Australian Economic Accelerator, I think I might have explained this at the last estimate, Senator, is actually to start, it's a round program. So the first round starts in the next 12 months, and then the second round starts, and then the third round starts. And so by its very nature, it's a cumulative program.
So it's correct, yeah, that all that being given, it is correct that that accelerator program, 500 million of that is being spent in the next 5 years. Can you provide, please, a breakdown of the funding for the accelerator program over the medium term?
Happy to take that on notice, Senator. I've got the figures here for the forward estimates, which, as you said, is in BP2, 505.2 over 5 years and 182.3. Well, it's 182.3 per year ongoing, so that gives you a rough estimate of it would be 180, on average, 182.3 million ongoing in the out years. That's what's in the budget papers on BP2, page 75.
The Investing in Australia's University Research Commercialisation, so that's budget paper 2. It also notes that the measure will be met partially from within existing resources. How much of the funding is redirected from existing programs?
Senator Faruqi asked that question earlier, Senator. We took
Okay,
on notice
and did she ask
amounts.
which programs are being
So,
cut
Senator,
to fund that?
no programs, as we explained to Senator Faruqi. What's in budget paper 2 is all new money. The work that, or the additional that would be met from the department is our own staffing to enable us to implement those programs.
I understand the program's due to start in July. Why hasn't the government introduced the legislation to get it going, and can it operate and get started without such legislation?
So, Senator, the government has introduced legislation. It was introduced in the last sitting.
Well, can it be passed before July? It doesn't change really the question. Can the accelerator operate without the legislation passed?
Yes, it can, Senator.
It can?
It can, Senator.
Are there any limitations on which parts of it can operate?
I don't believe so, Senator. Under the HESA Act, we are able to utilise the HESA Act in terms of some of its guidelines around research and also link with industry that funding can operate, and an interim advisory board can also be established.
Senator Pratt, can I just get an indication of how much further you've got? It is afternoon tea time, but I'm in your hands.
Hopefully we're okay. I just need to unknot myself from going around in circles on... Senator Reynolds, I believe you now have a copy of this article. Underneath Minister Birmingham's picture is a quote from said email. I've briefed the office on where things were up to before recent developments, passed on documentation including the relevant terms of reference and proposed composition of the task force. Are you now prepared to let Mr English answer whether he's aware of that documentation?
Well, having a look at this, it actually cites two previous ministers. So to answer that question, and given it was over 3 years ago, this story was published, well, as I said, we'll take it on notice and check to get the correct answer for you.
I'm simply asking about Mr English's recollection, not about anything else.
Yeah, I've taken on notice, and it's entirely appropriate.
Gee, you're bizarre. That's great. Thank you.
What, taking it
Can
on
I
notice, Senator
ask
Pratt? There's nothing...
What the
Really?
legislation, do we need legislation at all if the accelerator can operate without it?
So, Senator, yes, we are going to have put legislation, well, we have put legislation to the House. We do need legislation. We've been able to find other mechanisms through HESA, but for clarity around guidelines, it is our view absolutely that legislation is needed for the AEA.
So you do need the legislation?
The government has put legislation in the House.
Okay.
So we wouldn't put the legislation in the House if the legislation
What are
wasn't
the
needed.
legislative uncertainties to the program if the legislation's not passed?
As I indicated, we believe through HESA we're able to continue to, or we'll be able to make grants through the HESA process, but the clarification is the role of the board in legislation. So we're able to put an interim board in place, but to have an ongoing board in place and the roles and responsibilities of that board, the board's responsibility to develop plans for government, which is the responsibility of the board, that is part of the legislation.
So, Senator Pratt, are you indicating that Labor wouldn't be supporting this legislation?
No, I think you're trying to demonstrate that you're trying to keep a promise that you haven't actually met yet.
But again, Senator
you haven't
Pratt,
passed the
as Mr Cook has
legislation.
indicated, this is entirely
We
in
would have been
accordance with
very happy to
standard
get on and do
procedures so that there is a capacity to go ahead and keep developing and implementing schemes that have been announced in the budget in the interim until the legislation is there. So there is nothing at all unusual, and I'm quite surprised that you're not aware of these normal practices because we do it all the time in government and also in
Only
Parliament.
because of your mismatch. Can I ask, please, what happens from now on to get the accelerator up and running? Of course, we support the legislation. It's just a shame we didn't get to pass it already.
So, Senator, there's a range of work happening. Mr English maybe give more detail. We're looking at the priority managers. So under the economic accelerator, there'll be 6 priority managers. So we're currently sourcing and undertaking a process to identify those priority managers, each one for a national manufacturing priority. We're setting up the staffing to enable the process to happen. Mr English has been talking to the sector about how the accelerator will operate. We've been conducting a range of workshops in relation to that. I talked about it briefly yesterday with the sector as well. Mr English, any other detail you want to share?
Yes, we're commissioning a whole range of analysis that would support the targeting of effort through the accelerator to advise the board when it's formed about the priorities that should be adopted. The board is expected to commit to a 5-year plan and annual oversight of the scheme, and we're setting up that analysis. We're also drafting funding guidelines that would operate to allow the payments to be made under the Higher Education Support Act.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We will now break for afternoon tea, and I would ask that everyone come back just after 3:15, 3:20. I'm getting upstairs. 3:20 to give everyone enough time to stretch.
With higher ed, or are we...
No, we will, after the break, we will move on to early childhood and childcare. I thank the Department for Higher Education and Research and International section, and suspend for 15 minutes. Thank you very much. I welcome everyone back to Senate estimates for the Education, Skills and Employment Division. I'd like to welcome members from the department from the Early Childhood and Childcare section. Does anyone have an opening statement?
No, I don't think so.
Not for this
Chair,
one?
thank you.
Thank you very much. I will commence with questions. I'll hand to Senator Faruqi.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to start with some questions on access to early learning and what's been called as childcare deserts. Does the department agree with the assessment of the Mitchell Institute that 1 in 3 Australian children live in areas with inadequate access to early learning?
Thank you, Senator. Brenton Philp, Deputy Secretary, Early Childhood and Childcare. The Mitchell Institute report is useful in identifying some things, but I think it's important to put it in its context and some of the underlying assumptions. So the Institute's report identifies that there are what they call deserts and oases. In doing that, though, there are the assumptions behind it relate to, it assumes that every child in Australia needs access to early childhood and childcare.
And you don't think that every child in Australia needs access?
Well, we know at the moment, Senator, that only 46% of Australian children access early childhood and childcare.
Because 1.1 million have no access.
So the report goes further and only has regard to centre-based daycare. It has no regard to family daycare or other forms of childcare. Family daycare, for example, accommodates 90,000 Australian children each year. The report also works on the assumption that a centre-based daycare to provide services for a family must be within 10 minutes of that family, of the family home. And we know that some families, it's more convenient for them to have access to a centre-based daycare service that's closer to where they work, to where their children's schools are, or other areas of more convenience for them. So I think the report needs to be read within that context. We have had, clearly there is a need for childcare in some regional areas, and that's why the government has recently announced the further round of the Community Childcare Fund. But when we've examined some of the areas that have been noted within the Mitchell report as being, as they would call it, desert, some of those areas on the Starting Blocks website have vacancies across the board for all ages, including permanent vacancies. For example, in my hometown of Townsville, it was noted that Townsville was an oasis and that its surrounding areas like Charters Towers and Ingham were not. Ingham also has family daycare operators. Charters Towers, when we looked at it, the 3 childcare services there have vacancies at the moment. So I think the assumptions write the report. We need to be careful that the report's read within that context.
So does the department itself track or map areas?
Sorry, say again?
Does the department itself track or map areas with inadequate access to early childhood education and care? And if you do, then if it's not 1 in 3 Australian children who live in areas with inadequate access, what is it?
So we map to the extent that when we run rounds like the Community Childcare Fund, we do consultations with local communities and also with our state and territory partners to understand where those gaps are and where those thin markets or where there's no childcare services available.
So you don't have a map of where there is a lack of childcare services or a lack of access or where there is inadequate access?
Not in a mapping sense, no.
Okay,
Senator.
so you don't really know it's 1 in 3 children or 1 in 5 children or 1 in 2 children?
Like I said, Senator...
But surely the department should know where the needs are.
So, Senator, I would say that there are a number of things that we do. I think Mr Philp has indicated some, and I think that the report has been a useful contribution to the discussion. There's no doubt about that. But the broadening of the childcare sector to include family daycare, to think about what one place equates to one child is an assumption that's simply not correct. We know, for example, that one place might support more than one child per week because of the parental choice about putting one in. But there's no doubt in some of the regional areas that there hasn't been sufficient childcare, but the government, as I said in the recent announcement, with the 20 additional places that we will put in place in those regional areas is incredibly important.
Sure, but my problem, Dr. Burgess, is you don't actually know. From what I'm hearing, the Mitchell Institute have actually done some analysis. You're saying the assumptions are all wrong or whatever it might be, but you don't actually know. So I guess my question is, how much of the access gap will these 20 new services actually fill? Because
Senator Faruqi, what the officials have been saying is a couple of things. First, I understand that the Mitchell report didn't seek, during this report, they didn't actually seek guidance or checking with the data, and there's a number of things in there that, had the department been checked, that perhaps it shouldn't have just looked at centre-based daycare, but also family daycare and preschools. As the Secretary has
sorry,
said,
Minister,
the one place,
I have
one
heard
child.
that.
So
I have heard that. What I'm asking is, so what is your assessment? What areas don't have access? How much access is required?
Senator,
where's the map?
Where the access is, there's clearly some really hot spots where access, people are seeking more childcare, and the government, with its announcement of 20 additional centres, will indeed fill some of that gap. I think the other information that we have, we do know through childcare subsidy where parents are. Mr Phillips pointed out that it's not only within 10 minutes travel, as the report has suggested, but a lot of parents in a lot of areas will choose centres that are close to where they're working as opposed to where they're living.
Do you know how many of these parents choose that? Do you have
Senator,
a
I'm happy
picture?
to take that on notice.
Yeah, if you could, I think that would be good to have a bit of a
We'll have a look
map.
through Services
Yeah.
Australia data
Yeah.
and have a look and see what we can do.
I think it would be good to have a better picture if you think that this is not the best way.
And I think the other thing I'd say is the family daycare is a really important component of the sector. So only the report does cover an important section, which is centre-based care, but not family daycare or indeed preschools. And for example, in Western Australia, there's a preschool attached to every primary school, which would take enrolments of childcare in the preschool area. I know in the ACT there are a number of schools. Their Education Act runs from P to 10, including preschool, and there are preschools attached. So there are different state arrangements in terms of where they've put preschools in with schools versus standalone preschools and state-run preschools as well.
It would be good for the department to know how many kids have access.
Yeah. No, I take your point. It's really important. I mean, there are some data that we have, which is ABS and how many in preschools that come through the state-run ones. So there are a number of different sources that we would need to have a look.
Sure. How many services has the Community Childcare Fund helped establish since the fund was set up?
1,200 services.
And when was the fund set up?
Can I just jump in, please?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thanks. So Kelly Pearce, First Assistant Secretary, Provider Analytics and Integrity Division. So the Community Childcare Fund, as it stands at the moment, it was a fund that came in on the 2nd of July 2018 with the new childcare package. Most of that package in the first number of years has really been focused on maintaining the services that are out there, mainly in rural and regional areas. Under the Closing the Gap, we're in the process of establishing another 20 services. Most of that at the moment is going through community consultation. So prior to the Community Childcare Fund, in some of the older programs, there were elements of that were focused on establishing new services. Because the big focus initially has been on, maintaining the viability of the existing cohort, it's only really recently that we've started to explore providing funding towards the establishment of new services, like completely new services, as opposed to the community childcare funds had a very much focus on existing services and expanding their scope, which is often more efficient if they're already there than going through the kind of process of establishment.
So it's just these 20 which has been announced in the budget that they will look at setting up?
So there's 20 under Closing the Gap, which are focused on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities, and there's this 20 which would be new under this particular program. I don't know, I'm unsure because it predates my time in the area, but we definitely did establish.
I'm asking particularly about the community childcare fund.
No, the focus has been very strongly on existing services for so far.
And are there plans in future to boost the community childcare fund to provide more money to set up childcare centres?
Senator, I think that's really a matter for government, but also would like to get through this first, essentially 40, if you count the 20 in Closing the Gap, and the 20 that we're proposing. It could be that it's more than 20 if, for example, not all of them need, $900,000 each. That's certainly the costing that we've done. you know, depending on where communities are up to, you know, for example, if the local council foots the bill for the childcare centre, then our money will go towards other parts of the establishment.
The government also predicted that the changes to the childcare subsidy for multiple children that came into effect on the 7th of March would generate an additional 40,000, I think, extra days of care. So I know it's early, but what are the early impacts that you're seeing of that increased subsidy?
Senator, as it's only just come into effect, we won't see kind of those sorts of outcomes for a little while yet. I can say that we've had a very successful transition of existing families to the multiple child subsidy. So that's all gone very well. And we're very happy with that because, you know, you hold your breath a little bit whenever you make big changes to an IT system.
And will you be evaluating the impacts of
absolutely.
those? Okay, and when and releasing them publicly?
That's always a matter for the Minister. We try to be transparent. So just as we've released AFE's report recently, hopefully.
I'm just asking these questions because I know that some providers are quite concerned with the staff shortages at the moment and that it might be difficult to cover those extra days. So are you monitoring kind of workforce shortages across the sector as well?
We are absolutely monitoring the workforce issues because we're participating in the Education Minister's processes around the workforce strategy. So that's something that we are actively involved in.
We had a bit of a discussion on waivers last time in budget estimates, and I'm just wondering, is that kind of something that you think you may have to use increasingly to cover shortages?
That's something I might ask my colleague.
The waiver conversation we had last time, Senator, revolved around largely those waivers are there to where staff don't have the same level of qualification.
Yes.
So it's a qualification waiver rather than a person waiver. And they're granted by the state regulatory agencies. And so that's really a matter for those state regulatory agencies. Having said that, though, as part of the broader employment mechanisms and measures that the government's got, we know under the Job Trainer program there's been 6.8% of that total is early childhood. Under the announced Australian Apprenticeship Incentive Scheme, childcare workers are on the priority list, and job-ready graduates have seen a 42% decline in the costs and a 22% increase in the ECT and commencements of early childhood teachers. So as demand picks up within the market, then we'd expect that we're seeing, as part of these numbers, that more are coming into the system, which will accommodate some of those waiver issues. In fact, since November last year, there's been an increase of 10,000 employees within the early childhood sector.
Okay, so the data that you provided me through questions on notice following the last estimate rounds actually showed that completion in bachelor's diploma, certificate 3 courses in ECEC were down by up to 30% in 2020. So for instance, we had about 15,600 Cert 3 completions in 2019, but less than 12,000 in 2020. So has that changed in 2021, and there are a lot more people now completing? How is that? If less enrolled in 2020, then there is definitely going to be a shortage in future, right? 30% less.
Not necessarily. I'll ask Ms Twyman if she's got an increased data on this one. But the point you make is a good one in that it's about the completions of the service. So if we can decrease those who are not completing the services, so more increasing percentage as to those who start, then we'll have a net benefit to the market at the other end. But
thank you, Benton. Anne Twyman here, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Programme Payments and Early Learning Group Division. No, Senator, the latest data that we have was the data that we supplied with the questions on notice more recently. I think it's really important to look at that data in terms of the length of the course and also the penetration that the more recent areas that Mr Phelps has just outlined in terms of job trainer and the business apprenticeship centres, etc., will have. Certainly in terms
Sorry,
of...
but we already have had that impact. Completions are down by 30%.
Yeah.
So how is that gap going to be filled?
In terms of 2020, we still only have preliminary data, Senator, from NCVR, the Higher Education Student Collection. So it's still on the preliminary data, which we don't have more updated data at this stage.
Okay.
So that data still remains.
Okay. So could you provide that updated data when it comes?
When it's available,
yeah, so
yeah.
you do track the shortfall of early childhood teachers
Absolutely.
Nationally?
Absolutely.
Senator, I think last time also we talked about ASEQA's workforce strategy.
I know, I was going to come to that.
Okay.
And if you could provide a quick update on that, that'll be great. Where's that up to? I mean, during estimates in February, the department said the timeline for sign-off on the implementation of the plan was around the middle of this year. Is that still accurate? Still the timeline?
Yeah, still on track. And the
Still on
next,
track, and nothing will happen till that is done?
No, that's correct, Senator. Because it's a collaboration right across the sector with all states and territories, the next senior officials meeting, which the Commonwealth I chair, will actually occur on the 11th of April. And so we're expecting, progress at that point, but we still aim on target for mid-year.
So there's no progress on any of the priorities?
Oh, there has. Look, Senator, there's no doubt that each state and territory have been working hard on different priorities in the sector. I mean, I know we've just talked about, job-ready graduates, but I can say that, some of our early enrolment data indicates a 22% increase in the early childhood teaching commencements in the first half of 2021. So that's preliminary data, and I'm happy to take that away.
Sure.
So that looks really positive. And I think, for the sector and every state and territory, us getting, a notion about taking that action plan forward is incredibly important, because it will have the granular data in the state and territory context that we need to answer some of the important questions you're asking.
Yeah, and any update on the work that the department has done with respect to Priority 1, which relates to improving wages and conditions of teachers
So
and
that
educators?
that's part of the overall CEQA strategy for looking at. That was agreed by CEQA, so we'll progress that and have a look at the progress and the action plan to how that might be progressed as part of the action plan, Senator.
Just last few questions from me, Chair. What support is being provided to services impacted by the recent pretty terrible floods in northern New South Wales and Queensland?
Thank you, Senator. I'll ask one of my colleagues to join us at the table who can go through some of the details here. As part of the response to the floods, and that, we really do go out to those in Queensland and New South Wales who have been affected, the government has allowed services to waive gap fees. Additional allowable absences have been triggered as well. There is extra money available for flood support payments to those services who have been closed for 8 days or more as a result of the flood event. And further funding, and it's in the budget documents, has been contributed to ensure that the CCCF, or the Community Childcare Fund Special Circumstances allocation, is topped up to enable those applications. But I might ask Ms Akaro to go through, because we're monitoring this on a daily basis, and we've been briefing the Minister on a daily basis on this one as to what services are open and which ones we expect are in the long-term closure. So.
Michelle Akaro, Assistant Secretary, Provider Strategy and Approvals Branch. So I can tell you that from the 11th of March, we started sending out offers to all services in the relevant LGAs, and there were 5,673 services that were provided with an offer to sort of submit for the flood support payment. As of this morning, we've got 210 services that have accepted. There are 146 in New South Wales and 64 in Queensland. And as of today, we've paid 167 of those services.
So that was the number of services you just gave, Ms Akaro, are the ones who applied?
That's right. So we sent an offer to all the services in those areas, and they have to meet a number of conditions. So they decide if they're meeting those, and then they basically accept the offer. And once it's accepted, we have a 2-week turnaround where we provide the data and look at all of the sort of things, whether they're an actual service and things like that, and then we provide the money to those services.
Okay.
So,
and you said how much was the overall?
We've sent it to 167 services so far.
And what is
so
the
1.67 million.
And were any services kind of not accepted? or rejected?
So at the moment, no one's rejected. I think it's really just whether they're accepting them or not. We know that because of the 8-day or more requirement, some services may not have hit that 8-day mark yet, but because of the new floods that have happened in the last few days, some services now may become eligible when they may have only been closed for 5 days, for example, in the first LAE period.
So, Senator, we wrote out to all of the services in the affected local government area, so that's that 5,500 services that Ms Akaro mentioned. If they're of the view that they have been closed for 8 days or more, they agree to waive gap fees, that they prioritise children coming back when they're open, then they can accept that offer from us, and then we can process the payment. And that's at 167, or the $1.67 million that has been paid. And I think we've got in total about 200 so far under that. And this is different to the Community Childcare Fund special circumstances, where we can pay grant money to help rebuild and things like that.
Okay, and have people applied, have services applied for grants through the Community Childcare Fund?
Yes, we've got 4 currently that have applied, and they're under assessment at the moment. So 2 in New South Wales and 2 in Queensland.
Okay, and how soon will it be a quick assessment, hopefully?
I think so. I think that they're just, it depends on the data and the information that they provide, but it certainly is being prioritised with the group.
And how much money has been set aside from that fund, or will it be a case-by-case basis?
So it depends on how much they apply for. So they submit how much they're asking for in the grant process. There's no cap on the flood payments, my understanding.
That's what I was asking. Yeah. Okay. And for families who access early childhood services, how many temporary financial hardship subsidy applications have been approved so far in relation to floods this year? I'm happy for you to take it on notice as well if you don't have it handy.
I'll just see.
So in my mind, we've had at least 1,048. Mr Carey might have a more recent number, and these have been processed through Services Australia. Yep.
So 1,048?
Yes.
And they've all been approved?
Well, these are the ones that have been processed through Services Australia. Can I?
So being looked at the moment?
So there are 1,028 claims on hand. But it's in services. I think it's up to Services Australia, so we don't know yet. They've increased the number of staff that are allocated to process the claims, so they can do them quite quickly. But I don't think we have an updated number on how many have been actually approved.
Could you, when you do have that number, could you let me know how many have been approved and how many not been approved? And for those families, I'm conscious that not everyone knows what supports might be available as well. So what has the department done to reach out to families to make sure that they are aware of their potential eligibility for the temporary financial hardship subsidy? Because it would be good to reach out to people and let them know.
Yeah, absolutely.
There are people from Services Australia that were on the ground, especially initially in those very first few days of the floods occurring, particularly in New South Wales. And we understand through communications we've had with them that they've been talking to families and services to let them know about the assistance that is available. That's my understanding.
So all families know that this is available through the department, or no?
So typically the way we work is that Services Australia talks to the families and we talk to the services. So we've done a lot of work with the services, including I had staff ringing up all those services in affected areas. Services Australia has pushed out a lot of communications, including with their, I can't remember, there's a name for the team that they have on the ground, who works with the local councils, works with the local social workers, and indeed deploy social workers to the ground and let families know about these types of supports, including...
service teams.
That's it, yep. Thank you, Minister. As part of that broader, what is available to those families, that's through that service. I think we also posted as part of our social media activity and Facebook and things like that.
Okay, thanks
and
very
through our
much.
newsletters and things to the sector, so the services are fully aware of what's available.
Thank you, it's good to know. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll now hand to Senator Pratt.
Thank you. Support for the sector during the latest Omicron outbreak. How many early learning and care centres have closed? In particular, also due to flood emergencies in Queensland and New South Wales since the beginning of 2022.
Senator, I think we've just covered the floods. We might just quickly go back over those numbers. Mr Philp, if you can.
So with the floods data, we had the latest number available. Sorry, I pause only because we've had services that have closed for a very short period of time, and then those that have closed for an extended period, and then we've also now had 2 flood events in, which confuses the numbers. I think we had just over 30 services in the, as a result of the floods, most recently closed in what we'd say is in a longer term or more permanent way, and which we'll be looking at as part of those community childcare fund things. At its peak, we had 400 or just over 400 services closed as a result of the flood events, the first flood events. I think at the moment we now have 78, by recollection, looking at the numbers this morning, that are closed today as a result of the most recent flood events. So these numbers change. In fact, we're briefing the Minister daily on these things because some services were only closed for a day or two as they, and not all because of water inundation, but because they just couldn't safely have their staff come to work because they couldn't get through.
Thank you, that's very
flood
helpful.
areas.
I will leave it there and ask my office to review the Hansard so I don't take up our time on those flood questions. Can I ask, please, in relation to the $19.4 million that was announced in the budget this week to support the establishment of up to 20 new childcare services in regional and remote communities where access to quality childcare services is needed most. Has the department currently done an analysis of what kind of regions and what the profile is of the places that need those services?
Senator Pratt, we have actually just gone through that issue as well with Senator Faruqi, so those, I mean, we're very happy to go through that again,
Okay.
but
Well,
it will be on the
keep
Hansard.
Will the department approve the applications, or will it be the minister?
So, yeah, thank you, Senator. The applications under a CCCF program, the delegate for approving individual applications is the First Assistant Secretary, which is one of my staff. In fact, it's the position that Ms Twyman occupies at the moment. The minister's role is approving the grant opportunity guidelines and then making any announcements about those areas that have been decided. But the decision as to the location rests with the department.
So there'll be an open expression of interest process. Everyone's invited.
So we haven't
in a
settled,
region?
Well, I'll ask Ms Twyman to give us the most latest information, but we haven't settled the grant opportunity guidelines at this stage.
Okay, they're not going to say things like National Party seats only then, are they? Sorry, I'm being slightly facetious. Can I ask what the Minister for Regional Education, you've got the Minister for Education, when you say the Minister approves the guidelines, does that include the Minister for Regional Education being involved in the assessment or approval process?
So under this grant program, the Minister for Regional Education is the responsible minister.
Is the responsible minister?
I think Mr Philp outlined that the decisions are taken within the department, Senator.
So you can rule out that the Minister for Regional Education, who's previously been investigated for rorting grant programs,
And there were no findings made.
Okay, no findings
So,
made, but are you? You're taking extra care to ensure that it is the department, the Assistant Secretary, I'm sorry, that is
Senator
able
Pratt,
to approve those applications?
The officials didn't say they were taking extra care. They were very clear in outlining the standard procedures and those that apply to this particular round.
Okay, and does the former Minister for Regions, who is now the Commissioner for Regional Education, who's that again? That's former Senator Nash, I believe. Does former Senator Nash have an involvement in this program?
We haven't spoken to the Regional Commissioner at this stage, Senator.
Okay. And do you have a draft set of guidelines already?
Well, Senator, we have a draft set in the sense that staff are working very quickly to bring these together so that we can move as fast as we can.
And it's Anne Twyman, again, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Programme Payments and Early Learning. In fact, just this morning, the opportunity was placed onto Grants Connect on the Grants Hub to alert people to the opportunity with details to follow.
Okay, can I ask if the Minister's Office will see any applications before they are approved?
Senator, that wouldn't be part of our normal procedures at all.
It's not?
No.
Okay. And in understanding that Senator Mackenzie is the responsible minister, can I ask if the guidelines will be released publicly and be available for comment?
Senator, they'll certainly be released publicly. Whether or not we put them a comment, I just have to take advice from Mr Philp. But normally we would, through any grants process, we're very transparent and publish those guidelines as part of normal procedure.
And those guidelines are the only things that the applications are judged on?
Yeah, we would go through a process of specifying criteria in guidelines with, like all our programs, Senator. There's then an assessment done according to the criteria that appears in the guidelines, and then the delegate takes the decision.
Chair, I think Senator Pratt is becoming very close to actually starting to impugn the reputation of the officials here by suggesting that they would not follow requisite procedures internally within the department. I think they made it very clear.
Well, normal procedures don't exactly apply when it comes to Senator Mackenzie.
Now that
So,
I will
Senator
ask to be withdrawn, Senator Pratt, because that is directly impugning the reputation of a colleague. I have allowed your questions to go because I see that you are asking about process, and I believe the department are giving you the required answers about the process they're following, but I would ask that you withdraw that comment about Senator Mackenzie implying that...
withdraw. Thank you, Chair, and I don't have any further questions now that I've had that reassurance. And I'm just double checking, I think. I'm done on early childhood, thank you.
You're done on early childhood. Do you have any questions on early childhood? Ooh. Well, we could, if we have the officials available for schools and youth, we can suspend for a few minutes to allow a swap of officials, if that could be done.
That would be good. And perhaps, Chair, when we come back, I would just like to respond to Senator Pratt's question about a question that she asked regarding the portfolio budget statements. So I'm happy to do that.
Before we suspend, can we do that
Oh,
now?
I don't mind. Yeah.
Yep.
Would you like me to do it now while
Yes,
waiting?
we'll do it now and then... Yes.
Okay. Senator Pratt, you asked a question about page 73.
Yes,
on
the
budget.
$19 million.
Yeah, it does relate to the question that you had on notice, which was SQ 22000102, which related to the Vet Skills campaign. So you can see on the page 2 of that question on notice that the media plan and buying is 7.5 million.
Yeah, I've just got to try and find... What was the number again?
So you referred to page 73 of the portfolio budget statements, and your question was around the 19.433.
Yeah.
A subsection of that 19.433 is responded to in question 102, which is the media planning and buy 7.5 million on job, the skills campaign. And the remainder of that, which goes to around 9 million, was job trainer. So that 19 million that appears in the portfolio budget statements, about half of it refers to the Vet Skills campaign and fits with SQ 102, and the rest relates to job trainer, which is about 9.527 million.
Okay, and so it's that answer's still correct. I didn't miss the $7 million.
No, that's correct.
The job trainer campaign, is that complete now?
There are a number of job training that's continuing on in states and territories, depending on their skills lists and so forth. So you'll see that, I think Tasmania is the most recent one I noted before that we've signed off. So that's really advertising at what institutions, for example, in TAFE, whether they're offering nursing or so forth in New South Wales. So it's more a state-specific job trainer with course availability in each of the states or territories, and that will continue to run through until, I think, the 30th of June this year, but it's a state-based.
Online, or does it include TV?
No, some of it's on TV, Senator, and I think we've given you a breakdown of that before, but it will run as a state basis. It's not a national campaign because the courses are indeed only available at a state level.
Okay, and is it running statewide, or is it just in the north of Tasmania, for example?
No, they're normally statewide, depending on where the institutions are. Every website has a list of courses available. Sorry, and it's not on TV. I've just been informed. Tasmania is not on TV at all.
On social media and the like?
There would be. I can get the breakdown of that for you, but the Vet Skills one is a national one running on TV.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you, Dr. Bruniges.
We will suspend just for a few minutes to allow for a change of witnesses, and then we'll come back to schools and youth. Thank you very much and welcome back. We will now resume hearings with the Department of Education, Skills and Employment, Schools and Youth Division, and I understand, Minister, you have an update for the committee.
I do. Thank you very much, Chair. Two matters. First of all, we've just handed to the Secretariat the letter that Senator Lyons asked for from Minister Robert to all universities about the report. The second one is I'm delighted on behalf of Minister Robert to advise the committee that Education Ministers met this afternoon at a special Education Ministers meeting, and they have endorsed the Australian curriculum. And with your indulgence, I'd like to table the media release that provides the details on that.
Yes, that would be much appreciated. Thank you very much. I'm sure people have questions about that meeting. Okay, I will then hand over for... I'm sorry, my apologies. Welcome, Dr Baxter. Do you have an opening statement?
I don't, thank you, Senator. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. I will hand over to questions. Senator Pratt, are you ready to proceed?
Yeah, I am. Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr Baxter. Can I commence by asking, please, for you to clarify what funding is provided through Program 1.3, Government Schools National Support? That's recurrent funding for public schools, needs-based funding. I guess I'm trying to unpack, there's a comparison of the 22 and 21 budget papers, and it shows a cut to Program 1.3 of $559 million between 2023 and 2024-25. What do you attribute that to?
Thank you very much, Senator. And I have seen a little bit of the reporting of this today, so I think I am familiar with where you need to go. Senator, I can assure you that there has not been a cut in funding for government schools. I think, unfortunately, some of the reporting we've seen today has misrepresented the way that schools are funded. Schools funding is really quite simple. The funding the Commonwealth provides each year is based on actual enrolments reported in the latest student census in August each year. That tells us the number of students and their characteristics, and we pay for all students who are enrolled.
Okay, so can I ask in that context for you to provide the change in student enrolments as both a percentage change and as the number of students that's based on?
Certainly, Senator. So our projections are based on a combination of census data, trends of attrition, and also ABS population data. So unfortunately, it's not a simple matter of X students' numbers equals X dollar amount. There are also student characteristics, because you'd be aware that there are loadings which are attracted as well. So it's not a simple matter of saying X students equals then each dollar amount. I would say that the reporting of a reduction in funding actually relates to an amount that is 4 years of forward projections.
Yes,
and
I
it looks
understand
at
that.
what those estimates are going to be rather than money that is actually funded.
I know,
Because
so I
the-
understand that should the students be higher than projected, that the money will be there. That's
Correct,
correct?
Senator. So because it's a special appropriation, every student who is there with the characteristics they have attracts the funding that they are entitled to. If the students are not there, of course, they can't be funded, or if we're projecting that they're not going to be there, they can't be funded. But if they are there, they are funded. The
I
more...
understand all that. So can I ask in that context, when I look at these figures, it looks like the government is assuming decreases in public school enrolments that are 5 to 9 times as large as the change that occurred in 2021, and the opposite of the big increases that happened in the 3 years prior to that. Are you able to dive... I know you said it's complicated, but what do you attribute that to?
I can certainly go to some of that. We can tell you that over the last couple of years, we have seen some decreases in government school enrolments, and we have seen some corresponding increases in non-government school enrolments. However, to assume that that means it's a 5 times change is not accurate because of this issue that I've pointed to, that it also goes to school characteristics. So rather than being a $560 million decrease in funding, it is actually, over that same period, a $1.5 billion increase in projected funding. It's just a shift in the estimates between those 4 years. So,
So can I ask, in terms of the profile, are you able to break down, it's a decrease in terms of the number of overall student enrolment, but what's happening inside those numbers as far as the kinds of cohorts that are funded and therefore the funding level that you attach to them? What's the trend there?
I can give you a couple of examples if that's something that would be
Yeah.
useful. Obviously, it is a complex model that takes into account, as you know, there are 5 or 6 student characteristic loadings as well as the projections about student numbers. But to give you an example, we did see in government schools between 20 and 2021 a decrease of about 1.6% in student numbers. But we also, just to take one of the loadings, we saw some very interesting shifts in how schools were responding to disability, for example. So we saw that between 20 and 2021 in the government sector, we saw, just seeing if I've got the right page in front of me. I don't think I've got it quite. Oh yes, I can find it here. We saw that government schools were, I guess, slower to respond to some of the issues for picking up students with disability and providing certain kinds of support for students with disability. So their loading was not increasing as much during that time, whereas for the non-government sector, we saw quite a strong response to identifying and providing the supports for students with disability. So that's just an example of how one loading is quite different between the government and the non-government sector. And if you look sort of at the funding there in terms of disability, you saw that the non-government sector was responding in 2020 and 2021 with shifts of sort of 9% each per annum in terms of those disability loadings.
Okay.
Whereas
So-
the government sector was much slower to respond.
Can I ask in that context, and the Australian Education Union took a look at the assumptions that would approximate what underlies what you're talking about, that there would be some 55,000 fewer students in 2024 assumed. What's going on? Does that mean in order to get to what looks like that profile of the reduction, does it mean that we can't assume that many fewer students, but we can assume fewer needier students?
So I did see some of those numbers, Senator, that you're referring to.
Yeah.
They certainly don't match numbers that we have. As I said, what I think has happened is they've just taken a raw difference in numbers and tried to multiply that by a number of
Are you able
students.
to tell us, please, your numbers that you forecast for 22, 23 and 24?
No, Senator, I'd have to take those on notice, but I can give you a sense because it's based on backward projections. So we project looking at the numbers we've seen in the census to date and what the trend's been, and we use that to project forward about what we expect increases to be. We still expect there to be increases. It's just that between budget 21-22 and budget 22-23, that trend shifted about the size of the increase. And this is partly because of this shift that we've seen between the government and non-government sector, but it's also, as I've said, the result of the way that these loadings operate. I've just spoken to you about one, the disability loading, where we've seen some quite different approaches from the government and the non-government sector, but as you know, there are a range of other loadings relating to socioeconomic status, regionality, non-English speaking backgrounds, and each of them has a part to play as well. So I've mentioned that...
But each of your actuals for 18, 19, 20, 21 would have various breakdowns of that that you use in part to get to your assumptions that for enrolments across all those different cohorts that then in turn contribute to the resourcing allocation. Surely you do have the actual figures
I do,
with
Senator,
you.
have them for 2018, 19, 20 and 21, but obviously we don't have the actuals yet for 22.
No, I'm not asking for actuals. I'm asking for the estimated, the estimation that takes into account those variations that you have talked about.
So, Senator, I'm very happy to take the forward projections on notice, noting that the dollar figure, as I've said, that eventuates is not a simple matter of how many students there are. It is about those student characteristics.
I understand that.
But I could
and
give you
that
the ones for the
vary.
past 4 years that are indicating the trend, because that actually shows you the trend of slowing increase in government schools. So I can give you those, and I can certainly take the others on notice.
Okay, could you just tell us quickly what it...
So that the high level is the number I've just given you, which shows you that between 2020 and 2021, there was a minus 1.6% growth. But that's off the back of a trend over the last 4 years where that growth was slowing. So you saw, for example, between 2018 and 2019, a 1.5% growth, then again about a 1.5% growth, then a minus 1% decrease, which adds to a minus 1.6% decrease.
If you can't give us the figures then, could you please provide the change in student enrolments, both as a percentage change and as a number of students?
So I've just given you the percentages. Would you like me to give you the student numbers? These are obviously backward looking,
No,
because
I'm
these are the
looking,
actual.
For the change, the projected change.
So I have the backward projections that constitute the trend here, and I can take the forward projections on notice.
No, I guess what I'm really trying to do, Dr. Baxter, is there has been media debate about this today.
Yes.
If you want to be able to correct it, we need to understand the enrolment data that it's projected enrolment data that it's based on.
Yep.
And I'm really, other than it's just the model, we would really like to be able to understand that today, either in a percentage or as a number of students, or preferably both.
Senator, I'm happy to see if we can get that for you in session for the forward use. I'm not sure whether that's something that we would have. We can have a look at it.
Senator, I can assure you there is no cut in funding. Funding increases year on year for government schooling.
Oh, no, I understand that, but it's equally important for the Senate to understand and the public to understand the trends in enrolment.
So I think
as
one of
well.
the things is our expectations predicted a curve for the forwards that looked one way. The curve is slightly different and updated, and that is less than the forecast that you referred to in the first time, Senator.
That's correct. So it is I was just going to say, it is still a $1.5 billion increase in funding over that 4-year period you're referring to. It's just a slightly smaller increase than was projected at the last budget. And the number that is the really key number to look at is the average annual per student growth. So in the government sector, that is 4.7% Commonwealth growth over 2018 to 2029. And that's opposed to 3.8% growth in the non-government sector. So average annual per student growth continues to outstrip in the government sector, continues to outstrip the non-government sector in terms of Commonwealth funding. So we are very confident that funding is increasing on average to government students in the government sector year on year. We also know that total government funding to the government sector is around $20,000 per student per year. That's what ROGS tells us, the latest ROGS, whereas for the non-governments, it's only about $13,000. So we're still very confident in our numbers for our government students. This is simply forward projections. Should they shift, the actual funding will follow the children, follow the students, and follow their characteristics.
Can I ask if you are able to give us a characterisation of what you expect will happen in student enrolments in the government sector over the forwards?
Thank you, Senator. So what I would say, Senator, is that our forward projections, and I'll ask Mr Harding if he has some comments to add here, our forward projections are based on the trends we have seen to date. So we have seen a slowing in enrolments, it's still an increase, but a slowing in that increase in enrolments to the government sector. And over the last year that we have, 2020 to 21, a slight decrease. We have definitely seen a shift to an increase in the non-government sector enrolments. We think, based on what we are seeing and some of the survey data we've seen, that is partly because of how the non-government sector handled COVID and the very rapid switch to online learning that parents reported being a significant factor. It's also partly due to the fact that we saw the issues we saw with international enrolments in the non-government sector, so they then had more places available to domestic students. So it is very difficult to predict in a post-COVID world what those trends will do going forward, because the last 2 to 3 years have really been not like anything else we've seen before. But I will ask Mr Harding whether I've omitted anything that might help you out there.
No, Fabian Harding, First and Secretary Funding and Data Collection Division. What you'll see is, as Ros was pointing out, it's for government schools, the growth between 2018 and 2019 was 1.5% for enrolments, funded enrolments. Between 2019 and 2020 was 1.5%. But then as we go from 2020 to 21, the growth difference was minus 0.1%. That's the 1.6 that Ms Baxter's talking about, which is the decline from 1.5 to minus 0.1 in government school funded enrolments. And because it's like a one-off that we haven't seen before in this space, we're trying to work out as to whether that's an outlier. We're working with our state and territory colleagues as well to work out whether there's a trend in this particular space, and we're still working through that. So in the process, we're not actually saying it's a reduction, but we're actually working through as to whether it's an outlier. At this point, it's not a trend, and we're working through that process.
Okay, so that's consistent with what we think the data is showing, which shows there was a small decrease in government school enrolments in 2021, and that change was so small that there's barely any change in funding for that year. I'm therefore unclear as to how you can then see such a dramatic decrease in public school enrolments next year and for the 2 years after it.
I just would remind you, Senator, I know I've said this several times, I do hate to sound like I'm repeating, but it is not just a matter of student numbers.
Okay,
it is also a matter of student characteristics.
This might even be somewhat more concerning, because essentially, if they were to say, essentially what you're telling me, that the schools could stay at government schools could stay at pretty much the same population of enrolments and still get a cut?
Well, there's no cut, Senator.
No,
I've
but
walked
still
through
have a
the numbers
decrease
with
in, you would have less money servicing just as many students
not
because
less
of that formula. No, I understand it would still be consistent with the formula, but that's what I'm really trying to understand.
I guess the really important piece here is over this 4-year period where you're tracking this $560 million change, we are not talking about a decrease. The numbers themselves show you that we are talking about a $1.5 billion increase over those years. The difference is between what we thought that increase was going to be in the last budget and what we think that increase is going to be in this budget. And you're right, technically it is possible that you could have the same numbers of children from one time to another, but their characteristics could change such that that changes the funding one way or another. So if you have more children, for example, move into one sector who have high levels of non-English speaking background, very high disability needs, more Aboriginal children moving into particular sectors, you could see that shift. Now, we don't have all of those complex interplays with us here today to tell you exactly how that has spat out this trend, but we can assure you that if actually we come into next year and that's not the case, there are more children going back into government schools and those children have high rates of disability and high socio-educational disadvantage need, then the funding that goes to them will absolutely follow their numbers and that need, because this is a special appropriation and how that formula works is legislated.
Okay. Senator, can I just ask, how much have you got on this? Because I'd like to give Senator Faruqi the call. Happy to come back to you.
Questions on, a few more on government schools and some similar questions on non-government schools. But I'm happy to pause there and let Senator Faruqi dive in, provided she's on different topics,
I just have a couple of questions on this just to clarify a few things and a couple more topics, and then I am done. Thank you, Chair. Just clarifying what you have told Senator Pratt is that enrolments in public schools are not necessarily decreasing, they are still increasing, but they're not increasing at the same rate as you had predicted at the last budget.
Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, am
so
I right?
as a long-term trend, that's true, although between 2020 and 2021, they did decrease.
They did decrease. And you said it's very hard to predict when Senator Pratt was asking you for number of enrolments over the next years, it's very hard to predict what those might be, but you have actually predicted them to come up with the budgetary figures, right?
That's right. So I did say to you, we will have some figures in the machine that are predicting those forward to reach these numbers.
Okay, so you will provide those figures to us?
I've mentioned that I'm happy to look at what we can provide on notice, yes.
Okay, and
I'm having a look.
Someone to have a look.
We're in real time having conversations here to see
Great,
if there's something
that's
we can give
wonderful.
you. But as I said, I am really loath to give you any suggestion that it is a simple formula between number and
I
dollars
understand
because
that.
of the characteristics.
I understand
issue.
that. And that 1 year trend that you're saying happened during COVID of numbers decreasing, is that what you're saying? Numbers did decrease?
No, it's not a 1 year trend because actually what we saw was this this increase of 1.5, that was a flat trend and smaller than the increases we've seen in the past, and then we saw a decrease. So it wasn't just the 1 year decrease, it was this picture of quite low increases, flat, and then this pitch. So that feeds into the model, which then looks at what do we expect that to be going forward. But I must emphasise that what is in the predictions in no way has an impact if, as the year comes to pass, more students enrol in the government sector and they have needs, then the funding follows those children.
So it really is demand-driven, and as I think the easiest way perhaps to put what Dr Baxter has said is, it is, from the government's perspective, it is demand-driven. The estimates are based on projections, but then there's a reconciliation with the actuals.
I understood that, and I think, Dr. Baxter, you gave some reasons for why the demand has changed, for instance. Could I put to you that one of the reasons of that demand changing could be the absolute, underfunding of public schools, where we know that a vast majority of them still don't meet SRS standards?
Thank you, Senator. So we have some data sources that we have seen that are trying to understand a little bit about this change. For example, there was quite a substantial survey, I'll have to find the exact details for you, but done quite recently about what were drivers taking parents into the independent school sector and the response to COVID, the fast response to COVID, and that sense of responsiveness to student issues like that when they arose was a very significant one that was reported. So I've certainly not seen any data suggesting it's a funding issue, and so I don't have an opinion about that. But the data we have seen does place a large emphasis on COVID, and when we look at our numbers, we can also see that that shift in international students meant there was also a bit of a gap there for non-government schools. Mr. Harding, is there anything
that's right. So it was increased domestic supply in the non-government sector because of less international students coming in. And also...
How many international students came in during that time?
I don't know at this point.
Sorry?
I'm not aware of the number.
Sorry, Senator, I'll have to go to the higher ed brief if I can, just find
Okay,
that for
that's
you.
fine. You can give it to us. Okay, fine. We'll move on. But yeah, if you could provide those numbers ASAP, that'll be great. In this budget, the government has committed $5 million to support private schools affected by the recent floods across New South Wales and Queensland. And from what I know, $0 from the federal government for any public schools there. So I guess my question is to you, Minister. How can the government justify giving no money at all to government schools who have suffered severe damage in the recent floods?
Well, Senator Faruqi, as you well know...
Don't give me the answer. The states are responsible because the federal government is responsible at times of crisis.
If you're going to answer...
Let the Minister answer
your
the question
own
before you
question,
yell at
Senator
her.
Faruqi, there's no point answering, asking questions
Okay, go for it,
in
Minister.
the first instance. But can I just... A couple of things that you have stated there I think are highly misleading. As you well know, we have agreements with the states and territories, and as you mentioned, the SRSs and the changing percentages for government schools that are currently underway, which I also understand that while the federal government has increased what we're contributing towards government schools, as the numbers Dr Baxter has gone through in some detail, is that, correct me if I'm wrong, perhaps Secretary or Dr Baxter, but the states and territories are still lagging behind their percentage of that funding.
Sorry, Minister, my question was about flooding.
Yes.
Flooding.
But
How
this-
much
but
has
the
the federal
context-
government
but the
given to
context
schools,
is very-
public schools who have been severely affected by flooding? And as far as I know, in New South Wales, there are 17 public schools
But
heavily
Senator Faruqi,
damaged.
the context is very important, and I can confirm that Senator Robert has certainly been in close contact with his state and territory counterparts, and my clear understanding is that they have taken responsibility for their own government schools, and we have taken responsibility, as you've outlined, for non-government schools. So as far as I can see, that arrangement is working very cooperatively between the federal government and state and territory governments. So that question is actually probably better put to state and territory governments if you think that they are not doing what they've agreed to do.
Senator, there are probably a number of programs too. We've had $10 million to support the mental health of school-aged children in the Northern Rivers. So the Commonwealth has put that money through in the flood-affected Resilient Kids program. I'm not sure whether you know that.
That's for public schools?
That's correct. It's for a range of schools in that area. We've got $9 million to support the mental health of children and young people, 4.5 to Headspace, which is utilised by government.
And that's specifically flood-related?
These ones are the flood response initiatives, that's correct, and another $4.5 million to provide dedicated services around students who are impacted and young people with a focus on working through schools, and that's from the health portfolio. So across the Commonwealth there are probably a number of issues, and I do know that the state governments have supported different communities in the flood in different means as well.
And earlier on we did mention, in terms of the support for early childhood support, the 10,000 per each of the centres. So the federal government is doing exactly what we said we would do in very close consultation with states and territories. And that is not just in this portfolio, it is across my portfolio, for example. So as said, if you've got an issue with any of the government schools not receiving that support, states and territories have absolutely agreed that they are responsible for that.
I would just add that the money, Senator, the $5 million is for educational support of those students. So we've been in very close contact, not just with the non-government sector in Queensland and New South Wales, but also the government sector. So we know the state governments are activating for the government sector around demountables, new classrooms, fixing up the schools. The non-government sector has not had that support. They've been very clear they've not been getting that support. This $5 million is targeted directly to children and families, and it's for the things that they might need to be able to get them back to school. Many have lost school uniforms. They've lost access to home learning equipment such as iPads and laptops. Some of them have lost their homes. So it's flexible enough that it can respond to the diverse needs, but it is actually focused on the children and families. It's also specifically focused on those schools in those LGAs which have been in the disaster declared flood zone. So it's very targeted. Those organisations who've received the funding will be putting work plans to us about how they will be using it, for what purposes, and to support how many children and families. So it is a tightly targeted fund to hopefully echo and mirror some of the support that the state governments have been able to provide to the
And are you making sure that the state government is providing similar support to public schools?
We are certainly having
and families?
conversations with the state governments in which we have talked about things like the work they are doing to rebuild schools, the work they are doing to move demountables, to give support to students. And we are aware from our conversations with the non-government sector that there has not been that cross-sectoral support. And this was very much the case in the last floods. I can't remember the date now, the Townsville and Co floods, but a very similar approach was taken. So state government focused on government schools, and we provided a very similar fund at the time to try to give support to those non-government school students and families, not to the schools who would need that support to get back to school.
Just moving on to another line of questioning. Acting Education Minister Stuart Robert said recently that public schools end up with the bottom 10% of teachers dragging the chain. Given that there is already a dearth of public school teachers, with huge shortfalls expected in coming years, wouldn't such, and I will call them despicable comments, from a minister deter people further from actually going into the profession of teaching, when it should be the most respected profession?
Senator Faruqi, my understanding is you've completely misquoted the minister. Can you just cite where he actually said those words? I think that would be very helpful before we answer the question.
They're not in one, but a number of media reports. The bottom 10% of teachers dragging the chain.
Senator Faruqi, there are many things reported in many newspapers, and not all of them are accurate. So
no, these are. Sorry, Minister.
You made a very specific allegation there, Senator Faruqi.
If someone wishes to quote something, it'd be very useful to the committee if it was tabled.
Senator Faruqi, I can help out. This was the 17th of March in a speech he gave to Independent Schools Australia, and he was quoting his principal of his former grammar school.
So he was quoting someone else, so it wasn't...
No, he said, and our quote, he said, Dr Moulds would accept a dud teacher in his school like for a second. End quote.
So I think, Senator Lyons, thank you very much for actually making the point that Senator Faruqi had in fact misquoted what the minister had said.
Senator Reynolds, please don't misquote me. I was assisting the senator and I made that very clear.
But that was not the quote that Senator Faruqi used.
Well, I can tell you that in The Guardian, this is what was reported, that this is what Minister Roberts said in his speech, was independent schools do not accept dud teachers, was one of the quotes that was in that article, and I can table that.
Schools do.
And the bottom 10% of teachers dragging the chain into the government system.
Well, despite this gross mischaracterisation by two of the senators here, perhaps Dr Baxter can actually go through what the government is doing and what the department is doing in terms of quality teacher initiatives.
Are you undermining the minister by contradicting him? Is this or is this not his view? Are you trying to say...
Senator Pratt, can I just pull you up there, because I don't think that Minister Reynolds can speak on behalf of any other minister. She did not...
Well, she seemed like she was.
No, she's just asked one of the officials, which is perfectly within her right, to actually respond to what the government is doing, which is what we should all be interested in hearing about. So I would be interested to hear from Dr. Baxter.
Yes, so what is the government doing in raising respect for teachers and raising their conditions, improving their conditions and their wages?
Thank you, Senator.
Sorry, sorry, Dr. I was
There's
just
so
going
many
to say,
things. We've got
Senator,
two
just
officials who would like to answer the
I've got two
question at once.
doctors. Just before Dr. Baxter answers, conditions and pay are a matter of enterprise agreements done by states and territories.
I do know that.
You know
Yeah,
that.
absolutely.
I know that you know that, and having been on several of those, having worked in states and territories in this country, it is totally the responsibility of states and territories on paying conditions. I'll let Ms Baxter answer what we're doing as a Commonwealth around the quality teaching and what we believe is the incredibly important issue around the status of teaching profession.
Thank you for the question, Senator. We do have an area in my group that are working on this issue, recognising, as the Secretary said, it's not our responsibility in terms of teach standards, but it's nice to be able to talk about their work because they have been doing quite a lot.
Amazing.
So the Australian Government launched the Quality Initial Teacher Education Review, as you know, last year. We've now had the outcomes from that review. You would be aware that in the recent budget, the government has announced a further $6.4 million from 21-22 to establish a new expert panel to develop a performance framework for assessing the quality of initial teacher education courses that are provided for higher education providers, and recently announced Mark Scott as heading up that panel. That's a very important piece of work because it is a lever the Commonwealth does hold. As the Secretary said, we don't employ teachers, we're not responsible for their pay and conditions, but we do have some levers in the higher education sector. And there has been discussions among states and territories and the Commonwealth for some time about how do we improve the standard of initial teacher education. The other piece that's also been announced in the budget, which goes to many of the things that we know teachers report, including throughout the TALIS survey, the International TALIS survey, is $7.2 million for engaged classrooms, which is really looking at a set of integrated measures around how do you best support teachers and school leaders, not just to lift performance, but really to address some of the disruptive behaviour that they have to deal with in classrooms. And we know this is something the union frequently reports to us on as well. So there are a number of pieces of work that are ongoing. We've also talked here, and I think you were in the session last time, Senator, when we talked about the modelling work we have been doing to try to help states understand future supply and demand and how those things interact. We continue with that work. It hasn't yet gone through education ministers, so it's not yet public, but we do continue that work to try to do, again, what we can from the Commonwealth point of view to bring our levers and our data that we have to bear to try and help out with this issue. But look, Ms Birmingham is the expert here. She no doubt has things to add that I've not covered. Is there anything else you would like to?
I think just to say it's a watching brief at the moment. So Julie Birmingham, First Assistant Secretary, National System and Performance Division. So the report of the Quality Initial Teacher Education Review has 17 recommendations. The government's indicated that the expert panel it's announced is the first step in that process. So thinking about those recommendations will be a matter of conversation with states and territories. So I think there's work to come yet.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think it would certainly help if Liberal government ministers stopped undermining and disrespecting teachers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Small.
Thank you very much, Chair. I guess it's April Fool's Day, so I'm assuming this was some sort of sick joke. But Tanya Plibersek has put on Twitter today that hidden in the budget is a $560 million cut from public schools. Is that true?
No.
Is it too?
However, I will defer to the officials to actually explain why that is not true.
Thank you.
There's no cut in government school funding out over the budget. In fact, there's an year-on-year increase in funding for public schools and government schooling.
Well, I'm very glad that we've seemingly very easily dispelled yet another Labor lie. But while we're on the topic of funding for schools, I'd like to explore it in some depth because clearly not everyone in this place is getting the message. So how much funding is the Commonwealth providing for school funding this year, and obviously in the 2022-23 budget? And can you confirm if that is an increase or a decrease from the latest MAEFO? I'm just addressing broadly, sorry, Dr Baxter. But
yes, thank you. Yes, Senator, I did traverse some of these figures in the conversation we were just having. Yes, I can confirm that we are increasing both in a total amount of money and also in the average annual per student amount of money year on year. We have some very significant increases in school funding. So we have, just finding my right bit of paper, all different places. So we are seeing that we are spending $318 billion on recurrent school funding over the 10-year period. From looking backwards from 2010-11 to 19-20, that's a 64.1% increase in per student funding for government schools and a 49.8% increase to non-government schools. That $318 billion from 2018 to 2029 is an increase of 88.3% overall. It's a 96.2% increase to government schools. So I mentioned before the average annual per student growth rate of 4.7%, and it's an 83.4% increase to non-government schools. So a lower average annual increase for non-government students, but still an increase of 3.8%. And really, and I think the key figures are the ones I mentioned before, which are that in terms of public funding for government schools, ROGS reports that is approximately $20,000 per government school student per year and about $13,000 per non-government school student per year. And we continue to see those increases year on year. The amount of money you referred to initially, the $560 million, is not a decrease. It is a shift in projections over 4 years. That 4 years still sees an increase projected of $1.5 billion to government schools in that same 4-year period.
And finally, has the Commonwealth ever spent more on schools than it will this coming year?
No, this is record funding, Senator.
So I'm glad we've got record funding for schools in Australia, and Labor caught telling lies again. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Over one.
Senator Lyons.
Yep. So I just want to go back to the speech the Minister gave to the Independent Schools Australia on the 17th of March. And I just want to ask, did the department draft that speech?
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Just to make sure I can get dates for you, so I'll
so it's the 17th of March at the Independent Schools
folder
Australia.
to the correct page. Senator, we did draft a speech for the Minister, our media area. Let me just get the right piece for you. We did draft a speech for the Minister. That's correct, and we did obviously brief him for that event.
And so the claims the Minister made around dud teachers, were they in the speech that you drafted?
The speech didn't include reference to the quality of teachers, no.
So no reference to the quality of teachers at all?
No, Senator.
Okay, so the comments the Minister made were his own comments?
As I understand it, I think those comments were made post the speech in question and answer session.
So, Senator, I was in the audience that day, so I think the Minister responded to a number of Q&As from the floor on that day. I don't recall it being in the speech at all.
Sorry?
I don't recall that term being in the speech at all.
But was it part of a Q&A then?
I think there was a Q&A around that, Senator.
Right, and so you wouldn't have given him any answers to Q&As?
No, Senator.
Do you know the claims the Minister made around dud teachers? Do you know what evidence they were based on?
Senator, we didn't have discussions, we've not had discussions with the Minister about the evidence that he was drawing on for that speech. No.
And you haven't found since the speech what evidence he may have been relying on?
We've not had discussions with the Minister about that speech. We do know there are some, there are a range of pieces of evidence about aspects of teacher performance and aspects of performance within the higher education system for teachers. So, for example, the land type test.
Yes, I was going to come
us
to that,
some.
actually.
Yeah, it does give us some indication.
Senator Lyons, I might be able to help with that in terms of publicly available information on that. And the Minister Robert, as the acting minister, did release the Paul report, which is actually officially referred as the Next Steps report of the Quality Initial Teacher Education Review, the final report of the review. Bit of a mouthful, but I think if you Google the Paul report, P-A-U-L, for Lisa Paul, which did make 17 recommendations, and it provides a very comprehensive examination of the issues facing initial teacher education in Australia. And I believe it does have some empirical data about teacher standards and their capabilities. And the report itself does highlight 3 key areas to help new teachers to be most, if not more, effective, and that includes attracting high-quality, diverse candidates into initial teacher education, ensuring their preparation is evidence-based and practical, and supporting the induction of early years teachers. The government has welcomed that independent review, and as has been discussed here by the officials today, we are taking measures to implement those recommendations.
So Adrian Piccolo, the former New South Wales Education Minister and Director of the Gonski Institute for Education, said in response to the Minister's remarks that it was factually wrong to suggest the long-term decline in Australian students' results in PISA was a matter only for government schools. So are Australia's plummeting PISA results only a problem for government schools, as the Minister suggested?
Senator, I think with the PISA data, we don't, from the OECD perspective, disaggregate that into government and non-government schooling on the PISA trend. But if you think about the sample across Australia, for that assessment, it would be a representative sample. Remember, it's 15-year-olds, Senator, so it's not necessarily all Year 10 or all Year 9, it's 15-year-olds. Does that help your question?
Yeah, so you don't disaggregate the information?
No, Senator, it wouldn't be disaggregated. States and territories would be in a position to look at their data if they receive it and have a look at the performance of government and non-government schools, and individual Catholic education may obtain their data to have a close look at it.
All right, thank you. Is there any available evidence about the prevalence of underperforming teachers across school systems?
Senator, I might put a previous hat on as Director-General of New South Wales in terms of performance of teachers, but rightfully so. There are mechanisms in jurisdictions for dealing with underperforming teachers that afford procedural fairness.
I was thinking about more to the point of data, and I think you referred to some data.
There would be data
I
in
know
jurisdictions.
schools do have a system for dealing with underperforming.
So they do that, and they'll
data.
dismiss or terminate the employment depending on how grievous, codes of conduct might be, or events. You might have seen those reported publicly in the media, Senator. So the jurisdictions would hold an amount of data on the number of dismissals or terminations of teaching profession.
And I would refer you back, Senator Lyons, also to the Paul report, which is very helpful, but they did find that there has been a decline of high achievers actually going into teaching, which are some of the practical examples, findings of the report, which is what the government, through a number of the measures that the officials have talked about, have doing. And she also found that there varied quality in ITE courses, leading to many new teachers themselves reporting that they were underprepared in key areas, for example, in classroom management. And that is quite widely accepted, I believe, in the sector. So what we're looking to do as a result of the Paul report and other findings is tackle the root cause of the problems, which is, again, the multiple measures that the officials have talked about. But can I also just finally, Chair, address, I think, what is another mischaracterisation of Minister Roberts' position. I believe that he has clearly said that he thinks this is a matter for all sectors and not specifically the government sector. So I'd sort of respectfully ask Senator Lyons to go back and have a look at the actual source and what he actually said. But he certainly believes it is a sector-wide issue.
Senator Reynolds, you might recall I was asking which sector he was referring to. I made no assertion.
Okay.
I'll go back
in that
to my
case, my apologies for misrepresenting that, but I can. So, in response to the question,
it is
a sector-wide across.
So, the Minister defended his claims on Brisbane's 4BC radio following the speech, saying that 10% of teaching graduates were not up to the standard, and quote, "There is also a small cohort of teachers, especially graduating from universities now, who are not passing basic English and maths," end quote. If the teachers Minister Roberts is worried about are only just graduating from universities now, how are they responsible for the decline in PISA results, which has been occurring throughout the time the Liberal government has been in power?
Senator Lyons, I think it is not just teacher quality, and capability is obviously a very important factor. But as I've just said, that we now have a new national curriculum, and so the curriculum itself is also very important, as equally almost in terms of those who actually teach the national curriculum. So I don't think you can say it is just one or the other, but we are tackling both issues.
I'm not saying anything, Minister. I'm quoting what Minister Roberts said on radio, where he said that 10% of teaching graduates were not up to standard. And he went on to say there's also a small cohort of teachers, especially graduating from universities now, so these are new graduates, who are not passing basic English and maths. So if the teachers Minister Roberts, beg your pardon, are only just graduating from universities now, how are they responsible for the decline in PISA results?
Senator Lyons, okay, I understand the question, but my answer is still the same, that it is not binary, that it is still feeding into the problem. So what he's saying is that he's not saying that it's only just a problem for the most recent graduates, that this is a systemic and endemic issue for many years, and that to fix it, you actually need to raise the quality of and the standard and the capabilities of those entering the course, the quality of the teaching that they actually receive and the preparations they get. And perhaps Dr Baxter might like to talk about some of that.
Yeah.
Some of it goes to, and if they've self-reported that they're not taught enough about classroom management, for example, which is why we're getting the statistics now about classroom behaviour and poor behaviours. So again, it is complex, but it's identifying a long-standing problem, which is now being quantified, which is always very helpful to deal with these problems. But perhaps, Dr Baxter, you've got some more.
As long as Dr Baxter understands my question.
I do.
So
That's very clear.
I'm simply reiterating the quote the Minister made on Brisbane's 4BC radio, where he said 10% of teaching graduates were not up to standard, and there is also a small cohort of teachers, especially graduating from university now, who are not passing basic English and maths. So we're talking about, the Minister was referring to current graduates. So my question really is, if the teachers Minister Roberts is worried about are only just graduating from universities now, how are they responsible for the decline in PISA results?
Senator Lyons, as I explained, the teachers who are graduating now will influence the children in schools in future, but it's not a time, this is not a problem that has just emerged for that group of graduating teachers. This is a long-standing issue. So he certainly wasn't saying, in fact, quite the opposite, that it is very well known that this has actually been a problem for some time. So today's graduates who fall into that category will impact on the students of the future as previous teachers have impacted on previous students.
Well,
Dr.
Minister,
Baxter,
I
current
see you
students.
don't want to answer the question.
So Dr. Baxter might
might have
have
some
trend data on...
Well, I'm,
Excellent.
I'm only interested in you asking my question, answering my question, not the interpretation the Minister's
No,
put
I
on.
understand the
Thank you.
question. And what I was going to say is that I suspect that the Minister, in saying now, is talking about the data that we have, which goes back to about 2016 in the land type, which is one of our key pieces of data that we have here. So that goes back about 6 years. But we also have data that relates to a couple of the things that we know are key predictors of successful teaching. So, for example, the teaching of phonics. And we know that phonics over the last approximately decade has not been taught as comprehensively in all ITE teaching courses as the evidence now suggests that it should be. So there are a number of these features which suggest that now, in the broader sense of more contemporary graduates of teaching, may not have been schooled in phonics, they may not have been schooled in some of the more evidence-based management of discipline schools that are, we are now seeing are particularly important. And that even going back 6 years within this current crop of teachers, we are seeing some concerning data in relation to people being able to pass those basic literacy and numeracy tests.
So is it correct that if a student fails the land type test, they can't register to work as a teacher?
They do have the opportunity to resit, but you do have to pass the test to be able to work as a teacher. I think what we are concerned about would be those students who are having to resit a number of times in order to pass. So I think, Ms Birmingham, they can resit up to 5.
Well, if I could just again draw your attention to a comment the Minister made. He pointed a finger at the 10% of teaching students who were failing the land type test, and as you've just confirmed, if they fail the test, they can't register to work as a teacher. So how are those students who aren't teachers responsible for our declining results?
Well, I think we may have potentially concerns, and perhaps the Minister may have had concerns, Senator, about those students who are resitting 3 or 4 times before they're able to manage a pass.
Well, he doesn't say that, he says failing the land type test.
I think the Minister may be referring to the time before the land type was introduced. So he's using the...
he's saying they've failed that test.
But he's using the current fact that 10% of kids failed the land type to show that graduates before that time came out of university even though they weren't meeting that standard and then became teachers. So those people are in the teaching workforce.
Perhaps the Minister's failing basic communications test.
Well, actually, just on that, Senator Davey, I think it's also worth adding that Minister Robert, I'm certain, said in his remarks that the overwhelming majority of teachers are doing a terrific job and transforming the life of students, which is something I think is important to also mention.
So the government first announced a review into initial teacher education in the early years of the Abbott government. They've since had to call a second review because the first one failed to fix the problems. The Liberal government's been in power for almost a decade. Surely it's the string of dud education ministers we should be blaming for Australia's falling standard results.
So, Senator, I think the first teacher education review is speaking to is known as the TMAG report. There are a series of recommendations in that. All but one of those recommendations were implemented. The one that wasn't agreed by all state and territory ministers at the time did relate to accrediting bodies in state and territories, but all other recommendations were put in place, teacher professional standards. There was a whole series of recommendations. So this review that's just been completed builds on those TMAG recommendations to look at what we might do next, particularly in terms of teacher education training. The TMAG review basically looked at professional standards of teachers. The ITE review was really around initial teacher education and what levers did the Commonwealth have to be able to support the continuing good status of the profession.
So I understand that...
Thank you. And Senator Lyons, can I just remind you that senators are required in this process to act with courtesy, and I'm not sure calling a series of ministers duds is becoming of that. So can you just, in your future questions, remember to act with
I
courtesy.
think it's a wide-ranging discussion, Senator Davey. So I understand the first recommendation of the review of initial teacher education says, and I quote, it's recommendation 1, raise the status and value of the profession to inspire more people to become teachers. All jurisdictions, sectors and schools should work together to raise the status of the profession. Now, given it's recommendation 1, I'm assuming it's an important policy objective.
Is that a question, Senator?
Yes.
They certainly, the review did place it as its first recommendation. That's correct.
Thank you. So does the Federal Minister for Education, giving a speech labelling 1 in 10 Australian teachers duds, help raise the status and value of the profession?
Senator, my understanding is the speech did also refer to the range of issues that are currently being experienced by people in the profession. It recognised some of the concerns that they have, and it did talk about the plans that the review outlined, which government is considering, and that includes considering its response to the full range of recommendations, including recommendation number 1. So at the moment, the government has commenced with the first one, and as the Secretary said, and as I said earlier, that is because this is an area where the Commonwealth has some clear levers. It is still considering its response to other recommendations, including that one. And certainly, I know that the Minister has made comments about that range of issues in this and in other contexts also.
And Chair, it's just important to note again that to clarify what the Secretary said, and that he didn't say that in a speech. And what he did say in the speech is how complimentary he was about teachers doing a great
Which speech
job.
are you referring to, sorry, Minister?
Well, you had said, I understand, Senator Lyons, that he'd made those comments. You asserted he'd made certain comments in a speech, which the Secretary confirmed was not in the speech.
If I could go on with my questions. So,
the ISA speech is what I'm understanding we've been talking about, or are you talking about another speech, the independent schools speech?
I named the speech I was referring to, Minister. If I could
is that
continue,
is that the ISA speech? Are we talking about the same speech?
I asked the questions, Minister. The review recommends action.
Well, it's a bit hard if we're not speaking about the same speech.
Which speech?
To make sure that we're actually answering
that you are
questions correctly.
talking about the same speech. So I think it is
Well,
only
I'm
reasonable.
assuming if the Minister's quoting a speech, she knows what she's quoting.
She did. She said
So
the
I asked
ISA,
for clarification.
which is the independent school speech. And,
May I continue with my questions? Thank you. So the review recommends actions to raise, continuing on with raise the status of teaching review. So the review recommends actions to raise the status of teaching, such as encouraging the community to nominate teachers for the Order of Australia and introducing a national patron of education. So is publicly labelling teachers duds consistent with those actions?
Well, as I said, Senator, the government is still considering its response to a range of recommendations, and in this context and other contexts, the Minister has discussed the range of issues raised by the expert panel, including issues around the status of teaching and the importance of it. So I think it's in terms of the direct response to that recommendation, I think we're still awaiting the government's response, and it's still giving it careful consideration. And of course, we in the department have been able to provide advice to the Minister about the recommendation and some of the things that sit behind that.
So if the government appointed a national patron of education in response to the review, and that patron gave a speech calling Australian teachers duds, what would the department or indeed the Minister's response be? Surely that person wouldn't be able to remain in the job?
That is a hypothetical question, Chair.
You're free to answer it, Minister.
Chair, it's a hypothetical question.
Well, you're free to answer it, Minister, but obviously you don't want to.
But I said it's a hypothetical question,
fine,
Senator Lyons.
okay, then I will...
As long as they're relevant to the proceedings, and I would say that we are concentrating on investigating the budget, so unless it's relevant to that,
It's a broad-ranging discussion, Senator Davey, and my questions are perfectly within scope. I'll move to my next question. It's shocking that almost a decade of falling student results under your government, under the Liberal government, Minister Robert is attempting to blame public school teachers. At what point is the government going to take responsibilities for their own policy failures?
That's almost a rhetorical political question, which is a complete mischaracterisation and untrue, as we've gone through in some detail, and I'm very happy to go through how the government is taking responsibility and has for some time in terms of what is in our area of control. First of all, as I've announced today and circulated the Minister's press release, about the national curriculum. I mean, that is incredibly important to deal with this situation, as is the outcomes of the Paul review, which the Secretary has gone through in some detail about what that builds on and what the measures are that builds on, and the measures that we are taking to improve teacher quality and also outcomes. So I utterly reject what Senator Lyons has just said and her characterisation.
Senator, also to build on what the Minister has just said, we have the Australian Institute for Teaching and School Leadership, AITSL, which I know often appears before this committee, that's responsible for professional teaching standards and the professional learning of both teachers and school leaders, an incredibly important institution to, one, promote the status of teaching, and two, to ensure that the professional teaching standards are up to date, that are used in all jurisdictions in different ways. And AITSL is a Commonwealth body.
So AITSL will be appearing next week, so if you've got relevant questions, I suggest.
I want to turn now to the Department's portfolio budget statements, program 1.3. Is that we in that? Because I wasn't here at the after the afternoon tea, so I'm assuming we're in that part.
We're in schools,
childcare.
Is it
as
childcare?
relevant to schools and
yeah,
youth.
sure.
I'm not sure we have
Sorry,
the
Senator,
right officials
is it
here, but
related to early childcare that your questions are, or schools and youth?
It's schools and youth.
Schools and youth, okay, yep.
Yep. So could you run me through the results on performance measures for program 1.3, please?
I can, Senator. I'll just
Sorry, Dr. Baxter.
pull them out. Sorry, I'll just find the right one. It'll be quicker than I've got it on my piece of paper. Thank you.
So, Senator, as per in the budget papers, do you want me to read them out?
Just run me through the results on performance.
Okay, so there's a
for
series...
program 1.3.
Yeah, yes. So government schools, this is for Government Schools National Program Support.
what page number? It might help,
I think
Secretary, if you advise Senator Lyons the
34,
page number.
Senator,
34 to 42, I think.
Yeah, 34 to 42. Okay, so there are a series of measures related to NAPLAN performance of all jurisdictions. We have current year performance. The first performance measure is lower the proportion of students in the bottom two bands in NAPLAN for reading for Year 3 students. The target is lower than 2018, which is 8.6% by the end of 2023. At this point in time, if you take the baseline measure as 218, that is currently not on track at this point in time. Senator, do you want me to read the footnotes as well for you?
No, that's
34?
fine. And is that the same for program 1.4?
1.4.
Yes, with Dr. Baxter.
So that indeed would be non-government schools national support. Yes, Senator?
Yeah.
Senator, can I note there that if you look at the baseline data from 2008, that target would be met. We've taken a very diligent approach in terms of both the target and the measures. You will be well aware that 2020 NAPLAN was not administered because of COVID. Yeah. So at this point, we only have 3 data points out of 4 and therefore not on track as we head towards 2023.
Yeah, and you mentioned the bottom 2 bands of NAPLAN. So if you're in the bottom 2 bands of NAPLAN, is it that you're below or only just meeting the national minimum standard?
No, the national minimum standard, I understand, is at the first cut score of Band 1, Senator. So when we first set up the benchmark in 2008, we put that as the threshold at Band 1. There were 5 bands, yeah. So that's quite a rigorous target. When you talk about the bottom 2 bands, they're quite aspirational to lift that group of students up, as we refer the same to the top 2 bands. So rather than just use the minimum benchmark standard of Band 1, we've used the bottom 2 bands.
Okay. And who sets these performance measures?
We do in the department, Senator. So we go through a rigorous process where we look at the data sets that we've got. We look at them. Some of them relate to the National Schools Reform Agreement with states and territories, so we make sure we've got synergy because, as you'd appreciate, the states and territories also want to use their results, and so as part of the National Schools Reform Agreement, you'll see some of these measures are replicated and agreed by all state and territory education ministers.
Well, except in WA where we set an additional test.
That's right. Well, you've got additional tests in WA. That's very true, Senator.
So does that mean the government's failing to meet 5 out of 7 of its own performance measures?
Senator, because we've got an endpoint of 2023, which is the end of the National Schools Reform Agreement, that's why we've set that line of sight to the 2023, because it lies within the National Schools Reform Agreement. Nothing has been failed to date. We have projected forward from 2018 and gone, we're not hitting that trajectory we would like to hit, but by 2023.
So it's 2023.
Yes.
And they're impacted by COVID.
What about,
COVID.
What about program 1.5?
Okay, let me go over to
So
1.5.
they're the same set of performance measures across those 3 outcomes.
Same set? Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
And I will just clarify, they are the NAPLAN ones all come from the National School Reform Agreement, so they mirror those.
Yeah. So across the 3 programs at the moment, the government is only on track with 3 out of 22 of your own performance measures.
Senator, I would just echo the comment the Secretary made.
I said on track. I appreciate you're going until 2023.
And remember,
That's
it's all
right.
states and territories. The Commonwealth doesn't have a particular set of schools, so it's all states and territories. This is aggregated data for the national data set.
But at the moment, that is 3 out of 22 are only being met.
At the moment, I think the COVID impact in 2020 on that data point has a significant play, and we look forward to getting this year's data and next year's data, and we hope to be on track at that point, Senator.
Senator Lyons, have you got more on this line of questioning? Only that Senator O'Sullivan has a couple of questions.
I don't believe so. Well, why don't you go to Senator O'Sullivan, and if I have you, I'll come back. Great.
Thank you. Now, I'll just first check. My questions may need to go later to employment, but I just wanted to ask about the Reboot program. Is that under youth?
No, it comes under employment.
So
Senator.
it is only on.
Yeah,
well,
it
then,
will come. The team
that was
will
a very
come
quick
later.
line of questions, Chair.
Oh, sorry, Senator.
Sorry.
That's so you're.
I'm happy to give it a go if you'd like to ask me, but I think the employment experts will be here later soon.
Look, it's a newly announced program. Very keen to understand how it's going to impact the. I understand it's a program designed to assist at-risk youth and help them. They might be disengaged from school and various things, and so it's obviously a program that's going to help them to connect. So I'm just wanting to understand a bit more.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can do it later.
Do you want to do it later, or okay?
Have you any further for?
I don't believe so, but you're not. The officials aren't going anywhere, are you? I think that's it on that.
On schools and youth, because we can now move on.
Well, I've got some on school education support.
Yes.
Yes, well.
I thought you
do
meant
that.
just on those KPIs.
No, we'll go back on to that.
Yeah, okay. You
Yep,
right
you're
for me to go?
Yes.
Thank you, thanks. The government's budget measure, student education support, says the government will commit to 8.5 million over 5 years to implement the recommendations of the Quality Initial Teacher Education Review.
That's correct, Senator.
Thank you. But the
And
items...
a range of other things. I should have said that's the beginning
Sure.
of that line, but and a
Yeah.
range of other things, yes.
But the items listed in the measure, according to our calculations, only add up to 1 to 8 million. So could you provide the full breakdown, please, of how that 2 to 8.5 million will be used?
Thank you, Senator. So yes, the government will provide 2 to 8.5 over 5 years and then 1.3 million ongoing. That 2 to 8.5 million includes 62.4 million for the extension of national school reform funding. That is in two components. So there's 22.1 million for the extension of the National School Reform Fund, and that's a fund that looks at national reform projects between the Commonwealth and the states, and also 40.3 million for the Non-Government Reform Support Fund, and that's to cover the gap year in that support for the non-government reform bodies before we have our next National Schools Reform Agreement at the end of 2023. It includes a boarding school grants program extension of $17.3 million. So this was one that was funded in MyEFO and then again has been extended to provide support
So it had
to
a finite date.
boarding school providers. It did, and so this is an extension for another year for those boarding providers.
Yep. And does that add up? I haven't added. Does that add up to 2 to 8.5?
Oh, I was going to go through.
Oh, sorry. Yes, please keep
Those
going.
that lot doesn't.
No, keep going.
Would you like me to go through it, or we can take
Well,
on
we
notice?
just wanted to
if
know
it's
what the difference was, because we've got 1.128 million, but actually the across the forwards is 2 to 8.5. So you've given me some. Is that the gap?
So there are some that are not listed there, but I can certainly walk you through. Did you want to take it now? Would you like me to put it on notice? Go through the whole list?
No, go through the list, please.
Okay.
Unless you can give it to us today.
I probably don't have it on one I could hand over. I've got things I've scratched on.
Fair enough. So there, we've just listed out for us, thanks.
So I just think, Senator, I dealt with the boarding school grants program extension. Did I do that one?
Yes,
that
you
was
did.
for a year.
Yep.
Then we have the Commonwealth Regional Scholarship Program. So that's 10.9 million, but also together they're 29.4 million for the Indigenous Boarding Grants Program and the Regional Scholarship Program, including admin and departmental. Then we've got 10.4 million extra money into the Emerging Priorities Program. Senator, we've just, as you know, recently run an open round there with quite a lot of demand, so put an extra 10 million on top of the original 11-ish million for that one. We've got an engaged classrooms measure that I mentioned before when we were talking about some of the pressures on teaching of 7.2 million. We have the Quality Initial Teacher Education Review, an initial 6.4 million over 5 years to establish the expert panel, to develop a new performance framework for assessing those ITE providers that we've just been having all of those discussions about. 6.3 million for the Barkly Regional Deal. That's to support the construction of a purpose-built boarding facility in Tennant Creek, accessible housing for secondary school kids under the Barkly Regional Deal. And then everybody's favourite yellow giraffe, Life Education Australia, 6.1 million for the Healthy Harold program and funding to develop additional education modules for younger children to keep them safe online. Now, there are some, as you've identified, there is some funding that doesn't appear there. Largely relates to two issues. One is negotiation with states and territories, which needs to be undertaken in the next phases of responding to that Quality Initial Teacher Education Review. So you might recall, Senator, and I know from our discussion you've read the report obviously really closely, there were recommendations relating to accreditation standards where we need to do work with states and territories to negotiate what we might do there to lift those accreditation standards and look at the next stages. That work needs to be progressed through education ministers and through individual discussions and bilaterals with states. So it is normal practice that the Commonwealth doesn't reveal in the papers the bottom line of the amount that is held aside for those negotiations when it needs to undertake those negotiations with states. So there is an amount for that. And there is also...
So there's not the department doesn't have an amount either?
So it doesn't appear in the papers, and we would not normally do it because it would prejudice those Commonwealth state negotiations that we need to have. The other place where it is not appearing in the budget papers is measures that relate to contractual negotiations that are still to be undertaken. So there is a piece there in the Closing the Gap context where our department will be playing a new and larger role in relation to a particular contract for Indigenous education.
And that's a contract with an outside provider?
That's right.
Okay.
And as stakeholders are yet to be advised and future contractual relationships are yet to be negotiated, again, we would not normally
No, I appreciate that.
make that. So it definitely does add up to 228.1 million, I can assure you. Oh, check that's the right amount, 228.5 million. But some of those lines don't appear for publication because we are engaged in those sensitive discussions and negotiations.
So those extra pieces you've identified, and thank you for doing that, are all of those items listed in the measure recommendations of the Quality Initial Teacher Education Review, or are they in addition to? No.
So
No, they're in the
it's not
accreditation standards.
delineated in the way that, it's not $1 million for this recommendation and $2 million for that.
Yeah.
It's recognising that there will need to be a body of work that happens with states that goes to the accreditation. And as you know, the Commonwealth's levers, we don't control teacher employment, we don't control, but sometimes we can use money to encourage, support, incentivise states to do particular things, and that's why we're a little bit low at this end too.
And remember, Senator, each of those states and territories have their own accreditation bodies.
They do.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you for that. So the measure description also notes that the cost of the measure will be partially met from within existing resources of the department. So how much of the funding is being redirected from existing resources?
Thank you, Senator. So the net impact on the budget bottom line is 133.4 million. It, apart from that new net impact, it also includes contingency reserve funding, which had been provisioned to respond to the Quality Initial Teacher Education
And how much
Review.
is that, the contingency?
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have that.
But that would be the amount
number
that's
with
from
me. That would be
existing
part of
resources
the-
under the label of contingency.
That's right. And there are also some redirections in there as well.
Yep, so what are those ones?
So I think that we've been, I may have already traversed this, but the extra money for the Emerging Priorities Program, the 10.4 million, that was redirected from 2 other programs.
So which programs were those?
So one of them, Senator, was PACER, which is the civics education for kids. And of course, during COVID, it largely supports kids coming to Canberra, and we didn't have any kids coming to Canberra.
A bit of a saving?
We did actually, though.
I can tell you most senators and MPs want to see an increase in that.
Yeah, and I think most schools that we talk to are really keen to get back to it as well. So looking forward to getting back to it. But I would say a little plug for the team. They did do some great work in getting those resources online during that time.
I'm on that committee, so I know.
Oh, great. So it was cheaper, but it was still quite effective, we found, during that time.
And where did that other, you said there were 2 buckets of money?
And the other one, a bit similar, it's from our acronyms, National School Reform Fund, which is a fund that allows, and I mentioned before, one of the budget measures was to fund it again going forward for future years. So this is a fund where we do joint projects between the Commonwealth and the states and territories on national reform. And to be really frank, Senator, the states and territories said to us this year, no more reform right now, thanks. We're a bit full, got our hands a bit full with COVID and our schools and our school systems, and that was the non-government sector and the government sector. And if we could just do the reform we're already doing and not start new stuff. So that did mean we also had some available funding. Now, that doesn't compromise future reform because in future years, as we've just announced, it will be topped up again. But it did give us an opportunity to transfer that money into something which there was clearly high demand for in terms of emerging priorities from schools. And
so
from
those
community
2 amounts make up the 10.4?
That's right.
And is there any other
There's
redirected?
a small redirection of about $3.5 million a year in the out years, but it was from an NPI fund that was actually for strengthening accreditation. So
Okay.
again, it went to this purpose that we intend to use it for, which is these negotiations with states and territories about response to the next
Yep.
stages of the review.
So, so my next question then is, given the redirection, how much of the 228.5 million is new funding?
So I mentioned, Senator, at the beginning, the net impact on the budget bottom line is 133.4 million.
Okay, so it's 1334 million is the new money.
Yes, I think I've got that right.
Yeah, I wrote it down. I wrote down 133.4. Okay. And then all the redirected funding you've just outlined.
Yep, I think I've covered all the elements.
Yeah. So the measure states that partial funding for this measure has already been provided for by the government.
So, Senator, those two notes, which I've been poring over these myself, comparing ours with the Treasury bit, those two notes that I know you're going to read out, one of them refers to the contingency money that I talked about. So when it says already, it says something like already partially provided by government. That's that piece that I was speaking about.
That contingency.
And the other one says something redirected, words like that. That's then the redirections that I've just mentioned. There are those two lines, one under the other. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, yep. And you've explained that the 10.4 is from those two programs,
Yes, correct.
National Schools Reform and PACER.
Correct.
So how much of the emerging priorities funding for 2021-22 remains uncommitted?
Okay, Senator, I'm just going to make sure I get to my right piece of paper for you. So you'd be aware, Senator, that there was, now for some reason I can never remember if it's 11.2 or 11.4. Let me just remind myself. There was 11.2 still available.
Right.
In 21-22 that was all brought, sorry, it was available across the life of the program.
How much was
and
that,
the government decided 11.2 million.
Yep.
And the government decided to bring that forward from the out years into 21-22, recognising the need now with COVID. Then we've added to that the 10.4, which then gives us the 21.6.
Yep.
That is now available for the open round.
And then, so the uncommitted 21-22 was the 11.2?
That's right. No, it wasn't in 21-22. It was in the out years. It was in, I can tell you, Senator, it was in 22-23, 23-24 and 24-25. And we took each of those appropriations and the government made a decision to bring it into 21-22, recognising the level of need right now and the urgency there, and brought that into 21-22. Then we took the 10.4 from the other programs and also brought that into 21-22. And then, just an extra piece, we then, recognising how contracts work and that you don't normally pay it all up front, even for this round that is about to finalise, we transferred 3.8 of it into 22-23.
Okay.
So now there is the only out year that will have money in it, assuming that all of our money gets contracted and spent this year, will be 3.8 million in 22-23.
Okay, thank you. Now, I seem to think you answered this, but I'll ask it anyway. So is that funding being allocated through a competitive grants round?
Yes, it's an open competitive.
And did you answer that before? I seem to recall
I think I might have
hearing
mentioned that there was an open round when I said about the 11.2, but it's not finalised yet, Senator.
Okay, but there's a competitive. I've got one more question.
One more,
Chair.
okay, then Senator.
So 62.4 million has been provided for National Schools Reform Fund and Non-Government Schools Reform Fund.
Yes.
So how will that funding be used and how will it be allocated?
Okay, Senator. So the Non-Government Schools Reform Fund is, just to make sure I got the right brief, it is the money that supports the non-government reform bodies to undertake certain priority work. I'll just find the correct line. So there are a number of priorities that are set by government for that funding. So 40 million, which is the part that is going to, of those two measures, is going to the NGRF. That's what those non-government reform bodies have had each year. And this 40 million is to just cover us, as I said before, for that final year before we get the next NSRA finalised. So what it goes for is a number of priorities that were established at the commencement of the non-government reform fund in 2018, and they've remained largely unchanged. So there are three. The first one is quality assurance, moderation and support for the continued improvement of the national consistent data collection for disability, because we found that was something that needed quite a piece of work. Secondly, transitioning to online delivery of NAPLAN. And third, improving governance and financial management practices in non-government schools to strengthen their financial viability, improve decision-making and basically build their resilience to mitigate when unforeseen things come up. So things like NAPLAN Online, for example, government schools would be funded by state governments to make those transitions. So this is the equivalent.
Transitioned, or is it transitioning, or
So this is the equivalent funding for the non-government sector.
And what sort of timeframes have they got to transition onto?
So we are planning for NAPLAN. All schools, fingers crossed, will be doing NAPLAN online this year.
Including the non-government sector?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Actually, I'm pretty sure that is correct. Next month, yes. And but we do recognise that online delivery is more than just a one-off. It might take a couple of years even after that for everyone to get every single wrinkle ironed out. So it's been a significant undertaking.
An issue anywhere?
So we've just actually run our coordinated practice test. ACARA has run the coordinated practice test, went very well. So it actually had a very significant load at the sort of highest point of load, and it looked like it worked very well. Very encouraging so far, but we've all got our fingers and toes crossed for next month that it will all go well for the first year online.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. And just before I go to Senator O'Sullivan, is that all you have for schools and youth, Senator Lyon?
Well, I'm just really a ring-in, so I think it is, but I believe we're ready to move to skills and training if that assists.
So I know just because of the logistics, if we give those people notice while we go to Senator O'Sullivan to close this out, and then we can bring skills and training forward and maybe try and get them in before the dinner break.
Thanks, Chair.
That would be great.
Thank you, Chair.
Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I may be told again that these questions are for skills and training, which I'll then pause and allow those officials maybe to come in. But I want to just firstly ask about the youth policy framework.
Yes, no, that is us.
That's terrific. And I will touch on some unemployment questions, which maybe I'll address later. But can you just tell me, please, what engagement you've been doing since the launch of the youth policy framework?
I can, just while Ms O'Connor's finding her place, I'll let her know that we have undertaken 4 roundtables with young people in 2021 and 1 already this year, Senator. So Ms O'Connor may like to give some more detail around what they were about and who came along to those.
Thank you. Rachel O'Connor, Acting First Assistant Secretary for the Improving Student Outcomes Division. So as Dr Baxter stated, we've had 5 roundtables that have taken place both last year and this year, and that followed on from the extensive consultations that were undertaken to inform the development of the framework in the first place.
Okay, so when were those consultations undertaken?
They were undertaken through 2019 and 2020.
Okay, and then that culminated in the development of the policy framework?
That's correct.
Which was then launched at what time?
The framework was launched on the 12th of August 2021.
Okay, right. So consultation went into the development of that. You've then got the plan, and then you've been activating it.
That's correct.
Since. So what does engagement look like? What do you actually do?
In terms of the roundtables?
Yep.
So at the roundtables, those we invite representatives from youth organisations to attend. There's been a series of issues that have been identified for each of the roundtables based on the engagement with youth. And there's been a series of questions and answers that have taken place during those roundtables.
And has it been a bit tricky through COVID, I suppose, to do that with restrictions, and that you've managed to get it done?
There's been virtual roundtables that have taken place through COVID.
Yeah. And so mental health is no doubt one of the big issues that you would be hearing through those roundtables. What is the Commonwealth investing in terms of mental health support, particularly for young people?
Well, maybe again, while Ms O'Connor's finding a place,
Yep.
I'll start off with our most recent budget measures.
Yep.
And then Ms O'Connor might like to talk us through the ongoing bits and pieces that we have. So we're very excited that in this budget, the government's investing 9.7 in measures to help teachers and school leaders better understand and respond to mental health and wellbeing of Australian students. There are 3 measures. There's 2.5 million to improve our understanding of school student wellbeing. So it's really trying to understand nationally what are the issues with wellbeing, what drives when our students have poor wellbeing. There's 1.22 million to develop national guidelines for the accreditation of mental health and wellbeing programs that go to students and in schools. One of the things we've been a bit interested in is the proliferation of programs that are going into schools, and we want to make sure there's some common high quality standards to make sure that the programs that are going in are actually going to help our young people. And then 5.25 million to develop some professional development resources for teachers who are really in some ways the front line with the mental health issues that our young people are experiencing. And it's basically trauma-informed professional development resources to help them better identify where kids have got mental health issues and associated behaviours, and really try to manage those behaviours. Teachers report to us that they see this issue all the time and they don't necessarily feel really well equipped to respond. So a little bit like the discussion we were having before, we really are looking at what are those places where the Commonwealth might have some levers to help out teachers, and we know that mental health and wellbeing are a real driver, not just of students not doing as well at school as they could and not having a happy life, but also of their behaviour in the classroom. But there are a range of other ones that sit behind
Just
those
before
newer
you
budget measures.
go on, and thanks, Ms O'Connor, I look forward to hearing your response. But with regard to, you mentioned that we're going to make sure that it's having an impact, and these programs. So is there measurement then for the effectiveness of those programs?
At the moment, we're not confident that there is nationally consistent measurement.
Okay.
So definitely states and territories are doing a lot to measure the mental health and wellbeing of their students. They've done a marvellous job, but we're really trying to look at national measures to try to understand, are different things happening in different states. Obviously, with something like COVID, that would be very interesting, because we know that if we had a nationally consistent measure, we might better look at, for example, what happened to student wellbeing in those states that experienced very significant lockdowns, given the research points to that being an issue. Similarly, for the programs themselves, our concern that they're accredited and that we have some sort of common national accreditation. We want to make sure that you would know across a range of areas that wherever there's a demand, businesses will set up to meet that demand, but we want to make sure that they are high quality, they are actually meeting the needs of young people and students, and that they are safe. And so that's what that piece of accreditation will be about.
To add to Dr Baxter's answer, that particular measure sits within the broader measure announced, which is a total of 648.6 million. So that was the prioritising mental health package, which that sits within. And it builds for us in the school space on the range of measures that we've already got in place. Which includes the National School Chaplaincy Program, and through that program we've got ongoing funding of 61.43 million per year.
So that's confirmed in the budget, continuing?
That's right, that's over the foot, yep. And Life Education Australia, we've already mentioned, has received additional funding of 6.1 million in the recent budget, so that's to continue the work of Life Education Australia. We also have our Student Wellbeing Framework and the Student Wellbeing Hub, and also Respectful Relationships Education. And that builds on programs that we have across government. We also have a number of programs that are delivered through health, which includes the BU program, which is 144.6 million over 7 years.
Excellent. And so in terms of the machinery of government, and how it's structured, so there's an agency or a specific division within the department that oversees youth, and then it provides I guess that
right.
advice through to other departments and other agencies. Is that correct?
That's right, Senator. So within the group that I head up, the
Yep.
Schools and Youth Group, we have an area that deals with mental health for students and young people, and we have an area that deals with youth. In fact, it may even be the same area. I feel like I should know that.
Two separate areas,
areas.
but work very closely together.
Okay. Thank you. Are you able to tell me about employment?
No,
in particular,
I think
the
that's
rate.
the next.
Yeah, I thought so. I did want to ask about the. We probably could. Okay, we might do that actually. Yeah.
So on that
Thank
note,
you.
I thank the Schools and Youth section of the department.
Senator, could I just, through you, Chair, just Senator Faruqi asked me for some numbers of international students. Can I put those on the record now?
Absolutely.
Okay, so it was around international school students, commencements in 2021. There were 2,307 and 2,188 international school student commencements in 2022, and both, so around those 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So thank you to the Schools and Youth section. I now invite officials from the Skills and Training section of the department. We will suspend for a couple of minutes while those officials make their way to the table. Section, and I first ask if anyone has an opening statement. Then I hand over to Senator O'Sullivan for your question.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was just previously asking about youth and mental health issues and that sort of thing, and I was sort of midway through question realised there was a nice point for a segue into employment, so I'll continue with that. Firstly, what's the current youth unemployment rate?
Senator, we have the Skills and Training Group here, but I'm happy to...
Oh, there's two.
Yeah. Employment are going to be our next group coming forward.
Is that after dinner?
That'll be after.
I'm really doing well, aren't I?
Do you have the figures?
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just see if I can look the figures up, Senator, for you.
That's all right. I'll save it till then. Thank you, Chair. I'll come back later.
Okay. So Senator O'Sullivan will come back up to dinner.
Senator Pratt. Thanks. Thank you, Chair. And good afternoon, Ms Williams. Lovely to see you again. Can I ask, in terms of the MyEFO and budget, that the total change in funding, reflecting on both of those documents, the change in funding to the states in budget paper 3 is around 15 million between 21 and 22 and 24 to 25?
So Senator Nadine Williams, Skills and Training Group. Senator, yes, we have some changes in funding to the states and territories in the budget document as you outlined.
Okay. At any stage, has the Minister for Skills indicated that funding for the National Skills Agreement would be terminating in 25-26?
So Senator, with respect to the funding announced in the budget for the new National Skills Agreement, that funding is for a 5-year arrangement between the Commonwealth and the states and the territories.
Okay, and when does that 5-year agreement start and finish?
So the funding is scheduled to start essentially once the Commonwealth and the states and their territories come to an agreement, but notionally from the 2022 to 23 is the first financial year, and then it runs for 5 years from that.
Taking us through to the middle of 2028.
It's a 5-year arrangement, that's right, Senator. Senator, in the budget papers, of course, because it's over the forward estimates, there is a 4-year arrangement reflected in the budget papers, but as it notes in the budget, statements. It is a 5-year agreement that we're looking to achieve with the states.
Okay, so I'm trying to unpack that in 25-26, that year of funding is included in skills reform to support future growth measure. What I'm trying to understand is why was a policy decision needed to fund the agreement in the 25-26 financial year needed?
Sorry, Senator, is your question going to part of the forwards being 4 years and the agreement 5? Is that, why is the agreement 5? Is that correct? Is that the question you're asking?
I beg your pardon?
Sorry, is the question you're asking is why is the agreement a 5-year agreement?
Well, I'm trying to understand in terms of the expiry, the pattern of funding, because it starts in 22-23. The funding agreement goes out past the forward.
That's correct.
Estimates.
That's right. So it goes 1
in
year.
effect, it doesn't terminate. You just haven't reflected the agreement past the forwards because you wouldn't do that.
That's right. It's a 5-year agreement, but the budget papers obviously only go over the forwards.
Okay. Why is there a 3.7 billion in the skills agreement, as reported in budget paper 2, is not going to the states and territories in budget paper 3?
So the 3.7 billion is the amount that the government has provisioned to support the negotiations with the states and territories around the skills agreement. The money will flow to the states and territories once an agreement has been signed.
Okay, so it's simply that the agreement hasn't been agreed yet. Is the hold up the amount of money or conditions on it?
So negotiations with the states and territories are ongoing, Senator. The National Cabinet has tasked the Skills Committee with conducting those negotiations and providing advice back before the end of June 2022.
Okay. So in terms of that $3.7 billion, how have you estimated that figure without an agreement? Is it based on funding RTOs or is it nevertheless based on state input, even though an agreement hasn't been reached?
So, Senator, the 3.7 billion is the Commonwealth's offer to the states and territories as part of the National Skills Agreement. In return for that additional funding, there are a range of reforms that the Commonwealth is seeking from the states. And those reforms cover a whole raft of areas, but they also are predominantly designed to fund new training within the training system.
How was the additional funding in the budget measure estimated?
So, Senator, it's a funding offer. It was developed in order to put a funding offer to the states in return for a range of reforms. It's not broken down.
Is it an arbitrary figure? How do we know what the need of the economy is, of what our society is for particular skills? Why not offer $5 billion or why not offer $2 billion?
So, Senator, I think as we've talked about in this committee previously, the Commonwealth is seeking to increase its percentage of investment in the skills and training system. That offer represents that increase of investment, and we're confident that the money on the table, that $3.7 billion, will represent not just a substantial increase in investment by the Commonwealth, but it will deliver a range of new funding opportunities across both full qualifications, micro-credentials and foundation skills. So it's a carefully calibrated offer.
The Commonwealth might be increasing, but what are the... what's the quantum that the state's put on the table for the skills, same period of the new skills agreement?
So the skills agreement is designed essentially to, in the first instance, seek the agreement from the states and territories to not decrease their level of funding from 2019 levels, and then to increase that level of funding to match the Commonwealth level of reinvestment. So it will result in an increase in investment from both the Commonwealth and the states and territories, and Ms McDonald may be able to talk a little bit more about what we would envisage that increase in investment looking like across the board. Ms. McDonald?
Mary McDonald, First Assistant Secretary, Skills Reform Task Force. Senator, in terms of the Commonwealth and state contributions, a lot of work has been done in relation to this during the period for the agreement. You'll remember the heads of the agreement that all state and territories and the Commonwealth signed up through National Cabinet, which set out a framework by which we would improve the skills system. That talked about both Commonwealth and state increasing their dollars. The Commonwealth also talked about increasing its share of overall funding, so it would be paying a greater share. There's a number of priorities in that heads of agreement that we've done a lot of detailed work, and also we've been working with the states and territories unpacking their data and what's happening in the training system and looking at future needs. So in terms of the areas where we are looking at increasing skilling, we are looking in areas where there is a need for a larger skilled workforce, so both increasing the training of new young people coming into the system, as well as the existing pool of workers where the employers don't have enough skilled labour with particular skills, particularly vet qualifications. Micro-credentials are a very significant and growing area, so there is extra funding to lift the amount of micro-credentials within the system to enable existing workers to upskill or reskill, and also foundation skills are a significant need in the economy, that more and more people who don't have the basic foundation skills, literacy, numeracy, digital skills to be able to engage in that next level of training, find they get left behind. So the government is looking at a significant skilling up there. So there's been some estimated places across the whole agreement which are in the budget papers, 800,000 extra places across the 5 years on top of what is delivered in the base, and that is a mixture of all those places. With individual states and territories, we've worked very closely with individual states and territories. We started a process in December in 2020 where there was a broad framework for the offer and work, and then there was some detailed funding requests from states and territories which they were provided, and then the Commonwealth and the relevant state worked through a bilateral process. That has also helped inform then that next level of offer and the particular modelling for each state and territory as to what the funding would be and the uplift in places.
Thank you. The additional funding is any of the funding announced, in the budget, an extension of the national partnership payments to states other than the skills specific purpose payment?
So, Senator, it's not an extension of any existing national partnership arrangements. So we have a range of national partnership arrangements in place. As you know, there's the Job Trainer Fund, there's the Skilling Australia Fund, which ceases at the end of this financial year. There's the Revitalising TAFE Campuses across Australia, arranged national partnership arrangement. This money is not an extension of those arrangements, but it will come in behind them essentially.
help me understand that. Is it, it's a kind of pause in the, will the existing national partnership agreement have continuity in terms of there being no pause in time in its expiry, or are there payments to bridge the gap in the middle?
So, Senator, the primary set of payments to the states and territories is the National Agreement on Skills and Workforce Development, the NASWAD. That's the big component of funding. That flows to the jurisdictions irrespective of whether and when we land a deal. The money that we're talking about that's in the budget is new money. It's a new set of arrangements that we are negotiating. The Skilling Australia Fund does cease in June 2022. That's probably the primary national partnership arrangement. It was a time-limited arrangement and it does cease, but we are very hopeful that what we will have in place is a new arrangement that allows funding to continue to flow into the skills system through the new national partnership agreement.
Has the department been asked to provide the Minister with advice on the risks to skills and training if the new agreement is not signed in a timely way?
So no, Senator, we've been working towards the timeframes set to us by the National Cabinet, which is that we will deliver advice on the new national agreement by June this year.
Can I grab some copies of that? Get it scanned in today. Is it the government's position that funding for the skills agreement would continue based on current settings on an ongoing basis if we are unable to negotiate a skills agreement? I think you've said almost as much, but I'd like to confirm it in that way.
So I think, as I said, Senator, the NASWAD is a flow of funding that simply continues. It's legislated. It will continue to flow through to the jurisdictions, irrespective of the new national skills agreement coming into effect. And there are a range of other skills arrangements that will continue. I think the job trainer program will still be in place. And, you know, there are other measures that will flow to the states and territories, but the primary funding arrangement, the National Agreement on Skills and Workforce Development, simply continues to flow through. And that's the big piece of funding, the $1.6, $1.7 billion that goes to the states and territories each financial year.
Thank you. Was there a ministerial meeting planned for today?
Senator, yes, there was a ministerial meeting scheduled for today, and that meeting has been deferred. We're looking for another time frame to hold that meeting.
Were there reasons for it to be cancelled?
There were a number of jurisdictions that weren't able to attend.
Did that include the Commonwealth?
No, I think from memory it was New South Wales and Queensland.
New South Wales and Queensland, yeah. And Senator, apart from the fact that we were hearing Senate estimates in addition.
Well, we would have, I don't know how they get planned for the same day. In any case, perhaps we have moved estimates around because our sitting timetable was quite late. So who cancelled the meeting? Was the Commonwealth prepared? Was Minister Roberts happy to turn up if it had gone ahead today?
So, Senator, the National Cabinet committees are arranged by the Cabinet Secretary's office. They went through the process of cancelling the meeting.
But I can clarify, you might not have been here, but Minister Robert did chair another ministerial meeting today, which is the Education Ministers, which, as I've previously advised, did agree on the national curriculum.
Okay.
Great outcome.
I understand that that's the case, so I'm therefore a little bit concerned. Was the meeting cancelled by the Commonwealth? Is this the third meeting on skills that's been cancelled by Minister Roberts, as reported in the Australian Financial Review?
So, Senator, this meeting hasn't been cancelled. It has been deferred. We're actively looking for another date to hold it.
And why were there reasons other than the non-availability of ministers?
So,
others?
Senator, these are important meetings. As you'd be aware, the discussions around the National Skills Agreement do require, due to their importance, I think, the majority of ministers to be available. And we do endeavour to ensure that those meetings are held at times when people are able to attend them. In terms of meetings cancelled, I do note that reference in the Australian Financial Review to 3 meetings cancelled. I don't agree with that. I think there have been, I think in at least 2 instances where meetings have been combined, but in both of those instances, the full agenda for each meeting was considered. The agendas for National Cabinet meetings and the Skills Committee in particular are set out well in advance, and where that occurs due to timeframe difficulties by various ministers in terms of attendance, what we endeavour to do is simply to run a longer meeting and ensure that all of the agenda items are properly considered as a result.
And Senator Pratt, that's quite common, particularly in the period of COVID, and ministers do endeavour to accommodate each other so that we can have maximum attendance at these forums. And I would note that South Australia has just had their election, and it may well also be the case that courtesy has been given by colleagues to the new South Australian minister to get time to actually get across the issue. So it is generally an issue of courtesy. I had that recently when I had COVID, and we again postponed it, and we've had the meeting since. So it is very standard.
May I ask, please? I understand that skills ministers from 6 Labor states and territories wrote to Mr. Roberts on Thursday expressing strong concern and dismay over the insistence on pushing a draft agreement that was rejected by all states and territories last year. Do you have an awareness of that correspondence?
So, Senator, I'm aware of that correspondence. I'm aware that it was reported in the Financial Review. Senator, I would note that negotiations between the Commonwealth and the states and the territories tend to go through various iterations. The Commonwealth has put 3 offers to the states that respond to the range of issues that have been raised by state and territory ministers, and that we are in a process of ongoing negotiation, and that it is my expectation that that negotiation will continue.
Are you able to take us through the current concerns of the states as they express them? What are the key issues?
So, Senator, we would not generally reveal the content of negotiations with the states and territories, particularly within the context of a national cabinet forum.
Okay, does it include risks to the public provision of skills as an issue that has been raised?
So I'm aware of that. That was one of the matters that was raised, particularly in the Financial Review article. So yes, Senator. I would note that, Senator, that with respect to that claim, without sort of prejudicing the nature of the conversations with the states or going into, of course, too much detail, that there is no intention within the agreement or in any of the offers made by the Commonwealth with respect to this agreement to cut funding to the states and territories, nor is there an intention to change the arrangements whereby the states have full ability to allocate funding to either the public or the private system, as currently occurs.
What about challenges to affordability of training for students?
In terms of prices, Senator?
Well, for example, states and territories, including Victoria, Queensland and the ACT, have provided the Commonwealth with an analysis that the proposed model could see student fees rise very substantially for some qualifications, including those in the care sector, at a time when Australian businesses and services are struggling to find the skilled workers that they need.
So again, Senator, without prejudicing those negotiations or revealing the content of those discussions with the states, I'm happy to say that we are, of course, aware of that modelling by those jurisdictions, that we've had intensive discussions with them, and we have responded to that analysis. Certainly from our perspective, there was a number of areas where that analysis could better reflect the National Skills Agreement policy settings. Certainly from our perspective, in terms of the offers that we have made to the states, it is our view that fees are likely to come down and not increase, and in fact ensuring fairness of fees for students and reducing unnecessarily high fees is one of the key objectives of the Commonwealth Government in negotiating this deal with the states and territories.
Okay, so do you believe that those states are wrongly asserting that there's a risk of student fees rising substantially?
So, Senator, I believe that we're in the middle of negotiations with the states and territories, that there are many ways with which we can adjust the parameters of the agreement as we go through negotiations. I believe that that analysis by those jurisdictions was very point in time, and that the way in which we've worked through some of these issues has led to a different consideration as we've gone along. We will continue to work through those matters with the states, but certainly in the way in which we're framing our negotiations and the offers that we've made to date, we are not looking to see an increase in fees. In fact, what we are looking at from the model that we are putting on the table is to make fees lower, to make fees more consistent, including to cap them so that there's not the opportunity for big fee rises across the board. And I think we've talked about this previously in this committee, in particular some of the variations across jurisdictions in terms of fees and the desire by the Commonwealth to see more consistency or a higher level of fairness for students in terms of the fees that they are paying.
So in that context, why would it be fair to see fees in caring occupations that are already having skills shortages rise if there's already difficulty in attracting students?
So, Senator, on job trainer, I think we've found that those priority skills are low fee or free under job trainer at the moment. Going forward, I think our modelling, as Ms Williams has said, is not the intention to have fees rise at all.
Okay, so what's the basis of the assertion from some states that there is a risk of fees rising? Can you see it from their point of view? Is there... Do you understand their situation that puts rise to them arguing that?
So I do think that states and territories do have a very full understanding of the model. I think that if you look purely at the National Skills Commission fees and don't consider alongside that the conditions that have been put forward by the Commonwealth as part of their offer, or the concession arrangements that are in play, that are being proposed, or the arrangements that we are proposing with respect to low and no fee, that you could perhaps come to that conclusion. But we have undertaken very extensive analysis around this. As I said, the Commonwealth's objective is not that fees will rise, but that fees in fact will decrease and or become more consistent across the nation and therefore fairer for students. So we've been very engaged in this question. And certainly it is our perspective that the arrangements that we have on the table with the states and territories that form part of our offer will not lead to an increase in fees for students.
So we've had 18 months of negotiations, but it does appear that given the ministers from states have recently written with their concerns, how far off are we from getting a resolution? How can we be confident that their issues are being actively addressed?
So I think, Senator, it's really important to remember the starting point here. And, at the moment, skills funding is untied, it's block funded, and there's limited transparency and limited accountability. We're seeking to move from that to a much more transparent system and where there is much more accountability about the way in which funding is allocated. These are big shifts. And I would expect that something of this nature and reforms of this magnitude will take some time. That said, the Commonwealth has made 3 offers to the jurisdictions. As you noted, the jurisdictions have responded, and we are in the process of considering that response with a view to making a further offer in the near future. So from my perspective, negotiations are proceeding exactly as I would have predicted. I think, it's reasonable to take some time to go through these things. These are complex matters, and as I said, the Commonwealth is looking for a reasonable level of reform here. It would surprise me if it was easy. Commonwealth-state relations are always going to go through these sorts of processes where it takes time to work through the issues, and funding arrangements in particular require deep consideration by both the states and the Commonwealth.
Can I ask, the model, as I understand it, imposes competition between TAFEs and private providers. Is that correct?
No,
How does the government know what the baseline of providing the quality course is? How do we avoid being a race to the bottom? Because we've seen some quite poor performance in relation to training standards. It's been a failed policy experiment before. Is this something the states have expressed their concern about?
So, Senator, I would not say that at all. The model does not impose competition between private and public sector providers. It sets out the possibility for a provider-agnostic efficient price, a set of subsidy arrangements, concessions and fees. And I would be really clear to say, and I'm conscious, of course, of those claims that are made in the AFR. Wanted to be very clear to say that there are no cuts to TAFE as part of this model. TAFEs would benefit from the additional funding that would be injected into the system, the additional $3.7 billion, and that where we have been talking to the states and territories about the higher cost structures that exist within the TAFE system, we have been very conscious of those higher cost structures, and our offers to the states have accommodated the need for funding to accommodate those higher cost structures. So I don't think it would, I certainly wouldn't characterise this as setting up a competitive environment between private sector and
But
TAFE.
if it's provider agnostic, surely that does nevertheless equal competition.
So I think, Senator, as I said, the efficient price is only one part of the agreement. There are a range of discussions that are occurring between the Commonwealth and the states and territories around those higher cost structures that exist within the private system, the public system, why they exist, and how they might be accommodated in the agreement. So I think what I'm saying, Senator...
It's not so much the higher cost structures, it's where there's a reason for a higher cost structure because you need, for example, to retain the skills within your organisation to deliver a reasonable standard of training rather than being trained by someone who doesn't cost as much but can't really deliver in the same expert way.
I'm sure, Senator Pratt, you're not intending this, but I just want to make it very clear. None of that is to suggest that there is a less skilled or less capable body of people
Have you read the
operating
draft agreements?
in the private education.
No, that's fine. Have you read
sector.
the draft agreements, Senator Stoker?
I have not.
Okay, thank you. Has the department ever provided or been asked to provide advice in response to offers from states as part of negotiations of the National Skills Agreement?
Sorry, Senator, maybe if you could repeat that.
I'll put my glasses back on, that might help. Has the department ever provided or been asked to provide advice in response to offers from states? Or how do you go about responding to the states' asks as part of the negotiations? How does the department look at the requests of the states and manage their asks to see what changes can be made?
So we go through a process of discussion with the states and territories. We often discuss their concerns and the matters that they raise at both a multilateral and a bilateral level because the issues of individual states can vary. There has been quite an intensive process, as Ms McDonald outlined, of working through the modelling and the analysis, both from the state side and the Commonwealth side, and we simply go through that process of working through that analysis, working through those discussions, and then considering where there may be areas for further agreement or negotiation. Advice is provided to ministers through the National Skills Committee, and those negotiations occur first at officials and then through ministerial arrangements.
So there have been new offers laid on the table in response to those concerns?
There have to date been 3 offers, the original offer and 2 variations to the original offer, and we're currently working through what a 4th offer may require.
Thank you.
Can I just get an indication of time? Because we're
Well, I know we're due to go to dinner, but if I finish on the national agreements, I've got like 2 or 3 questions. Yeah. Has the offer to the states from the minister ever changed as a result of negotiations? I think your answer to that is yes.
Absolutely,
States
Senator.
and territories
Yes.
have provided the department and the minister with an analysis of increases in fees that would result from the changes proposed in the new agreement. And we've been through a little bit of that and the factor in negotiations. But can I ask, did the minister ask for advice on how the Commonwealth's offer to the states could be amended to help negotiate an outcome in relation to that issue specifically?
So, Senator, do you mean with respect to the analysis that jurisdictions such as Victoria, Queensland and ACT have provided around fees?
Yes, that's right.
So certainly, I think as we discussed, the Commonwealth has responded, or the Commonwealth officials have responded to the state analysis. We have certainly provided advice to the minister around the nature of that state analysis. Our advice essentially was that that analysis was agnostic to the NSA policy settings. It didn't take them into consideration. And as we worked through iterations of the offer, we looked to see where we could ensure that there was clarity around those policy settings, and to ensure that it was clear that those policy settings would deliver the reduction in fees that we were seeing as a critical part of the arrangements.
Okay, so it's also
fees.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Yeah.
Can I ask, I understand the states are arguing that the model, in their view, some states, and that is the Labor states, that they're concerned that the model would reduce funding for public providers, including TAFE. I understand you've said previously in this discussion just now that it doesn't. Can you tell me on how the states that have a concern about this have come to that conclusion and why you would refute it?
So, Senator, without going too much to the detail of the arrangements that are on the table, I can assure you that we have carefully considered the cost structures of states, that we've worked with individual jurisdictions on what those cost structures look like, where they sit over and above the efficient price, and that we have negotiated or are in the process of negotiating arrangements to accommodate those costs within the agreement.
Senator Pratt,
Thank you.
I think it's important.
Done if you want to go for dinner.
Well, I'd like to finish my answer if that's all right.
Thank you.
Senator Pratt, the question that you asked was essentially one that went to the state of mind or the motivations of those representatives of the states who wrote to the minister. And I'm not sure that Ms Williams, though she has done her best to assist, is in a position to speak to what is in the minds of those individuals.
She could have just simply stated the argument
However,
that they put to her.
However, I'm sure it is not unusual at this point in the election cycle for a group of individuals representing a particular political party at the state level to reach a position and write a letter in the absence of colleagues from other states that reflects particular political views and opportunities rather than reflecting the good faith nature of the process that has been engaged in by the Commonwealth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pratt.
Thank you. On that note, brings us...
No, we're not done with skills, we're just done on the National Skills Agreement.
So we
That's
need
okay.
to bring
Skills
skills
back.
and training back after the break. But thank you, Senator Pratt. So we will now suspend until 7:15 p.m. when we will have skills and training back. I welcome everyone back to the Budget Estimates hearing for the Education and Employment Committee, and we welcome back members of the Department of Education Skills and Employment Skills and Training section. Senator Pratt, I believe you wanted to continue with your question.
Thank you. I've got some questions, please, about industry clusters. Did the department estimate the cost of proponents for developing cluster proposals, and what was that?
Renee Houston, First Assistant Secretary, Vet Quality and Policy Division. Sorry, Senator, could you just repeat that question?
Did the department estimate the cost to proponents for the development of a cluster proposal?
To put in for the grant round?
No. What resources would be required for them to do that?
No, we did not.
Are you able to estimate how long it would take based on what you've seen?
Have only closed last night, so have not seen any of the proposals, Senator. And we had the round was open from early December last year to March to enable enough time for people to put proposals together.
Industry clusters are being established to lead and drive performance of the national vocational education and training system to meet evolving skills and training needs of industry employers. Why was consideration not given to the occupations people train in as well?
So, Senator, the industry cluster model is designed to bring together industries across a range of like occupations. So certainly occupations were a central consideration in part of the design of the arrangements that have gone to the grant process.
Where does an electrician fit? Because they could be relevant to a number of clusters.
Yeah. So, Senator, before we dive into that, and I'll let Ms Houston answer that question, I think it's probably important to note that the grant process is designed to allow industry to sort of come together with respect to the types of clusters that might evolve. The department has come up with a range of suggested clusterings, but there is still scope for industry to come together in its own way around those clusters, and that we expect that the grant process will allow us to consider that. With respect to that particular occupation, Ms Houston, is there a view from your perspective? So certainly we have a range of suggested clusters.
So the clusters, Senator, are based on the Australian and New Zealand Standard Industrial Classification, the ANZIC codes, which group clusters based on key business activities, and it uses industry and leadership as its basis and grouping related sectors. So we went out with a model of a proposed 9 clusters as a starting point for the grant opportunity, but as Ms Williams just said, the onus was on industry to come back to us with how they would like to group themselves and a reason for why they would want to be grouped in that way. So it's just a starting point.
And so how will you judge whether the grouping has merit?
So that's part of the selection criteria in sense people were asked to put forward a business case for why the groupings were the way that they were, how they were grouped together, letters of support, that sort of side of things in terms of industries working together.
Are you able, please, to give me an update of stage 1 and 2? Sorry, stage 1 of the 2-stage process, and I understand that's just closed.
Yep.
Are you able to tell us as of tonight how many were received?
I do not have that information. It did close just yesterday evening, and I have not been provided a briefing with how many applications were received as part of that process as yet. I imagine that the team has been going through that detail today. So that closed yesterday evening.
Okay, if you can, I do understand that. If you can take on notice, please, how many were received, who made the applications, how many were from consortia, and are you able to give us an outline of how the clusters will be determined?
So, Senator, with respect to your first question, we will see what we can do there. As you would appreciate, we are in the middle of an active grant assessment process, and there may be some limitations from the perspective of probity around what we can and can't say there, but we will certainly go back and we'll seek some advice around that and give you what we can. With respect to the assessment process itself, there may also be some limitations about that, but to the extent that we're able to talk to it.
Yes, the grant opportunity guidelines do outline the assessment criteria that that we'll be using to judge the proposals. So happy to.
I know there's
provide that.
confidentiality, but also isn't there sometimes an opportunity to say, well, let's get this proposal to talk to that proposal because they're a bit too close together and in the same region?
Yes,
will you do things
Senator,
like
that is built into the grant process, yes.
Okay. When will the applications be evaluated?
Over the next couple of months.
And when do you expect all the funding agreements to be executed by?
That will be dependent on, obviously, the number of applications that we receive and the amount of time that occurs until the delegate decision. We have estimated at the moment that we would be going to stage 2 of the grants process from July, so that is under the expectation that stage 1 would be finalised by the end of June. But that's high-level timeframes, as I said, dependent on numbers of applications.
I have forgotten, but what's the funding envelope for them? And how many are we expecting?
The provision for funding, we've gone out with a 9-cluster model, but provisioned for funding with up to 15 clusters. Again, it's all dependent on what comes back through the process. There is $403 million over the forward estimates for the industry clusters.
Thanks. I will just move on now. I'll circle back if I need to, but I wanted to ask now about industry training hubs. Thank you for your assistance. What is the plan, please, for the hubs beyond 2023 when funding is due to cease?
So that would be a matter for government, Senator?
Will there be a review?
Yes, there will be. Oh, sorry, Senator Claire Sharp, First Assistant Secretary, Apprenticeships and Foundation Skills Division. So an evaluation is scheduled to take place in the second half of this year, which will directly inform, I guess, any advice given to government on what the future of the training hub model should be.
Is it correct that budgeted funding for the hubs to June 2022 is a total of $33.17 million, and yet total expenditure to date is about just over $6.5 million?
Yes, those figures are correct.
Yeah.
Is this program meeting the department's expectations, and what are you doing to address this flagging program?
So, Senator, I might let Ms Sharp go into the detail around that, but I think we've talked about this program previously in this committee. The projects that are run by the hubs, many of the hubs are only newly established and they're still working through those projects. But for many of the projects that are in place, there's been significant efficiencies and savings that have occurred as a result of COVID. A lot of those projects are now no longer have no longer been face-to-face exercises. They've been online, and they're a very good model, I think, for engagement that doesn't require a lot of funding. So the hubs themselves and the facilitators are certainly meeting the expectations as set out in the requirements of their contracts.
Yeah.
And I don't think expenditure against the program is no indication at the stage of its success.
Okay, so are they going to have a big, if it's only had just over $6.5 million to date, does that mean we could have a massive flurry of activity around the industry training hubs in the financial year of 22-23 and then nothing?
Well, we would certainly expect activity to ramp up, Senator.
what's the point of it ramping up if it then peters out and nothing then happens?
So as Ms Sharp noted, these hubs are pilots. They are designed to test the model of an intensive facilitator engagement and connection between schools and businesses in a local regional community. Certainly they will be subject to evaluation, and that evaluation I think will tell us sort of if this is the kind of model that works and where we might go next with it. Ms Sharp, was there anything you wanted to add with respect to that?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Of the 6 and a bit million spent to date, just under 75% of that relates to contracted hub service fees. That includes things like operating expenses paid to the contracted provider, rent, salaries and other items. How does the department assess whether this represents value for the taxpayer in relation to the dollars spent?
So we followed the Commonwealth procurement rules when we awarded those contracts, and so there was a value for money assessment done at the time. We received monthly reporting and engaged very closely with the career facilitators in each of the training hubs. We've set up a number of mechanisms to make sure we're sharing. As Ms Williams said, there's a lot of cost-neutral activity going on.
Yeah.
And we've set up some, additional mechanisms to make sure they're sharing lessons learned, and where we've got good practice going on in one, it's being moved across. So we are confident that we are receiving value for money from those contracts. I assume you're looking at some of the quants for the breakdown, and you can see that the price that we're paying is different, and that does reflect, based on the value for money assessment, the different, different rent, different markets we're playing in each of those locations.
Can I ask, will you push that $33 million out past 22-23 if it's not all spent, or will government pocket the saving?
So again, Senator, that is a decision for government.
Yes, but are you actually actively considering spreading it out? I guess, is that something being actively considered currently? Because otherwise everyone's just going to push to rush to spend the money when actually they might be better off spreading it out a little more.
So when a provider has a project that they would like funded, they submit an application through to the department. So it's not possible for a provider to just push all the money out. It does need to go through an assessment
but they
each time.
Could flood you with the applications to get it
And they would
moving
each be
rather
assessed on their merits.
The Townsville Hub has operated since 2020 and has only spent $84,000 in contracted projects. Is this hub underperforming even by the standards of this program?
I think Ms Williams has made clear that we don't judge the success of the program on the value of the projects.
Okay, can you tell us what parameters you are using to currently assess the value of the Townsville Hub currently?
We're looking at the kind of level of engagement that the hub is having with local schools, with local employers, their level of connections and some of those sort of networks that they're building.
Okay, and what can you tell us about the Townsville Hub in relation to those parameters relative to the other hubs?
So a number of the projects that Townsville have submitted have been low cost, and in some ways it's a funny metric where we're looking for high cost as a measure. In some ways they represent pretty good value. So we can see that they've spent $1,970 on industry insight tours for basically taking the career counsellors from the schools to meet with a number of the businesses on a one-day tour. They have been awarded funding of $61,240 to deliver a skill set in careers development for VET coordinators, school career guidance officers, teachers and other Queensland education staff.
And how do those metrics compare to other hubs in terms of the deepness and the value and the
I think the really detailed comparative assessment will occur as part of the evaluation.
Okay. Am I correct? There's been 4 projects funded at Townsville in 14 months, and the reason behind that is that they've just submitted 4. Do they have any more under consideration currently?
I would need to take that on notice and find out.
So I think the point, Senator, from our perspective is we have a very close contract management association with each of these facilitators, and as part of that relationship we have no concerns with the operation of the Townsville Hub and the value of the usefulness of the projects that they are delivering. They certainly have very strong connections in with the local community.
Thank you. According to the 1920 skills package fact sheet from the budget, the hubs are supposed to create better connections between industry and schools, which will improve outcomes for up to 3,000 school students, as well as their potential employers. Can I ask how many students have been impacted or engaged with from the hubs so far?
Yes, so over 3,000 secondary students have been or are being assisted through the Training Hub activities and projects.
Is that per hub or for the whole program?
That's for the program.
I think we've also had about 500 teachers and other school staff and over 800 industry and employer stakeholders have been or are being assisted by the Training Hub activities and projects.
Thanks. Can I ask if you have started to assess whether outcomes for students who've received support from the hubs directly or via their teachers or careers counsellors have resulted in improved outcomes for any of those students yet, or how you're assessing that?
I think the design of the evaluation will be really important for that because, of course, there will be some direct hits. You know, someone will be connected up with a job interview and get a job straight out of it, but there will also the sort of the guidance value of people being made aware of multiple careers, and it might not be their first choice but their second choice that they make or their second job they take. So we're going to have to do some careful work on the evaluation design to pick up, I guess, that nuance.
Have you considered the factors you want to include in the evaluation yet? Did you put some of those parameters together before you put the hubs together, or are you yet to design that in any way?
I think the focus of the next, so we're due to conduct the evaluation next financial year, and the kind of job of work over the next 3 or 4 months will be to design the evaluation.
Okay.
I think, Senator, there's probably a bit of clue in the aims of the Training Hub, so to improve the training and the employment opportunities for young people in the regions. And our career facilitators, there are things like, you know, how well have they created better linkages between schools and local industries? How can they assist with, you know, eliminating high youth unemployment in region areas? So all of both the aims of career facilitators and the program will come into the criteria of how it should be evaluated. So you've got a strategic alignment between the aim of the program and indeed how it's evaluated.
Can I get an indication of how much longer Senator Pratt?
On this topic or on employment?
Well, I was also wondering about the skills and training so that we can...
Well, I think we're nearly done on skills and training, and then we'll be ready to move on to employment.
Okay.
The Australian government is now investing, according to the department's website, $50.6 million to trial these hubs. They were announced in 2019 in April, before the federal election. So far, in 3 years, less than $7 million has been spent. I'm concerned that that's a significant problem when we've known for some time that the lack of counselling, careers advice is an issue in relation to skills shortages currently. May I ask what the department's view is of what's gone wrong?
So, Senator, I think we've provided advice on this previously, and I don't think anything has necessarily gone wrong. There has certainly been an impact of COVID on both the schools and the businesses that the career facilitators work with, and that has did in fact also lead to delays in the tender process, so you'd be aware of the evidence we've provided previously around that. And then I think there's simply a natural lag in the timing for this project expenditure. The first job of work is to set up the career facilitators. They needed to establish their steering and advisory committees. They needed to work on developing and submitting the project proposals to the department. And really only now are you starting to see these projects hitting their straps and starting to deliver the outcomes that they need to do. I think it is a good model. I think we'll start to see some really interesting results from this trial, and that the evaluation will tell us some interesting things about whether this really intensive kind of local engagement or facilitation between school and business in a local area can bear results, particularly for young people who are in areas of high unemployment.
In relation to the Commonwealth Scholarships Program for Young Australians that was linked to the training hub areas, why have only 556 scholarships been awarded when 753 were offered?
So, Senator, that program is tracking well. Obviously, not everyone who applies for a scholarship will be successful in achieving it if they don't meet the eligibility criteria, etc.
So you're saying there haven't been 753 applications that have as yet met the
Senator,
eligibility?
So I may need to check the exact number, but that difference between the number awarded and the number applied for is generally a result of people going through the application process. They're assessed as eligible or not eligible, and there will be a range of people who don't meet the eligibility criteria. So that will be the difference generally. There may be some instances where people also don't take up the scholarship for whatever reason. Their life circumstances might change. They may decide not to continue with the study.
So how many applications have been received overall?
Those numbers.
I think that.
So just in terms of so there are 3 rounds to this scholarship program, Senator. I think if we take all 3 rounds together, there have been, I'm just saying, so 930 applications across all 3 rounds. Of those 930, 753 scholarships were offered. And
How many?
753, and 556 were awarded. So that's the difference between essentially people's eligibility, and then people may be offered a scholarship, but they may decide to turn it down for a range of reasons. They may decide not to go on with the study, or there may be some other reason for them not continuing in that space.
And what's the cap on the total number of scholarships that this scheme will provide?
So it's run as a series of rounds.
Yeah.
The first 3 rounds were scheduled to offer, I think, 400 scholarships, but because the number actually offered varies based on what people choose to study and then subsequently the total cost per scholarship, which is why through the first 3 rounds we were able to offer 556 rather than the original 400. There is a round that has just closed, round 4, and that's currently under assessment. That one is, again, the government committed to offering 240 scholarships, and again, subject to what people apply for, it may be possible to award a higher figure than that, but that assessment's just underway now.
Okay, so any that are unfilled, so of the 753 that were awarded and only 556 taken up, will you push the excess forward into future opportunities?
So that is the intention. That's one of the ways we're looking at from this round 4. While the evaluation's not finalised, I have been advised that we do have more eligible applications than 240, and we are going to be able to fund a few more because we can pick up.
Will you open the existing scheme to new regions?
That would be a decision for the government.
Check whether I'm on top of anything else I need to ask here. Oh, and can I just I think we're ready to move on to employment services, but I just wanted to ask, in general, what's going on with careers training at a broader level and what plans the government has.
So with respect to the National Careers Institute, Senator?
That would be one of them?
Yep. So that certainly is the predominant sort of mechanism through which we look to increase careers advice. And there's a range of mechanisms that we use to do that. You'd be familiar with some of the grant rounds that we run, which target sort of innovative careers advice arrangements at a range of cohorts, whether it's young people or youth, etc. And of course, all of the National Careers Institute's offerings are designed to provide a superior level of careers advice to all young people, job seekers, a range of people who are looking to reskill or upskill and move throughout the economy.
Senator, you might also note that in the 22-23 budget, the National Careers Institute has 2 budget measures at a cost of $5.4 million, $1.5 million to extend the career advice access for digital job seekers, $3.9 million to support women's mid-career transition into the tech workforce, and of that, $3.5 million will be delivered through the National Careers Institute and $0.4 million through leveraging the mid-career checkpoint program. So they're the 2 measures from this budget.
No, probably good segue.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the members of the Department of Skills and Training section. I now invite officers from the Employment Division of the Department of Education, Skills and Employment. And if you don't mind, Senator Pratt, we'll go to Senator Rice first. I think they're all here.
Happy Friday afternoon, Friday night.
What a great way to spend your Friday night.
That's why they're paid the big bucks.
Thank you. Mr. Smythe, do you have an opening statement for the section?
No, I don't, Chair.
On that note, I will hand straight over to Senator Rice.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I want to ask about the suspension of mutual obligations in flood-affected areas.
I'll vacate the space, Senator.
On both the 17th and the 31st of March, the suspension of mutual obligations in flood-affected areas were set to end. And then on each of these days, it was announced right at the very end, on the 11th hour, that they were that they were extended, which was good that they were extended. But why did the department wait until the final day of the original suspension period to announce this extension?
So, Alex Gordon, Deputy Secretary, Employment Programs. Senator, when we make decisions about the suspension of mutual obligations, there are a range of factors that we take into account, and when things are changing on the ground, we also consult with our state and territory network and the officers that we have on the ground to assess whether or not mutual obligations need to be extended. And in some of the cases, we were waiting to see the extent of impact and to get intelligence from the providers and others on the ground. In some of the areas, the impact was more extensive and warranted the extension. In other areas, we didn't extend, and those areas, there was still the opportunity where there were individuals that were impacted to have their mutual obligations suspended at an individual level. So there's still that flexibility to ensure that individuals that are impacted and can't meet the requirements under the mutual obligation requirements, then there's still that flexibility to be able to suspend them.
Do you acknowledge that it adds to people's stress when they're dealing with floods to not know until the very last day that they don't have to continue to comply with their mutual obligations.
I think, Senator, I'd need to go back and actually look at the exact timing of the communication, because I don't think it was on the day that it was suspended. I'd need to actually just check when they were notified.
Perhaps, Ms Gordon, you could take that on notice.
I'd be happy to
And
take that
in
on
fact,
notice.
and how far in advance were providers informed about the suspension of mutual obligations in those flood affected areas?
I'd need to take that on notice exactly as well.
Yeah, and
we obviously send a communication to the providers, but then we also follow up with the text messages to individuals as well.
Can I ask, does the text message specify, does it just say your mutual obligation is currently suspended, or is it suspended for a specific period of time? So if it was suspended for a week, you're like, well, I don't have any appointments with my provider for the next week, but you've got one on the Monday, so you know you still have to go. Or if the message just said it's suspended and then it's unsuspended and your appointment's tomorrow, but you're nowhere near going because you weren't aware they were going to be unsuspended. How does that work?
Senator, I'd need to take on notice the exact wording of the text messages that were sent on this occasion. There are obviously text limits for SMSs, and often what we'll do is we will point people to the website for more information so that they can log on and get the specific information that's relevant to them. But they are notified about any suspension that impacts on them, and so if there is a decision then to extend, they'd be notified of that as well.
I mean, I was told that on both of those occasions, it was the final day of the original suspension period that it was announced that the mutual obligation suspension was being extended. Would the providers have been told earlier than that, before a public announcement?
Possibly. I just don't have the exact date of the notification, I'm sorry, but very happy to take it on notice.
Okay. And what material?
And yes, ideally we would want to give people as much notice as possible for those
yes,
kinds
but you obviously weren't in this instance. Yeah. And what material was provided to the providers to anticipate the changes? You know, when they're being told that you're not going to have these interviews with people, that mutual obligations, the extension's been extended.
So
what's given to the providers?
So they would be notified that the mutual obligation requirements are suspended for a particular period of time, and that would be the information that's provided to them. That then flows into There's not sort of detailed instructions of how to give effect to that. That's part of their usual business, would be to implement suspensions. I mean, obviously all through COVID there were a number.
So what, it would just be through an email that would be sent to them?
Generally it's a direction letter from me, so it's a CEO a letter from me as Deputy Secretary to the CEOs of each of the providers.
Could you take on notice tabling that letter as to what information is given to those providers?
Yes.
And were there any other stakeholders other than the job providers who were alerted earlier than the day that it was publicly announced that mutual obligations?
We would generally also notify peak bodies as well about any decisions like that, so that they're aware of those.
So which peak bodies?
So NESA and Jobs Australia. I'd need to take again exactly who on these particular occasions were part of that communication.
And any advocacy or community organisations?
I'd need to take on notice just to check. But
okay. I understand that out of the 13 flood affected areas, that it's actually only the Lismore local government area that have had their mutual obligations extended. Is that correct?
Currently, yes. So Lismore is the only one that's been further extended. And going back to my earlier evidence, that's because in the other areas, the impact is not uniform and doesn't affect everybody in that area. So in those areas where there's more variable impact, then it's the mechanism that we would be seeking to use for those that are impacted is the individual, the ability and the flexibility for providers to ensure that individuals are, where they're not able to meet their obligations, that those are suspended for that period.
So is local government area the granularity that you use, or do you have any subgroupings? Yeah. I mean, some of the local government areas there are very large.
Indeed. We use employment regions, which are a slightly different one. So we've got the 51 employment regions around Australia, and they're the geographic region that we would use for if we're looking at a general lifting of or suspension of mutual obligations.
But
we would do it
but
by
the Lismore
employment region.
LGA wouldn't be one of those 51 areas.
No,
It would be a subunit of that.
It would be the employment region that in that area that's impacted.
But Lismore LGA wouldn't be one of those 51. There are a lot more. A lot more LGAs than there are 51.
So no, it was.
the country.
Sorry, beg your pardon. I should correct that. It is the Lismore LGA that, in this instance, was the only one that was extended through to the 28th of April.
But
that's correct.
But are there? I mean, but what I'm asking, if you're saying that there's not all LGAs or not all of your employment areas are affected, but surely you could have some smaller units of some of the areas in Queensland and New South Wales that have been equally affected as Lismore.
And that's where, because we don't have that granularity in terms of the way we can switch mutual obligations on and off, that's in those areas we would be relying on the providers and the relationship with them to look at ensuring that individuals that are impacted have their
That's what I want to go
obligations
to. I mean, what is your granularity? Is it LGAs or is it employment areas? If you're able to switch it on and off for the Lismore LGA, why not other LGAs?
Would depend on our system and the information that is included in that database about the areas. So we can essentially cut our database by LGA, and we can do it by employment region. I'm not sure about what other level of granularity we can get to. But generally, for these kinds of decisions, we would do it at sort of an LGA or an employment region.
I mean, I'm a Victorian, not somebody in northern New South Wales or southern Queensland. And I'm not sure whether some of those other LGAs in the area would have been equally affected as Lismore. And
the decision that we made, as I mentioned earlier, is based on intelligence from our state and territory network and the local providers. So it's really around trying to make a decision based on the information that we have to hand about the extent of the impact of the job seekers and the caseload in those areas.
And what's the process then for a job seeker? So basically, rather than having the suspension extended across an area, does an individual job seeker then have to say, I'm being badly affected by floods, I can't meet my mutual obligations? They've got to make contact with their job provider to request that?
It could be, the contact could be instigated either way, either by the provider or by the job seeker, depending on this particular circumstances.
Can you take on notice in those other LGAs, what proportion of job seekers have sought that and had their mutual obligations then suspended?
Certainly we can follow that up.
Thank you. I now want to move on to and table an article that appeared, an SBS article titled "It's Your Fault, Job Agent Caught on Camera Blaming Job Seeker for Unemployment," that was published in February. Are you aware of that article? I think I've pre-tabled it.
I don't have that to hand, I'm sorry.
Will you get a copy, Senator?
Yes, I think I had alerted the Secretariat that I was going to table it, so there should be copies. Thank you. So in this article that's discussing a video where a job agent from Wise Employment in South Australia is caught blaming a job seeker for their unemployment and being incredibly condescending and rude to this job seeker.
It was pretty shocking.
Yeah, is the department aware of this video?
Sorry, I'm not sure that what I've got is actually relevant.
I think we might have the wrong...
We might have the wrong one.
We have an article about industrial relations policy before us.
We don't mind reading, but I know which one you're talking about.
I can find it and email it if you like.
I mean, I've got one copy here, but if whoever is going to be answering the questions, I can put it in front of them. So is the department aware of both the video and the article about the video?
Senator, I wasn't aware of the article and the video before this, no.
Really?
No, it hadn't come to my attention, I'm sorry.
Minister, were you aware of it?
Sorry, I can't hear you very well over the printer, Senator Rice.
Well, was anyone in the department to your, I mean, Ms Gordon says she wasn't aware of it.
Wasn't aware of the article that you've handed out?
Yes, or the video.
Well, I
or
can't
the
answer
incident.
because I haven't seen the article. I would love to, but I can't.
Well, look, they're being printed out now.
I can't
so-
engage with something that isn't before me. Thank you.
Senator, it looks like this is a complaint that was made. We can certainly follow up to see whether, they were encouraged to make a complaint, to contact the customer service line to raise any concerns. We can certainly follow up to see whether there were any whether a complaint was made or there were any concerns raised.
I'm absolutely, I mean, so you're, Ms Gordon, you're in charge, you would know about this, you would be the person in the department that would know about it if anybody had known about it? Would there be anybody else that, you know, might have taken action about it?
Certainly there might have been people that in the that were aware of it. I can't tell you at the table here whether who was. It looks like this was followed up with the Department of Social Services. It does refer to the Department of Social Services, so it may well be that this was one that was taken up with them.
But Dr. British, were you aware of it?
No, it wasn't, Senator, at all. Not at
So, what's your media monitoring doing in the department?
Senator, I read the media clips every morning and I don't recall this being in the media monitoring. So,
It was an SBS News article.
Yeah.
And it was a video that was all over, certainly in my Twitter stream, it was everywhere.
Right, I'm sorry, I'm not on. Senator, it says here that the Department of Social Services have launched investigations into the alleged conduct shown on in the video, so it may be...
But is it the role of the Department of Social Services to conduct that inquiry, or it's this department?
So I understand, Senators, that we've just been advised that it's actually a DES provider, so the Disability Employment Services, which is a DSS issue. So this is actually not a matter for this department.
That makes sense.
Okay.
And, sorry, Senator, I've also just been advised that our mutual obligations can be suspended down to a postcode or an individual site level, so that we are able to do it at a more granular level.
Okay, well, look, I'll leave the video, given it's a DES provider, but come back to that then. Well, I mean, if it's a postcode level, why haven't some of the other areas that have been so drastically and extensively affected by flooding at a postcode level had their mutual obligations suspensions extended?
So again, I go back to we use different levers depending on the issue at hand, and in this circumstance, we made a decision based on the fact that there was the flexibility at that level to be able to, at a provider level, to address the individuals on their caseload.
You would, from the job seekers' perspective, it would be much easier for them to know and to have the certainty that I'm in a region that's been affected by floods.
Yep.
You know, that would be reasonable to think that you didn't have to then go and make contact and have your meeting or your interview with your job service provider.
Although within each area...
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Just letting you go.
Sorry, I was just going to say that within each area, and indeed within very localised areas, there'll be someone that's very significantly impacted, and then a few doors up the road there'll be someone that's not impacted at all, depending on the topography of the area. So it is, the actual impact on individuals is actually quite varied within an area. So yes, there will be areas where there'll be whole streets or areas that are impacted, but then just up the hill they might not be impacted at all. So based on that variability, and it was quite significant variability in a lot of these areas, based on that, a decision was made that we wouldn't do the blanket lifting of suspension or suspension of mutual obligations, but that we would rely on that flexibility that is available at that local level.
Senator Rice, Ms Gordon in many ways took the words out of my mouth. For a period of time, it is appropriate, that crisis period, for there to be a blanket exemption, but once floodwaters subside, it's more appropriate for the exemptions to be ongoing for the particular people who have experienced damage, because for those who are on the the higher parts of the hill, life has resumed somewhat normality. So
we'll
that's
see.
why
we've taken on notice what proportion of job seekers in some of these other areas,
and that's fine. I'm just setting out the broader. Well, may I finish, please, Senator Rice? That's the broad policy position. Of course, Ms Gordon will get you the numbers that you have asked for, but that's the reason why for the crisis period it was a blanket situation. Once that crisis period was complete, it was an individualised approach to making sure those who had experienced hardship have that ongoing exemption.
And I can certainly see that that's an easy way for the government to do it, but if you've got a very substantial number of job seekers and you're then expecting each of them to have to make contact with their service provider to see whether at the same time as they're dealing with floods that they're meant to be fulfilling mutual obligations, it might be flexible for government, but it's not flexible for them.
Well, frankly, it's about making sure that the arrangement we have in place is providing help to those who need it, but is getting everyone who isn't flood affected back on the usual arrangements, because we know that's what's necessary to get people into work.
If only. We
may have a philosophical difference on that, Senator Rice.
Jumping through
we may
useless
have a
hoops for mutual
philosophical
obligation.
difference on that, Senator
Look,
Rice.
I want to get out of here tonight.
But that's the rationale for the setup. It's not about ease for government. It's about targeting the right people with measures that are designed ultimately to get them into work.
I just got a few questions following up some of my questions on notice. There was a question on notice about the evaluation of the Job Active final report, and just wanted to know what the current status of that on the impact of wage subsidies.
Senator, I'm Benedicta Jensen, Assistant Secretary of the Labour Market Policy Division, and I can report that the evaluation of Job Active is complete, and the report is currently undergoing final clearances in preparation for publication.
And when is that publication expected then?
I think in the near future. I can't give you a particular date.
Would it still be published if we move into caretaker mode?
Caretaker may complicate that, so we have to wait and see. I can't give you a particular date. It may be prudent to, obviously, in terms of the incoming government, to get them across it before publication.
It sounds like it
that
would be very useful for it to be released before we go into caretaker mode, if that's at the stage of that. Do you know whether is that a likelihood? Given, who knows how long before we go, how many further. We're in the matter of weeks, though, as to this Parliament, if not days.
It possibly depends on that timing as to whether or not it would be released before an election's called. And we just can't determine that timing, unfortunately.
I also had a question on notice about the National Customer Service line, where you said that there were complaints made against 171 unique providers. But first of all, I actually just want to get some more detail about the National Customer Service line, about how many people actually call it, and then how many people actually talk to a person or a customer service person, and measures of wait time.
Hello, Senator. Melissa Ryan, First Assistant Secretary, New Employment Services Program Implementation Division. I can answer questions in relation to the National Customer Service Line, so if you don't mind repeating those questions.
So how many people call the line? How many of those calls actually talk to someone? Do you have any measures of how many calls are discontinued before they talk to someone?
Okay. So for this financial year, since the 1st of July 2021 up until February 28, the National Customer Service line has handled 167,086 calls. In terms of resourcing, which goes to how many people answer calls, the NCSL has 91 staff currently servicing the National Customer Service line.
Okay, so that 167,086. So they're the number of people that call and actually get through?
Yeah, so in terms of calls abandoned, so I'm just going to have a look here. So calls presented, we received 167,086. We handled 164,257, which is 98.8% of all calls.
So what happened to those other three?
2,788 were abandoned, so 1.2%. Now, that could be they've actually resolved their issue because we do have an IVR playing over the while they're on call waiting. So, I mean, I could get some more information, but generally speaking, they've resolved or they may call back.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how about measures of wait time?
So in terms of the response times between 1 July last year and 28 February, the percentage of calls answered within 60 seconds was 89.2%, averaging an 18-second response time.
Thank you. And the data, you provided me with some data that said that complaints were made against 171 unique providers. And can you tell me how many complaints each of those providers had over that period?
I'm not sure. I'm going to have to take that one on notice because I don't have that breakdown here tonight, okay. I'm afraid.
And there were 12,700 complaints received, of which only 4,231 were resolved. What happens to what's the status of the other 8,000 or so?
Let me go back to your question on notice there to see that one, sorry, so I can have a look at that. I may have to just follow up and get some supplementary advice on that one, if that's all right. Let's have a look.
Senator, Nathan Smythe, Deputy Secretary, Employment and National Workforce Group. I think in response to that question it says that they were resolved by an NCSL facilitated transfer. So that was just one of the aspects of how they were resolved. It was a transfer. So that was a transfer potentially from one provider to another.
So I think the Senator's asking what happened to the remaining.
Yes,
we might have to take that on notice to see whether they were resolved.
We'll take those on notice as to how they were. But in the vast majority of cases, we have resolved all of the complaints that have
that's
been
not
resolved.
what you're...
But I'll have to get that to you on notice.
Statistics show that you're actually only resolving about a third of them.
Yeah. And I think that's only one component, Senator. I think that's what the staff are saying, is only one component.
That's only one component.
And that's the component
It might have been useful to have
NS.
more expansive information in response to my question on notice.
It might have been in our best interest to show more than that many resolved, Senator. So.
Okay, well, I look forward to receiving more information. And the other one was my question on notice outlining the communication to job active providers about mutual obligations, which you talk about a formal direction that went to them on the 8th of November. Can I get a copy of that formal direction, please?
We can take that on notice, certainly, Senator.
And there was information in relation to the auditing of the quality of job plans, which noted the end date for the audit period covered was the 13th of February for the quality of job search and the 13th of March for the tailored job plan. So have you started those audits?
Yep.
Senator Robin Shannon, First Assistant Secretary, Procurement, Quality and Deeds Division. We have commenced those audits. I actually checked this afternoon. I thought you may have an interest in the progress. And we are actually very close to finalising our, I think as I explained last time, we have a kind of process where we put to providers our concerns about their compliance with the targets, and they come back to us with explanations, and we settle on the, if you like, the records that we think failed to meet the standard required. So we're very close to actually finalising that, to actually write back to providers seeking recovery of administration funds that are proportionate to their, you know, how far they are from the target that we require them to meet. So we're actually quite close.
So when you say that you're very close, so what, within weeks?
That's right, and it's a business as usual program administration issue, so it's not subject to anything through the caretaker provisions or anything like that. Okay. This is a routine matter for us to
are you able to provide me with those results of those audits?
I need to take that on notice. We've certainly, there may be some commercially sensitive information in there, but we can certainly give you aggregate data about you know, the proportion of providers who meet the requirements, and we can give you information about the quantum of funds, administration fees that we will seek to raise.
And how about the percentage of satisfactory plans per provider?
I think we can do that. I'll take that in notice if that's okay. I'll just, yeah. I mean, I think some transparency around this is actually useful to drive stronger provider compliance. So okay. I'll certainly take it on notice. But
I look forward to receiving some expansive information then. Thank you. Thanks, Ms Shannon. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I will hand over to Senator O'Sullivan for some questions.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to the Reboot program and also to the new employment service model. So just to prepare everyone.
Yep.
Cool.
Thank you, Senator.
Ready to start, Senator? I can start with some...
Thank you. So I see its reference in the budget, and but haven't seen a lot of detail about the program. So can you just describe to me what the Reboot program is?
Yeah, so it was indeed part of the recent budget, and it totals $42.1 million over 4 years to deliver the Reboot program. And it's a pre-employment program to help up to 5,000 young people between the ages of 15 to 24. It will run it for 3 years, commencing in 2023, and really focus on disadvantaged and disengaged youth in tailored community-focused early interventions for up to 12 weeks, so blocks of time for 12 weeks. The initiatives under Reboot provide young people with, first of all, the opportunity to undertake intensive activity to basically reboot their employment and training pathways, which is incredibly important to engage people in those pathways. Holistic support around across life and employability skills in an environment that values work ethic, teamwork, communication, nutrition, physical, emotional wellbeing and resilience. And of course ongoing support to cement the changes in the young person's life, including to help them reconnect with career pathways through existing employment services. So that's basically an essence about the program. Ms Gordon, or indeed Ms Jones, might have some more information about that they'd like to share with you on the program, how we'll actually go about getting providers to do that.
So a couple of quick questions.
Yep.
Where will they be located?
So, Senator, the location of the activities will be essentially determined as part of the procurement process. So we'll be going to an open tender process in the second half of this year so that the program can commence at the beginning of 2023. There'll be up to 30 providers, not-for-profit providers, that will be selected based on their expertise in this area, and as part of that we'll be determining the locations for the programs as well.
And so when you heard that it's for disadvantaged youth, is there sort of any particular definition there? Is it youth exiting maybe juvenile corrections, or what's the
Yeah,
Who's the target?
The target is fairly broadly defined at this point, so we'll be developing guidelines, obviously, as part of the tender process. But it's really for those that are most disengaged and vulnerable in terms of our youth cohort. They don't necessarily need to be on our job active caseload or on our employment services caseload. So it will
So it's
part
not
of
it's not a requirement
part
that
of the
they're on-
procurement process will also really be looking at what is the target audience for that particular program, and it could be that it might be a particular cohort of either ex-offenders or it might be in a regional or remote area and engaging with some of the more disengaged Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander kids. It really depends on the programs that are proposed as part of that procurement process.
Okay, so it's not necessarily limited to where the current job active provider, because I know there's the CDP regions and then there's the mainstream regions. So
Yep.
can it operate anywhere? Like with those 30, I know you haven't determined where those 30 are necessarily, but
It
is
will
there any
really be
limits to where they
focused
can be?
on trying to identify locations that have high proportions of young people, so it's between 15 and 24-year-olds that are disengaged, and so there are a number of different metrics that we'll be looking at through that process, and also the avenues and relationships that the particular provider might bring to it as well. But we're looking for not-for-profit providers, so it won't necessarily be organisations that are currently providers for our employment services programs. There might be other community-based organisations that have expertise in engaging with youth.
Terrific. And will it operate as a complementary service to other, the new employment service
Absolutely,
model
yeah.
and other
It's
transition to work and other programs?
Yeah, and it is designed to be a pre-employment program, so it does essentially complement a couple of our other programs, so transition to work and particularly, and also PATH, which is another youth-focused program. So we've got the transition to work, which the government's investing about $1.4 billion over the next 5 years, which is in the continuation and expansion of transition to work. So that's an intensive pre-employment program.
Yeah, familiar with it,
For, again, young people from 15 to 24. And then also that includes around $2.5 million in our youth advisory sessions that will be delivered through Workforce Australia. And then also the almost $450 million in PATH, which is over the next 5 years, and that's helping young job seekers under 25 into employment as well.
Okay.
So the idea is that Reboot is really helping assist young people in that part, in that transition into those programs, which will then give them more intensive support if they need it to then move into employment.
Terrific. And I think we all know that if, particularly young people, if they're not able to address some of these issues, they'll carry that through.
Absolutely.
For a very long time. So addressing it early is really critical.
The research shows that periods out of employment in young years tends to really limit the.
And just my last question on this program. I appreciate that it's still to go through its design and procurement, but how would you broadly define its success? What are some of the key things that you're looking for?
So we'll be looking for helping young people that develop some of those confidence and that sort of employability skills to really put them on a pathway into employment. So to help them build their confidence, their level of engagement, and then ideally then that pathway into work. So we'll be looking at tracking the progress of those participants as well.
Excellent. Well done. Thank you. I now just want to go to the new employment services. Just looking through the portfolio budget statement. On page 79, you've got the outcomes or the performance measures, and there's a performance measure for the proportion of job placements sustained to 26 weeks with a target of 30% or higher. I'd understand that would be in the current program. I can't see what the target is for equivalent target under the new model. Is there a similar target? Are we expecting a higher improved outcomes? Thanks, Mr. Smyth.
Yes, can I take that on notice, Senator, because I do have a recollection of where I can find that information, but at the moment I don't have it just on me at the moment.
That's okay. It does say
But in where we've gone to for enhanced services,
Yes.
sorry, on page 81,
Yes.
it says the percentage of enhanced services participants who achieve a 26-week employment outcome over a 12-month period. So that target is 15% there, and because we're now moving to a new system that is bifurcated,
Yes.
where you've got digital, which is different, and enhanced services, and it's that enhanced services participants where we're dealing with a more disadvantaged caseload. So that's where that's where that measure actually translates to in the new model.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I was just trying to, because I suppose it'd be handy to know what the performance target is then for those that are on the digital system, so you can actually see. I mean, hopefully, and I'm sure this is the intention of the program. It's designed to see improvements and to see if we're investing. Incidentally, what's the value over the forward estimates of this new program?
It's $5.9 billion for the Job Active contract. So for the new employment services, so Workforce Australia.
Yeah. Does that include the digital?
That includes the digital aspect of it, yes, Senator.
Yeah. So, be quite interested to see and have it, if you to take it on notice, if there is a target around those that are only on the digital system, if there is a target for them, and then I guess we could probably do some maths and aggregate.
Senator, the next one below that talks about the percentage of job seekers who are in work or studying 3 months after exiting our services, where digital services target is 80%. Enhanced services being 60 and transition to work 60. So once they've exited services, are they actually in employment or are they in study? So below the one where I just talked to you about 15%, that's where those targets reside, Senator.
I see. Yep. Okay. Thank you for pointing that out. That's good. Right. So there'll be an 80% target at 3 months. So you haven't got a 6-month target though.
That's for digital services, Senator.
That's
for digital and enhanced services 60 and transition to work 60, and that's for the budgeted year 22-23.
Senator, it's very hard sometimes. We do post-placement kind of monitoring surveys, but it's very hard to track people when they're getting to that 6-month kind of period as well sometimes.
Yeah, and if they're on the digital system,
there's no payment by a
case
provider.
Manager following them through.
That's exactly correct,
I get it.
Senator.
I understand. So just more, the youth unemployment rate, where's that currently at? This is my final question, Chair.
So, youth unemployment rate, current unemployment rate is around 9.3% in February 2022.
And are we, sorry?
I was just going to say, Senator, that as you know, in times of economic downturn, youth are often disproportionately impacted because they often have less experience and less skills, and we've seen that through COVID. But now with the economic recovery, the unemployment rate overall obviously is down to 4% now. The youth employment rate is still more than double that at 9.3%, which is one of the reasons that we're investing in programs like Reboot and Transition to Work and Path as well. But it has come down from the peak during COVID, and the participation rate for young people is improving, as is the so the youth participation rate has increased, and also the underemployment rate has fallen as well for young people.
Yeah, and if my memory serves me well, that point you make about during downturns, they're often the first jobs to go, and sadly, young people, because they're often the least skilled in a workplace, are the first to go. So and we saw that during the GFC back in 2008-9, where youth unemployment really skyrocketed. So it's quite remarkable, isn't it, that through a downturn that is arguably, well, I think on reports 30 times the impact of the GFC, we actually have seen a lower or an improved unemployment rate for young people that's really quite historic. Even taking away pandemics and economic downturns, is this historic low unemployment rate for young people.
Yeah, it's certainly been a very different experience than through the GFC, and so there are some, as I said, some very very positive trends coming through now with young people, but. It is important, as you pointed out earlier as well, that scarring effect for young people is very evident in the research, and it's so important to make sure that, because those periods of unemployment in your young years often has a very significant scarring effect. So the extent to which we can help young people get into employment now is in those young years is really important.
Yeah,
and Senator Adam Boyton, the National Skills Commissioner, I think is up later this evening, and who actually has all of the details in relation to labour force figures as well, and can go into every different cohort and what's actually occurring in the labour market.
Yeah, no, that's actually really exciting news. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. Senator Pratt.
Thank you. What proportion of existing job active providers fail to have contracts renewed in regions they currently service?
Senator. What I can say, there are approximately 24% of current job active providers who haven't received a licence to deliver services, to deliver Workforce Australia services.
24%. Who haven't received one at all. Okay. And how many of those that have provided services before have not been renewed in their existing region?
Senator, there's 51 employment regions, and so I think it's fair to say that in the majority of regions, there's probably at least one provider that hasn't gained a licence to continue to deliver services. So it is quite, there's quite a bit of detail there to unpack. But as I said, in most employment services, I mean, I think there's sort of an initial point, which is that we're seeing in a number of employment regions an overall reduction in the number of providers, and that reflects that the actual caseload of job seekers will be smaller going forward because some job seekers will be serviced in the digital service, leaving fewer job seekers who require that more intensive support from a provider. So overall, generally, it's the case that there are fewer providers in each ER, and then within each ER, it's quite a different picture from ER to ER. Some ERs, there's a continuation of current providers, sometimes there's one provider that continues, and so on. So there's every permutation you could.
Do you have a table, please, of the 51 regions that shows the existing providers in that region under the current contract and the providers under the new contract?
What we would have, Senator, is who the providers are under the existing arrangements, and today we put up the providers that have received contracts, that have signed contracts for the new one. So we would have to obviously get that and
I'm
place it up.
assuming, though,
nothing.
that when you made these assessments, you had a look at what was there, just kind of to look at general dislocation in the system.
So, Senator, actually, the process was very much one where we considered the tenders before us. We didn't map as part of the tender assessment process, we didn't start with a list of current providers. The point is that we're actually procuring a new service. So we assessed the tenders, as they were lodged.
On their merits
on
as
their
they were
merits,
lodged.
yep.
And so, as Ms Shannon said, it's an entire new service that we've procured. So that was,
yes, but someone's capacity to bid for a new region can be leveraging off an existing site.
Mm-hmm.
You're
That's correct.
essentially saying you might not get your existing site, and in many cases they haven't, and you've got to start from
well,
scratch.
it was based on the bids that they put forward in the tender process, where they could outline their performance and the services that they've been providing and their connections with the local community at each employment level,
I
employment
understand
region.
that.
So that's what was taken into consideration, Senator.
Yes, but you understand there might be an underlying presumption that you'll at least retain some of your existing sites in order to deliver that.
Well, Senator, it
outcome.
was an open competitive tender and we had to assess proposals on their merits.
So NESA has suggested that up to 80% of providers have failed to have contracts renewed in regions they currently service. I understand that there's a declining number of job seekers based on the new model. But why such a high percent of moving people around?
Senator, we are procuring an entire new service. We are transforming the employment services system. So what we are procuring is not the same as the service that is being provided at the moment. So part of the rules and the law that we followed was to test the market, to ensure that there was the opportunity for new providers to come into the market, to assess bids on value for money, and all of the other 9 factors that sit within the Commonwealth procurement rules, to ensure that we were making well-informed decisions and were assessing tender bids based on their merit. So part of what has also occurred through the tender process is that bidders could actually construct their bid in a way that said, I will only take up this employment region or these sites if I win business in X. But however, if they didn't win business in X, that meant the rest of their bid was not therefore considered as to the other areas that they may have been seeking business in. So that occurred on a number of occasions in the tender process.
Okay, and did they know, they were aware that that was going to be the case when they did
Absolutely.
Yes, Senator.
It's outlined in the request for proposal.
Senator Pratt, I mean, as you've heard...
No, I'm satisfied
it was-
with the answer, thank you,
Well,
Chair.
sorry, Senator Pratt, but just because you don't want to hear from me, you still have asked the question.
To ask questions.
Well, and I am answering the question that was provided to the witnesses. I am providing additional colour to what has been said. And just because Labor senators don't want to hear it doesn't mean it isn't relevant or necessary to answer the question. Madam Chair, point of order.
May I ask, Minister,
point of order.
Do you know how many workers
Point of order.
will be...
Point of
I will
order.
have a point of order.
Madam Chair, I am attempting to answer the question last asked.
Well, I asked
and
how many
it is not
contracts
for
in
it is not
regions,
for
which I can't see how the
it is not
Minister
for
would know the
Senator
answer.
Pratt to decide when the answer is complete. A great deal of the answer has been given. There is an additional matter to add
Adding
for the
such
answer to be
great value
complete.
to the
And just
answer.
because Senator Pratt isn't interested in it doesn't mean that it's not necessary to ensure that the Australian people have the complete picture in relation to this
asking
point.
the questions, not the
And we are
Australian
trying to
people.
answer it.
It's called
If Senator
estimates,
Pratt
and
is
it's a
going to
time
ask
for
the
opposition.
question,
It's it's a time for all senators.
No, actually, it's a time for opposition.
Well, if you can show me that in the standing order,
We're all
Senator
elected.
Lyons, I will actually rule on that. But I am yet.
You are
my
talking
reading
to
of
the Deputy
standing
President
orders,
when you
it does
raise
not
this.
say estimates is for the opposition.
Okay,
It says
well,
estimates is
just
for
remember what goes
the
around
Senate
comes around.
to investigate, and that's all senators. So.
And furthermore, if a standing order that says answers can be cut off when certain senators feel like they've had enough of an answer and don't want to hear the rest, I'd be very interested to know where that standing order is as well.
And I think you're well aware of that, Minister.
But that standing
It's
order,
vague.
to
We
my
want to
understanding,
finish
doesn't
up.
exist.
Thank
now,
you,
if I
Minister.
might
So-
finish the answer to the question,
I would like
we
to
would
hear
have
the-
had this done 5 minutes ago.
I would like to hear the
doubt
remainder of your answer. If you can keep it brief so that Senator Pratt can continue with her line of questioning.
Senator Pratt's question carried with it the suggestion that there was something inappropriate about the idea of the new employment services model being organised by a merit-based tender.
No, I didn't say
I think
that.
it is important to put
I
on
was
the
asking
record that a
anyway.
merit-based tender is the process that has been undertaken. And quite frankly, to do anything other than assess the bids on their merits would be to shortchange Australians, noting that
I
it is
didn't
designed
ask
to
that, but I'm not
ensure
gonna
that
interrupt
the
you.
very best value for money is provided to the Australian taxpayer, and that is to ensure that it is getting the services that are asked for. Any criticism of that process needs to confront the reality that an alternate model would be doing something other than judge it on its merits.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pratt, you have the call.
Is there a state breakdown of how many workers across Australia that will be displaced at providers who did not retain their contracts?
Well, we don't have that yet at the moment, Senator. We've today obviously put up on our website the successful tenderers. We have been finalising contract negotiations, in fact, up until today. And so we will then start to engage with providers to look at what the arrangements may well be that will be made available to workers for some of those employers that have missed out on business or whose sites may have changed, to look at potentially transitioning those workers to new providers or to providers that have picked up additional sites. So what has occurred previously in employment services transitions, and every 18 months we used to do business reallocation, is that we work with the sector, we work with providers around the workforce required to put forward and engage in the contracts. And so we help to facilitate the movement of some of those staff between providers. So we're in the process of settling some of those transition arrangements at the moment. But as I said, we've just finalised the procurement arrangements for the new tenders, Senator. We have one to go, actually.
Will you have a state-by-state and region-by-region breakdown of those movements of staff?
Well, that would rely on that information being made available to us by those organisations, and so we are yet to fully engage with them. As I said, we've only just completed the procurement arrangements for the new contracts, Senator.
Of the 51 employment regions, how many have seen contracts awarded to new providers not present in those regions prior?
Again, I think that goes to my first answer, Senator, that in many employment regions there may be one or two continuing providers and one or two new providers. So
yes, I understand. I understand that. Nevertheless, I'd like to know how many have seen contracts awarded to new providers.
Yeah, we'll take that on notice, certainly, Senator.
You know, will you be able to please provide a table of the 51 regions with the existing providers and the new providers and their predicted caseloads? I understand the model's changed, but
The model has
I won't
changed.
compare them directly, but I'm just trying to see the proportionate size of the contracts in each region.
So, Senator, what we did in the tender process was we put out indicative caseloads that would be available in those employment regions, and providers could actually bid for certain percentages of those caseloads. So I'd have to check whether or not we now have some commercial sensitivities as to what bids and what percentage of the caseload in each of those employment regions are going to particular providers. We're more than happy to provide you with that indicative caseload by region that was placed in the tender and with the providers who have won business share in each of those employment regions. But whether I can go to that next level of detail and tell you exactly what percentage of that business share each individual provider got, I'd have to check with my probity and legal people.
That I would be grateful if you're able to do that, because I have an interest in that outcome. Are there any job losses that you're aware of that will result from the new model in flood-affected areas?
Well, as I said to you earlier, Senator, it's kind of too early to tell exactly what the arrangements are going to be for incumbent employees in each of the providers who have either lost market share or lost business. We'll work through that. But having said that, we are still providing services in each of those 51 employment regions across the country. There are new providers coming into the market who will require a workforce, and there are providers that have picked up additional market share that will require more staff, because in the new model, we are reducing the case manager to participant ratio. So currently that ratio sits at over 150 participants per case manager. In the new model, we're bringing that well under 100. So that means that there are more frontline staff required by providers to ensure that they provide that bespoke, tailored service to the participants in the program, Senator. So it's kind of too early to work out exactly what that means in terms of flood-affected areas or other areas across Australia where that workforce is going to be slightly fluid for the next number of months, Senator.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. What is the change in terms of how many providers are expected to shut up shop in a particular region? You've said 24% of providers don't have
A licence.
Contracts under the new system.
Technically, Senator, they all have a contract. The vast majority of them are on a national panel, and over the course of the operation of the program, depending on the performance of providers who are offered an initial licence, some providers who are currently on the panel may be brought into the market over the life of the program. And that's really part of the design of the licensing framework, is to reward and incentivise strong performance from providers, and where we don't see the performance that we really need to see, there'll be quite a structured process to basically remove the licence from underperforming providers and bring in providers from the national panel.
And Senator, I think it's also worth pointing out that for a number of providers, enhanced services, as it will be, is not the only government contract that they may have. And some of them have picked up additional transition to work contracts under the employment services system. They've picked up career transition assistance or employability skills training, or in fact self-employment services. So it's not that somebody's fully missed out on something potentially. They may well have picked up other contracts rather than kind of the replacement to Job Active, so to speak.
Nevertheless, can I ask you to let us know, and in that table form, I'll be able to see which regions have had an existing provider that is no longer providing a Job Active service in that region, and no, I won't take that as meaning they're no longer providing any service.
So there are 11 regions, Senator, out of the 51 where the incumbent provider will not be providing enhanced services in the new model.
11 out of the 51.
No incumbent providers.
Yes.
The incumbent,
Yep.
So there will be no
Incumbent
So
who
there
is
might be-
actually then picking up business in those 11 regions. Some of those regions are small, where we have single providers,
Yes.
so Esperance, Kalgoorlie and the like. So,
Before you give me too much more detail, I just want to check I understood what you initially said, which is there are 11 regions of the 51,
where the incumbent provider
where an incumbent provider, not the
will not be
incumbent-
providing services
Yeah, an
under the new
incumbent
model.
provider. Okay, thank you. What's the most up-to-date performance ratings for each of the current providers in the region of Barwon in southwest Victoria? I understand that all 4 job active providers have lost contracts and will be replaced with 2 new providers. I appreciate this is quite specific detail, but I appreciate if we can pin down whether that's correct or not tonight.
Senator, I think that you'll recall that we had to switch off the star rating system, so we've moved to other arrangements that Ms Shannon can talk to you about. But certainly the job active participants that are currently operating in Barwon were G4 Staffing, Coringal St Lawrence, Serendipity and WorkSkill, and there were 4 incumbent providers. The new providers will be At Work Australia, Job Find Centres and Shoreway Employment Training. So we're moving from 4 providers to 3 in that region. And generally, that's what we've seen across the board, is because of that reduced caseload, because we're focusing on the more disadvantaged, we've seen a reduction in the number of providers that are potentially going to operate under the new model in those regions. Having said that, we have 44 providers operating in the new model and we have 38 incumbent providers. And 11% of our new providers are Indigenous organisations.
That's good to know.
Compared to the current 5%.
Yes,
that's
more than
actually
double.
an increase.
That's terrific. Can I ask, I think you said there were 4 providers that lost in Barwon. Was it 2 new providers?
3 new providers,
3 new
Senator.
providers in Barwon, not
At Work,
2.
Job Find and Shoreway.
Thank you. What are the most up-to-date performance ratings for each of the 4 current providers, and what weighting was given to these performance ratings? And you probably have to take me through what you've substituted the star ratings for. I understand that the star ratings were kind of suspended because of suspension of mutual obligation, I'm assuming.
No,
and
actually,
the
it was
nature of the
it was
contract.
because of the ABS series called State Final Demand that was completely thrown on its head during COVID, where the labour market just went through such a shock that they couldn't maintain that series for us to be able to do regression against. And so therefore we weren't getting an accurate reflection of what was occurring in the labour market. So we made the decision to suspend the star rating system and to look at other performance figures like the percentage of 4, 12 and 26-week outcomes, complaints that were received by providers, all of those kind of things were taken into account. Ms Shannon can talk through some of those aspects.
Okay, but just confirm, did you put any weighting on the previous star ratings before it was suspended?
So, Senator, I think the last set of star ratings might have been December 2020, if I recall, which is a little dated. So what we did was we actually
It would
looked
have
at...
been 2019 even.
2019, that's right, sorry. That's correct. So we didn't look at the star ratings. What we did was we looked at providers' performance in servicing Stream B and Stream C job seekers, because they're the job seekers who are likely to be eligible for enhanced services, so we wanted to do a like for like. So we looked at things like their 26-week outcome rates, which of course is one of the key contributors to the star ratings calculation. We also, as Mr Smythe said, looked at a range of other factors, including providers' contractual compliance, complaint rates, a range of service quality type measures. I think just to sort of tease out the selection criteria for enhanced services, the first criterion went to respondents' organisational capability. It included 2 elements of the criterion that were a measure of respondents' demonstrated performance.
Okay.
And that had that whole criterion had a weighting of 20%, But the other two criteria, which went to how they tailored their service in each employment region for which they bid, and their local knowledge and connections in each employment region for which they bid, also gave providers, both incumbent providers as well as new applicants, the opportunity to provide at multiple points case studies and examples to support their claim. So they were able to say that they could demonstrate their claims against the criteria to deliver the new service by providing relevant examples of how they had achieved similar results in their current program delivery.
Okay, and are you able to give us a copy of those kinds of weightings and criteria for the existing performance ratings? Because I'm assuming that when you did the tenders, did you tell providers what weighting, what criteria you were going to use, so that they knew which evidence to draw to the department's attention?
So providers were given a choice, certainly incumbent providers were given a choice. So on page 46 of the request for proposal, the documentation said to respondents, these questions seek information regarding respondents' performance relating to quality of service, contractual compliance and achieving measurable outcomes for disadvantaged cohorts. For existing providers contracted by the department will use current performance and other quantitative data held by the department. Existing providers will have the option to not provide additional information in response to this question. Conversely, they had the opportunity, if they wished to do so, to add, to make their own case about their performance rather than relying on the department's evidence.
And did you, are those contract weightings largely based on the department's own evidence or on what providers put in their applications?
So I think I would need to check, but I think in most cases providers relied on the performance information held by the department, current providers. Of course, providers who are not currently contracted to the department had to make their own case. And so the documentation went on to say respondents that are not currently contracted to the department should ensure they describe current or past performance in delivering similar services for another organisation and or different services targeted to similar participants. These respondents must provide details of referees who can verify the respondents' claims.
Okay. Can I ask why the department didn't recalibrate the star rating system like the Department of Social Services did for the DES program? Is that something you considered?
I think there was a difference in methodology.
They're not the same methodology, Senator, and so they had a different approach than us. And so when you undertake that regression model, and we did a number of synthetic estimates as to whether or not we could do this, we still came up with, results that would not have validity. So they have a different methodology in producing their rating system to what we do.
I think it's important to note that all of the inputs to the star ratings the department continued to calculate those. We just couldn't do the regression to do the comparative piece. That was the bit that we obviously didn't have the trend data to use. And we provided through ClickApps, sort of data applications, that information was provided on a regular basis to all providers. And I think we also made available to them comparisons to the national average. So they had a bit of a sense of, how they were going compared to the national average, possibly even at the ER, but I'd have to check
But
that.
the key metric was obviously getting employment outcomes, Senator.
Okay. Can I just clarify, when you say 11 regions have had providers that have not that are new, does that mean 11 out of the 51 mean that all providers have been turned over?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
But as I said, some of those are very small regions with only a few hundred on the caseload. Esperance, Kalgoorlie, and places like Geraldton, where you've got actually very small single providers in those regions.
How did you confirm local knowledge for new entrants?
So they had to obviously address the selection criteria. The selection criteria had, it was broken into sort of sub-questions, and they had to demonstrate, if they didn't have local connections, their capacity to form local connections. And often what that involved was them providing a case study of how they had. So to give you an example, they might indicate that in a location they currently work in, they've got relationships with Headspace and Migrant Support Services, and they're on the local Chamber of Commerce Consultative Forum, and they're connected to the local jobs facilitator, and that they indicated that they had all of those connections in the places where they currently operate, and that they were reaching out to make similar connections in the ERs where they were looking.
Did you give that equal weighting to existing relationships? Because, forming new relationships should be discounted compared to the time that it takes to build trust and confidence and make connections.
So, Senator, I'd say we have to be very careful about introducing any bias into a tender process. And so we have to be careful not to disadvantage or advantage any particular tenderer or group of tenderers. So we actually do need to be quite careful to give similar weight to both.
Just be clear, there's no weighting for existing local knowledge?
There was equal weighting for existing local knowledge. And so it was, if a tenderer said, we have a relationship with Headspace in this location, that was really important, and they gave examples, and that was taken into account, and it contributed to their score.
And that would be scored in the same way as someone said we can gain those relationships with Headspace.
Provided that we were satisfied that the strength of those claims, demonstrated it was more than a theoretical proposition.
A number of providers actually said they had established MOUs or agreements or collaborations that were formal collaborations with particular service providers in those regions. So before they actually had bid for the work, they had done their homework, they'd gone out there and actually established those relationships and established formal arrangements to work with those other service providers in the region. And part of this is, Senator, that we have to test the market. We are obligated under the Commonwealth procurement rules to ensure competition and test the market, because otherwise we would just continue to give incumbent providers an advantage all the time over an open and competitive process.
Probably the only thing I'd add to Mr Smythe's answer is, of course, as he referred to earlier, some of the new Workforce Australia providers in an ER might already be delivering other, particularly Australian government services.
DES providers.
Many of them are DES providers, or were DES providers, or TTW providers, so they've already got those local relationships.
Can I ask how many regions had at least one provider turned over? Was that all of them, or?
I think it would be the vast majority. I think that would be fair to say. Yeah. I think there are some ERs where all of the current providers are continuing providers.
I'm just trying to look through my list here, Senator, but can we take that on notice and come back to you, please, Senator? But I would generally say that it is the vast majority, if not all areas, did have some turnover of providers.
Okay, I understand that you want a transparent and fair system, and you're arguing that that's what you've done. I'm not going to counter that now. What I'm very concerned about is the reaction that I've got from the sector, where they feel like it's a new model, the regions are completely changed, and that everything's been
dislocated. The regions haven't changed, Senator. We've maintained the regions.
No, the model's changed. The regions that they're active in will have changed substantially, and that therefore there's a very concerned reaction on the ground from providers about the level of dislocation and change that's going on. And it seems pretty remarkable to me that the scale of such change can be tolerated at this time when we've got skill shortages, etc., where we really want to get people who aren't in work into work while there's an opportunity to do that in the employment market.
Well, Senator, I think it's worthwhile making, the observation that when COVID started, unemployment was at 5.3%, and we had 620,000 people on the caseload. Unemployment is now 4%, and we still have 870,000 people on the caseload. So we still have an additional 250,000. And when you start to look at what's occurred in the last couple of years, if you look at Stream A, providers have managed to reduce a lot of the Stream A caseload because they're the more easier to place. And our digital services system has done a remarkable job as well. So that caseload peaked at 400,000 in digital. We're down to 130,000. So in Stream A terms, it shows that people can find their own way. The vast majority of people can.
I'm not.
But the big issue here, Senator, is that Stream Bs, basically pre-COVID, were at 278,000. They're now at 350,000.
Yeah, I know. There's
and
a
Stream
big
Cs,
cohort of long-term
Stream Cs haven't
unemployed.
moved either. They're still at 100,000. And that's where the new model is focusing its attention. So if we don't change the model and transform the system, those more disadvantaged people are at serious risk of long-term unemployment. So whilst performance around Stream A's might have been good, where the new model, and it is a completely different model, is focused, is around those Stream B and Stream C participants. And that caseload has grown through the period whilst unemployment has dropped to 4%. And our caseload is still 250,000 greater. So the system needs to change. We can't run with the current system.
So in the 21-22 budget, there was a move of funding from the new Job Active model to the NESM, as we know, and that saw a saving of 1.1 billion, and that included 860 million from employment service efficiencies and 191 million from digital service income support savings. Now, you've just outlined how the Stream B and Stream C issues are getting worse. What proportion is truly being reinvested in the existing B and C streams? Have you done a specific analysis that demonstrates that all of those savings have gone into enhanced services for those disadvantaged job seekers?
So, Senator, the savings that were made by moving people to digital servicing have been reinvested and then some in the new system. So in the digital servicing system, in enhanced services, and we've changed the payment arrangements for providers and the incentive arrangements in the new system. And also we have put additional funding into transition to work and into self-employment services. So the funds that were part of that savings exercise have been more than reinvested in the new model, Senator.
So does that mean you attribute the overall, if it's been entirely reinvested in the new model, there shouldn't be any decline in, part of the savings are attributed to the efficiencies, but part of the changes, a part of the savings are also attributed to declining unemployment in that Stream A?
So Stream A effectively becomes serviced digitally.
Yes.
So there are significantly reduced transactional costs.
Yes, there's the transactional savings, but there's also the savings in the number of people because of the declining unemployment rate. So
Senator,
when you say you've invested all of those savings back into Stream B and C, are you just talking about the efficiency savings?
Well, Senator,
Or are you talking about the decline in unemployment numbers? And how do you attribute that reinvestment?
I can find it in a moment in terms of the actual numbers of reinvestment, but the figures that went to that 1.1 billion related to the projections by Treasury of the unemployment benefit recipient numbers. And at the time, they were projecting a much higher rate of unemployment benefit recipients because unemployment was predicted to go over 7%.
Yeah,
It didn't.
I've
So
looked
what
at
happens
these
is-
figures and I can see the saving in the budget, and I'm trying to unpick how much is the new model and how much is the decline in, not the decline in payments, but the decline in the number of people that have mutual obligations that would be in the system because they're now employed.
Well, the other thing is that the caseload is still high, and so because the caseload is high, at particular points in the budget, like my EFO and now budget, there are estimates variations that are actually made for our program that give us different parameters because of the numbers that are actually in the system. And so it is funded on what the number of people in the system is and what some of the projections are around unemployment benefit recipients. But that changes because of the nature of the caseload. But at budget last year, the projected savings because of the move to digital were reinvested in the new model, in transition to work, and
I understand
those
what you're
programs.
saying, but the proportion of the long-term unemployed, Stream C and B have grown, while Stream A has grown smaller. If you're only reinvesting the savings from efficiencies, then that's not the same as investing the savings that you've got from the declining, from the overall funds that you otherwise would have expended. The proportion that you save is not high enough to really boost the intensification of what you want to reinvest.
Well, we have funded the new program, Senator,
Okay.
and we conducted financial viability analysis to determine whether or not providers could actually be viable in the new model with the new payment structure.
Thank you. Can you tell us, please, if there are job losses planned in the following additional regions? And I think we touched on where...
I can't give you I honestly can't give you an estimate of what that will be, Senator, without engaging with providers and understanding whether they are going to redeploy staff within their existing business operations because they might have picked up different contracts, be it transition to work, self-employment services and the like, or whether some of those staff are actually going to move to other providers. Some people are going to move to the private market for employment services because there is such a demand out there now for employment services because employers are screaming out for labour, obviously.
Senator O'Sullivan just ask some clarifying questions?
Yes, sure.
Before we move on from what Mr Smythe has just said, it is worth observing that with the enormous investment that's going into this space and the demand for labour that is in the market at present, we would expect those who face displacement have very good prospects of finding employment with an alternate business or organisation operating in this field.
Senator O'Sullivan.
I think it was in the exposure draft, if that was the right title for the program that I've read. It looked like the actual unit cost, the potential outcome fees that a service provider could get for an individual, whether it was a service fee or an outcome fee in terms of like 26-week outcome, that was higher than what the old model was. So if there are projected to be more or fewer people, it would just move with that, whatever that unit cost is, right? It would just be an aggregate of all of that. So the actual investment ultimately probably needs to be measured more on, what we're spending on each person, because then that just moves up and down as the caseload changes, right?
That's right. It's a demand-driven program.
Yes.
So if there are more people in the system, then finance provide us with more funding.
Correct.
If there are less people in the system, then
So
funds
the fact
actually
that unemployment rate
decrease.
goes down and the
That's
cost
right.
of running that service is less, that's good. It's a good outcome.
Senator, I've found those figures, and under the new model, the efficiencies that are achieved by introducing digital servicing for the most job ready is $658.2 million.
658.2
million. But there has been a reinvestment.
And is that what unemployment rate is that based on?
That would have been at budget last year, Senator. I'd have to check. But the reinvestment is $691.8 million.
Okay, thank you. which regions in Australia have the highest, haven't seen the same level of improvement in employment? What's the variation across Australian regions like at the moment? Use, if you like, the 51 regions you've got. I'd be keen to know which regions have not done as well as others.
That might well be a question for the National Skills Commissioner, Senator, but you would see it in your caseloads in those regions. And it varies enormously because there are geographical and as well as skills mismatches that are occurring and different labour demands for different sectors and the like all across the economy.
And I understand that being a job active participant is not the same as the unemployment profile.
That's correct, because 28% of the caseload are working at any point in time.
I understand that, but I'm still interested in which regions of these 51 regions, based on the job active cohort, so therefore those that are dependent on social security payments for at least some of their income, which regions have the highest rates of unemployment?
I honestly have to take that on notice, Senator. I don't have that with me at the moment. I normally have it in an electronic format that I can access, but I don't have my laptop here to be able to do that. The one thing, though, is that our National Skills Commissioner will look at labour force across different regions across Australia, but he generally won't break it down by employment region as per the Employment Services caseload. He'll look at SA4s, states,
I was looking at that
etc.
data today, and I really wanted to be able to translate it into these.
I'll see what I can do to provide you with a list, if I can, of the 51 employment regions and the unemployment rates across each of those different regions, Senator.
Yeah, okay. I'm now just going to move on to a different part of the NESM implementation. So you've made the announcement about the outcome for the RFP. Is that all announced? Has it been complete? Have they all been announced?
So, Senator, we undertook 7 separate procurements. Transition to work, enhanced services, employability skills training, career transition assistance, self-employment and entrepreneurship facilitators, as well as workforce specialists. We have completed the first 6 and undertaken our contract negotiations, which we're just filing with 2 organisations today, and they are in relation to self-employment assistance and one entrepreneurship.
I think we actually resolved the entrepreneurship facilitator.
So we have one left to go, which is one self-employment assistance provider. And we have one tender that is currently under assessment, and that is our workforce specialists.
Okay. Can I ask, in terms of the RFP, how you validated claims made in those RFPs?
So I think there are a range of ways that claims were validated. Referee reports, for example, the department was able to use its own knowledge of tenderers, so we always reserve the right to use any information or seek any further information.
Sorry, just in asking that, you reserve the right to do that, but
we signal in the tender documentation that we do that.
Do you validate every claim? Do you selectively do that? What's the process for the extent to which claims are validated?
So I think probably the best way to answer that is to explain the sort of the process that we use. So the first stage is really assessment according to set guidance for assessors. Then we have state office-based staff who moderate the assessments, and the state office-based staff are people with, who live in the jurisdiction that they're assessing the bids for, so they have a good knowledge. So if a tenderer is sort of making spurious claims or claims that don't really resonate, they've kind of got that experience and can kind of ask for. Obviously, they look at how that has been assessed. We sort of apply descriptors, so we might say that something's...
so that's just done off their general knowledge rather than
as I said, we look at the examples, we look at referee reports, we look at a range of factors and we apply a descriptor. So if something is highly verifiable, you know, it can be readily verified, then that would actually score more highly than a claim that cannot be readily verified. So we actually apply a descriptor to that, which translates to a score. The moderators obviously also check for consistency across all of the assessments in an employment region.
Yeah.
They then, the process then moves to a business allocation phase where we
Okay,
have...
so just to, the moderators are people in the jurisdiction who work for the department?
The vast majority, we may have had one or two contractor moderators, but they would have been contractors who'd been with the department for some time. I think it's fair to say that the majority of assessors were contracted labourers, contracted staff, and then the moderators were DESI state-based staff. The business allocation teams were more senior DESI state-based staff. They made, state managers then made recommendations to a tender committee of senior departmental staff. So at each point of the process, we get more localised knowledge, more expertise and more seniority.
And is it all just done based on that paper analysis of what's written on the page and your own resources, or do you ever get back to the those submitting their RFP?
We have to
ask further questions.
We have to be really careful about the questions we ask, because we can't give the tenderer the opportunity to improve their claims. So we can seek factual clarifications. As I said, we do check referees and we do public domain checks. We check personnel, you know, credentials of senior.
Okay, and in how many cases did you find that kind of information was inadequate or falsified, or like, are you making, is the bulk of the assessment
Senator, we are
done
not
on
able
the
to go
base-
into the actual details of those assessments that were conducted within the probity
No, I'm not
arrangements.
going to ask. I'm not going to ask who or what.
But we can't go into even the number that we might have done, Senator. That's just not
So
appropriate.
you don't do them all, but do you find, you know, can be people be knocked out because you find that a claim was completely false? Surely people wouldn't do that.
I think we could, but the reality is that claims that are not well substantiated would receive a low score.
Yeah.
The low score would then mean that the tenderer is a low-ranking tenderer and would not be in a position to win
Do you have a
business.
comparative process for comparing how things have been rated across different cohorts to check different pockets for the biases of the particular personnel?
So we do have a very comprehensive moderation process, but the important thing is that we allocate business on an employment region basis. So the importance, if you like, the geographic unit where it's really important to check consistency and is at the employment region level.
Okay.
And all of this, Senator, was oversighted by independent probity advisors to the department, who basically ensured that all correct and proper procedures were followed.
Okay. Can I ask if you have estimated staff costs, including redundancies, decommissioning of premises and asset realisation, in terms of the internal costs to providers that are ultimately borne by these agencies needing to make further profits from your other contracts?
Well, again, Senator, it's too early for us to even assess things like that.
But surely you have to have some idea of it in order to make this if you want to realise the 600 odd million that you're trying to reinvest back into.
That's not an issue that would go into that consideration, Senator.
Okay, so you don't.
We're not
consider
claiming
that
savings from
We're not
job
claiming
active
savings
providers.
from
no,
providers.
I'm just trying. You are saying that you're investing money that's coming in, that you're reinvesting into these streams, Bs and Cs. I'm just trying to qualify of those organisations that are now reshuffling themselves, how much money they've lost that essentially also comes out of the resources that they can provide to job seekers.
Well, Senator, they're being replaced by a completely new service system. So we're moving from System A to System B.
Okay.
and that necessarily requires a degree of market disruption.
Okay, may I ask please where your contract assessors have come from? You've got your senior people in the department, your moderators. What kind of roles and titles do they have within the department? And in terms of your external ones, which agencies and who are they?
Yep. If I could just give you I mean, the scale of this has been quite enormous. I think at its peak, the department probably had around 280 to 300 assessors. We probably had around, I think it was around 80 moderators. We had approximately 45 staff undertaking business allocation. We had all of our state and territory managers basically offline for intensive periods to prepare recommendations for tender review committees. Had the great privilege of chairing multiple tender review committees with colleagues, so there were multiple SES officers who, were, given the serious nature of these decisions, were taken offline from their normal duties to undertake the tender review. We had a branch of, I think, approximately sort of 30 staff who managed the logistics of the tender. The tender was undertaken in a hub and spokes arrangement. So we had tender assessment centres in Brisbane and Adelaide and Canberra. We had surge centres in Bendigo, Newcastle. We had moderator hubs in every other state and territory office. So we really wanted to make sure that we had access to the best local expertise and the experience of our staff at every stage of the process. In terms of the labour hire staff, they are a really valued component of our team. We've had many labour hire staff who have been with us for a considerable period of time, who have really done an enormously valuable role for us, and so we're enormously grateful that we were able to come together as a cohesive team. The labour hire companies that we used were DFP Recruitment Services, Hayes Specialist Recruitment Services Australia, Randstad, Adecco, Horizon One, and Face to Face. All of those contracts, obviously, they're on AusTender.
They contracted to contract management.
Yeah, and the range of staff, they were from the APS 3 level through to the EL2 level. The vast majority of them would have been at the APS 3-4 level because the largest contingent were our assessors.
Okay. If you could just take on notice what documentation you've got for that contract approval type process. There might be existing documentation.
We used an existing panel arrangement.
Yeah, if you can just refer me to what that panel arrangement
Sure,
is.
it's the Australian Digital Health Agency Recruitment and Related Services Panel. So they were 6 agencies that we approached to submit proposals from that existing panel.
Thank you. How much is allocated to the Employment Fund under Enhanced Services funding year by year over the forward estimates, please?
I'll vacate.
Can I just get an indication of how much more you've got to go, Senator Pratt, please?
Is it still one of the largest procurements within Commonwealth?
It's the largest procurement we understand it's undertaken outside the Department of Defence, Senator.
I've got
We're looking at about
5.9
billion, aren't we?
5.9 billion, then you add in those transition to work, we're up
Skills
around nearly
Commission
$8 billion.
Because there are other people
So you
who
can see
also
why
want
such
to
care has
ask.
been taken to make
Absolutely.
sure that it's done
So
with complete
they're allocated
diligence.
half an hour each, but if we
And
go-
I've probably got
But even in
short
terms of its
projects,
complexity,
that's time to share a little bit
the
more.
number of bids, it's...
And you'll be able to finish
There's
your
only
2 topics.
so many people that
within
can
the
build
15
nuclear
minutes.
submarines,
Yeah.
right?
That's right, there's probably a lot more
So
bids
the-
in this structure than you'd find in a defence arrangement.
Yes.
Assistant Secretary, Employment Programs and Activation Division. Can you just repeat the question, sorry?
How much is allocated to the Employment Fund under Enhanced Service,
under workforce.
Enhanced services funding year by year over the forward estimates, please.
Can we take that on notice? I'm not sure of the actual allocation because it depends very much on the inflow of caseload, that comes into the system. So it will depend on the numbers that we've forecast.
Okay.
And it would be allocated across that, Senator. And
so is it entirely demand driven? What's the baseline?
Yes, it is. The employment fund is demand driven. So every time somebody comes into the system, there is a notional funding allocation that is made against that participant.
Yeah, and that stays there.
And we're also making an allocation in the digital caseload as well.
Have you got the model, please, for how the enhanced services funding package is put together in terms of how it's attributed to providers or the pool of job seekers?
We can give you what the payment structure is. So when there are providers that receive a payment on a person actually entering the system, there are different, of course, it gets a little bit complex. We've reduced the number of different incentive payments in the system, but depending on whether people are transferring from the current system to the new system or they're a new entrant into the system, the administrative payment will vary. So if they're new, it's $1,200. If they're transferring, it's around half that amount. There are then 4, 12 and 26-week outcome payments. There are long-term unemployed bonus payments, and we're also introducing a 26-week partial outcome payment as well. And then there is another payment where providers are able to demonstrate that a participant is improving their prospects of gaining employment. So they may well have done a Cert 3 or some courses or like that. Then a bonus payment is provided to the provider. So those payment structures are actually up on our website in the department, and we can point you to that, Senator.
Okay. Are you able to outline for us what estimates you've made in the forward estimates, notwithstanding that it's demand driven and it will therefore vary? Are you able to take us through
I'm sure
that?
we have estimates that... Do you want to have that, Benedict?
Yeah.
So, Senator, I've got a table of projections of expenditure by category.
Okay. Are you able to take us through that fairly slowly so I can note it down?
So, starting with engagement fees. I've got the total over the forwards and also each year. Did you want?
Yeah, both would be great.
Okay. So, 22-23, 445.8 million.
Yeah.
23-24, 303 million. 24-25, 248 million. 25-26, 268.5 million. Now I move to the outcome payment for providers, and I would note here that because outcomes lag, you have to get outcomes at 12, 26 weeks. There's inevitably a slight lag and a transition period for a model. So with outcome payments 22-23, 227.1 million. 23-24, 466.7 million. 24-25, 455.7 million. 25-26, 457.6 million.
Thank you.
And then we move on to progress fees, which is a new element of the model payments. This is payments for progress towards outcomes for that really important investment work. So these payments start coming through because, again, it takes investment to get that progress. In the 23-24 year, there's 136 million projected. 24-25, 71 million.
and 25-26, 106 million. Now, I do have a category for the Employment Fund, noting, as Mr Smythe said, that this is for both providers and digital service, so it's not just providers alone.
Yeah.
So 22-23, 100.4 million, 23-24, 215.3 million, 24-25, 300.2 million, 25-26, 311.4 million.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. Does the formula change at all in terms of, or is it all performance and seasonal and other trends that causes the variations in that?
Well,
data?
really, the unemployment rate will start to impact that because of estimates of Treasury unemployment.
I just,
But
if the unemployment stayed exactly the same, and you're servicing the same number of people and they all transitioned out in a perfect way, would these figures be the same year in, year out? What's the variation attributed to, other than the change in unemployment?
Well, in some of these things, there is indexation applied at various points and the like as well.
Yeah,
Senator,
okay.
yeah.
So,
There's
and
quite
the
a range of
indexation's
factors
applied at
underlying
different
the model.
points
Yeah.
across those forwards. So why, for example, we looked at outcome payments to go from 227.1 million, I think, up to 466.7 as a prediction for the following year.
Yeah.
And then down again to 455.
Yeah. So there'll be an element of, in the experience with previous models, there's always a transition period before the investment that providers are making in job seekers follow through into employment outcomes. So it's slower at the beginning of the model and then it accelerates with
And then
time.
it peters off again in a slight decline because
there's not much of a decline in outcome payments in the out years. Any variation there will be things like changes in the Treasury projections for those out years.
Okay.
And there can be other factors that flow on from other policy changes that are in the budget. There's a range of drivers around these slight changes.
Okay, so you can see embedded in the outcome payments that same caseload, you're really talking about an existing caseload converting over that time into outcomes for those B and C stream.
As I say, there's a range of factors in the model. So one is how the caseload changes, and generally that's based on the Treasury's unemployment projections over time is the main indicator. But there's other things around the transition,
Thank you, sorry for interrupting. How is
That's
it
right.
affected by an increased number of people being channelled into digital?
So how is what affected?
All of these numbers.
Well,
Are these
we've made a
numbers
projection.
largely for B and C?
Yeah.
So they are provider figures rather than the digital servicing system, which is a completely separate arrangement.
So these figures are for Workforce Australia only. So by definition, they exclude those where we're talking about the provider payments. They're excluding people who are being serviced in digital because that's not relevant there.
Okay. And if the proportion of B and C, if the proportion of A, B and C change over time, then if that'll also change these figures then?
Well, that would require policy decisions by government to make those changes. So we're estimating that around about 60% of people will go into the provider caseload, I think, and it's around 40% will go into the digital servicing caseload centre.
Okay. And you expect that 40 to 60 proportion to stay fairly stable, irrespective of...
I couldn't say that with any degree of certainty, Senator, because it really does depend on a lot of labour force factors and things
that's
that
what
are
I'm trying to...
outside our control. Yeah.
Okay. Can I ask, expenses for outcome 4 the breakdown, please, of the Workforce Australia budget line on a year-by-year basis over the forward estimates of appropriation to digital employment services, enhanced services, career transition assistance, employability skills training and self-employment assistance. Are they, I'm trying to, I guess, get my head around how they're combined together under the Workforce Australia umbrella, or if they all stay separate.
So,
Are these 5 services also included under the Job Active budget line for financial year 21-22? And if so, what's the breakdown across those services?
So the first part of your question, Senator, was, are those various programs part of the Workforce Australia budget line?
Yeah.
And I can say, yes, the ones that you mentioned are. So the
Are you able
Workforce
to break
Australia,
that down?
So are you referring to page 77 of the PBS, are you, Senator?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am.
So I can break down for you, if you just want to read out the ones you want to break down for, I can. Do you want the total or by year?
Year on year.
Year on year, okay.
Digital employment, enhanced services, career transition assistance, employability skills and self-employment assistance.
So I'll start with employability skills training. So this starts in 22-23 for Workforce Australia, and that's 127.1 million. 23-24, 85.8 million. 24-25, 85.2 million. 25-26, 93.5 million. And then was it career transition assistance you wanted? What was the other one?
It was, yes.
So that, again, under Workforce Australia starts in 22-23 with 5.2 million. 23-24, 5.1 million. 24-25, 4.8 million. 25-26, 5 million.
Thank you. Employability skills training and self-employment assistance.
So we've done employability skills training.
Sorry, you've done them in a different order.
Sorry.
But
Self-employment.
it'll be there in the Hansard. We've done, just to cover off, have we done digital, enhanced services, career transition? Which ones haven't we done?
We haven't done, we've done career transition. Self-employment assistance.
Great.
Okay. So 22-23, 160.1 million. 23-24, 174.4 million. 24-25, 176.9 million. 25-26, 184.2 million. And we have under Workforce Australia a new category of capacity building fund and workforce specialists, which that one begins in 21-22 with 2 million, 22-23, 14.5 million, 23-24, 13 million, 24-25, 13 million, and 25-26, 13 million. So that's straight lines of it.
So what I'm trying to do is compare that new Workforce Australia umbrella to the Job Active budget line for 21-22. Are you able to break down those services under the what you've just gone through under the Job Active line for 21-22?
So that's for this financial year, and this is just for Job Active for that year. So we've got administration fees in that year of 198.6 million.
Sorry, I was looking to see how those services, equivalent of those services under Workforce Australia are reflected in the budget when they're part of Job Active or all the other programs.
And Senator, the digital servicing system and the provider system are kind of chalk and cheese here. So it is a completely different model and servicing system come 1 July.
Yeah.
So it's not comparing apples and apples here at all.
Yes, but I still need to, you know, be able to dive in and look at what's better and be able to try and have a look at those. Did you have something called self-employment assistance?
We have NICE, new business assistance with NICE.
Yeah. And is that, what's the bucket of money for NICE in 21-22? Is that in the last year's budget paper?
So I've got a figure here, and this is...
It is part of the Job Active Appropriations, Senator. So
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to
peel out the number for you.
Great.
This is the actuals to 28 February 2022 for NICE under Job Active, and that's 89.5 million in that year to date.
And
Senator Pratt, I just note the time. We're actually at the evening tea break. You had indicated you would be finished with this witness by now.
Yeah, I know, but I didn't realise my questions were going into that much detail, but I'll just double check. I'll just get some advice as to whether I need to follow up those numbers if my brains trust is listening, and just quickly ask about floods. When were special arrangements put in place, and was there equal treatment for people in both New South Wales and Queensland?
Senator, I think we might have touched on this previously when we talked about mutual obligation requirements were suspended. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, but we didn't touch on whether New South Wales and Queensland were treated in the same way. I'm assuming that you tried to do that. People were flooded at different times, but
yeah. So I can tell you that mutual obligation requirements were suspended for job seekers and participants in all flood and rain affected areas until the 17th of March 2022 inclusive.
Yeah.
And then extension of temporary suspension of mutual obligation requirements until the 31st of March for flood and rain affected employment regions of New South Wales. That included the North Coast, Mid-North Coast, Hunter, Sydney Greater West, Sydney South West, Sydney North and West, and the Illawarra and South Coast, and the Lismore local government area is extended till the 28th of April. Yeah.
Thank you. Did you apply the arrangements based on the flood impact areas or by employment region or some other geographic definition?
So, Senator, I think Alex Gordon...
you did, I didn't quite understand the answer.
We provided some of that information. You asked about whether or not we treated the New South Wales differently from Queensland. We approach the decisions in these situations with the same principles. So we seek advice from our state network about what's happening on the ground, and from providers around what's the extent to which the caseload has been impacted. So the Secretary just outlined some of the decisions that were made in terms of the contingency arrangements. In Queensland, we didn't extend the suspension of mutual obligations past 17th of March. That was essentially based on advice from our state office that the affected areas had moved into recovery phase largely. That's not to say that there weren't individuals that were still impacted.
Yeah.
And so again, going back to the flexibility of providers to look at what are the obligations and the requirements placed on individuals. There's the providers
Yeah, no, that's fine. We did go through that part of
Yeah.
it previously. Are you able to clarify for me how you chose the affected places?
So, in terms of where it was flood affected, we were relying on advice from, as I said, our state networks.
So it didn't automatically apply to a whole region? Would a whole provider have been told to suspend mutual obligation, or would it have been based on where the clients of that provider lived, and they could be in different parts of the region, some affected, some not, and whether the office itself was affected, or whether the workers were affected?
So that goes to the very point about when we first do it, when there's an issue like a flood or another, similarly with the bushfires a couple of years ago, we will do a fairly blanket response immediately, which is, but then as it becomes apparent where the impacts actually are, then we'll make a decision as to whether or not we need to extend the suspension of mutual obligations. So that's why in some areas we extended it, in some areas we didn't, and indeed that's why the Lismore LGA is the only area now that is currently still where mutual obligations are still suspended.
Thank you. That's terrific. That's enough on that. Can I just ask quickly, I know we're about to do the Skills Commission. I don't know whether to ask them or the department now. How many people accessed the skills and training incentive in 2021 and 21 to 22 to date? And what is the take-up of non-accredited courses compared to the overall program?
Sorry, could you just repeat what was the take-up?
How many people accessed the skills and training incentive in 2021 and 21-22 to date?
So I've got the number of participants and the incentives committed.
Yeah.
So in 2021-22, we had 2,093 registered participants in the skills and training incentive, with 2,011 incentives committed.
Yeah. And in the previous year?
In 2020-21, we had 3,552 registered participants with 3,472 incentives committed.
Yeah.
And obviously the 21-22 figures, they are as at the 28th of February.
Yeah, okay, and based on those figures, they'll probably reach about the same level by the looks of it. What's the take-up of non-accredited courses compared to the overall program?
Not sure.
We're
I've
ready
got
for
that
the Skills
information.
Commission after that. Thank you. Unless others have got questions for...
Well, we've got ASQA first.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I've got my questions in the wrong order. I'm ready for the next thing.
And we've got a break because we've got
that's fine.
few commitments.
I'm sorry, Senator, I don't actually have that breakdown, but I can take that one on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the Department of Education, Skills and
your patience.
Employment. We will have a short break. It would be good if we could be back at 10:05, and we will commence with the Australian Skills Quality Authority. Okay, I'd like to welcome everyone back for budget estimates for the Education and Employment Committee, and I would like to welcome online the Australian Skills Quality Authority. Would you have an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair. Happy to go straight to questions.
Thank you. Senator Pratt.
quick. It would help if I hadn't ripped up all my papers. What changes will be made at ASQA to enable it to take over from the ASIC, the training product assurance function, from the 1st of January 2023? For example, staffing or funding changes.
Thank you, Senator. We are putting in place a number of actions to be able to take on this new function. The function that is the responsibility of ASQA is in relation to providing skills ministers with assurance in relation to our assessment of training packages in accordance with the relevant standards and policies in the Australian Qualifications Framework. So this function really builds on existing functions of ASQA in terms of our course accreditation function. So we certainly have a deep understanding of the operating environment in relation to training package development and all of those sorts of things. So we're certainly building on the capabilities that exist already. There is funding associated with the taking on of the new package. It is a total approximately 13 million over the forward estimates, or approximately 17.5 million over the 5-year period. That includes 1.1 million in the current financial year, approximately 4.1 million in the next financial year, and approximately 4 million in the forward years.
Yes.
It also includes some additional ASL, so it will certainly involve the recruitment of staff, but in terms of building on the existing capabilities and really strengthening those in relation to the assessment function, we will certainly be undertaking that over the coming months. In addition to having been engaged with the department in relation to working collaboratively around the transition of this particular aspect of the function.
Thank you. How quickly will you be able to build expertise up to deal with that new function?
Well, certainly we have, the function will be operational from the 1st of January 2023. So we have the remaining months of this calendar year in order to establish the skills and capabilities, the systems and frameworks internally. We have been, as I say, working critically with the department in relation to that transition already. And as I mentioned in response to your first question, it is also building on existing capability within the agency.
Okay. Will you overlap with ASIC at all? I'm assuming you're working with ASIC, and at what point you'll be doing it yourself as of the 1st of January? Are you starting to when will you start to kind of exercise the function?
We'll be exercising the function from the 1st of January 2023.
Yeah, but will you work with ASIC on their exercising of the function before then? Or so that you're ready to do that?
Well,
or will you just... What's the overlap with ASIC in relation to getting the flow of that quality assurance and moving it over?
So the overlap is between now and the end of this calendar year.
Great. That's ample.
The AISC will continue in operation until the 31st of December this year.
Thank you. How does ASQA propose to resolve disagreements within industry or with government in relation to industry packages? How does ASIC resolve those issues currently?
Senator, the particular aspect of the role that the AISC currently performs that ASQA will be taking on as the new function is the assessment of the training packages in accordance with the standards and policies set by skills ministers, including the Australian Qualifications Framework. So our role is to work with the industry clusters in relation to
that development process. A component of our role is actually in relation to capacity building and education in relation to the industry clusters. And that's really about providing guidance and support on common and emerging issues and risks that arise during the training package development process. That overall educative function is really about supporting the continuous improvement of training package development.
But a committee can kind of negotiate it out, but you're a regulator. It's a slightly different onus. So how do you think you'll go in resolving those issues compared to how the ASIC committee currently does it?
Well, in relation to the function, as I say, that will be ASQA's responsibility, it is about that assessment of the training packages in accordance with those standards and policies. So to the extent that those, so for example, the standards for training packages require the inclusion of or meeting the obligations in relation to that industry engagement component. So that's the...
So you'll just be arbiter of the dispute and make a decision as opposed to the committee that might negotiate it?
No, Senator, we will be assessing the training products against the standards and to the extent to which the standards, the extent to which the products meet the
and
obligations.
if there's disagreement in relation with stakeholders, you just make the decision and what you decide goes, as opposed to the committee.
No, Senator,
that might
be. It might be helpful if I suggest Ms Williams might like to contribute, because I guess what I'm trying to explain is that the component of the role of the AISC that is coming to ASQA, which is not the way in which the current system operates. So from the perspective of the architectural design, it might be more appropriate that the department, that Ms Williams has something further to add there.
Yep, I'm happy to, Senator, if that would assist. I think, what Ms Saxon-Rice is outlining there is the role that ASQA will be fundamentally a role of assessing compliance with the standards that are set by ministers as to training packages. Our expectation is, as we discussed a bit earlier in the committee today, that the industry clusters, once formed, will have a strong role in developing training packages, but that they will also be the mechanism by which industry, unions and others involved in the system will be navigating those disputes. So that dispute resolution role will sit down at the industry cluster level.
Yeah, I understand that. But what then happens if the dispute's with government? How will the dispute be resolved then?
And that is absolutely something that we are working through. So skills ministers have tasked officials with working through what a set of dispute resolution arrangements would look like. I would expect, when you think about the way in which the layers of this model operate, you would expect the industry clusters to be doing the bulk of the dispute resolution. That's the design. It's intended to ensure that industry, unions, other players within the system are really operating at that level on an occupational and industry level to actually sort those things out. I think
should
it's
government
important.
have the right to trump an industry cluster at all then? They probably shouldn't if it's a trade qualification.
I'm not sure that's really a question for Ms.
Well, I'm trying to work out where the dispute resolution might point to.
So I think these are all very important questions. I think ministers still have a critical role in the current model as it's set out in approving the final training package. But more importantly, ministers have a role in setting the rules for how these things will operate.
Okay, so but currently the Skills Committee, Australian Industry and Skills Committee, can resolve it internally, but you will have to find some other mechanism that you don't know what it is yet in order to do that.
So the AISC does have that role, but it does also seek to ensure that the current industry reference committees do that job of work themselves. Maybe Ms Houston, you would like to add to this question?
Yeah, certainly not a formal dispute mechanism role within the AISC.
No, I know that, but in part because it can resolve things, it can make that's what committees are for.
It will often push things back down to the industry.
Which is fine too, yeah.
if things are not being followed and there are still things that are outstanding or need resolution, which is a similar kind of thing in terms of the role for ASQA, is that if the rules haven't been met, then it can be pushed back to industry to resolve.
Yeah, and I think that the design is that ministers have agreed to is really been calibrated to ensure that industry does have that level of responsibility.
Yes, and in that sense, what I'm asking about here is that industry unions, they've made a decision, but the disputes with government, could ASQA say, right, well, we're going to determine the industry?
No, not in the way that the role is currently envisaged. No,
That's
Senator.
what I understand too. What will happen after the 31st of December 2024? Sorry, that's for ASQA.
On the temporary basis. So ministers have committed to doing a review of the system, and that review will take into account all of the industry engagement arrangements, including the role of ASQA, and then depending on the outcomes of that review, the function will continue to reside with ASQA, or it could be moved to another organisation, or another arrangement could be put in place. It's all subject to that review.
Thank you. I'm done, therefore, with ASQA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Small, do you have anything for ASQA?
Nothing from me, thank you.
Thank you very much. On that note, I will release ASQA. Thank you for your attendance.
It's on a Friday of all nights of the week.
And we will progress to the National Skills Commission if they are here. Yes. Thank you very much. Welcome the National Skills Commissioner, and I invite you to make an opening statement if you have one.
I don't have an opening statement, Chair.
Then we shall proceed straight to questions. Senator Pratt.
Thank you. The National Skills Commission lost the ability to speak at this hour on a Friday after a long week. You provided your report on the care workforce labour market study to Minister Robert on the 30th of September last year. What has the government's response to that report been?
Sorry, I didn't state my name before. Adam Boyton, National Skills Commissioner. Senator, you're right, we provided the labour market study on the care workforce to Minister Robert on the 30th of September last year. I understand the government has announced a workforce strategy for the care sector. That strategy is the province or the responsibility of the employment group of the department, but I think the study that we undertook may have informed some elements of that strategy.
Okay, so when will the report be released by the government? Do you know what's happening there? Because I want to look at their response to the strategy in the context of this. I want to look at their announcements in the context of the study.
Release of that report is a matter for government, Senator.
You say you provided a briefing to Minister Robert in relation to your report on the 7th of October. And I think you meant 21 because I think the Quan said 2022. Who was present at that briefing? Were you asked to provide any further information or advice about your report? Were you asked to do any further work in relation to this matter?
So in relation to that question on notice and that briefing that we referenced there, it was a written brief, Senator. We took a very broad interpretation of the word briefing to not just include anything oral, but that was a written brief.
Okay, so what context have we got? You've said that the government's made some announcements that are relevant to the aged care workforce. Has it got anything to do with the study that you've provided? How do I test the relevance of their actions against what you've reported?
The workforce strategy released by the government does include references to the workforce study that we conducted.
Okay, is it selective? Is it, which bits are you able to give us an overview of the issues that the workforce study, I wish we had more time. It would be great if it was a public document. Can you tell us the key elements of what that study found? I note, for example, that your advice in answers to questions on notice indicated that you're unable to advise how long on average it takes to fill critical vacancies, such as an aged care vacancy, in particular in regional areas. Is this the type of information that was in the study? And has that kind of information been requested by industry or government?
So the study basically dealt with the terms of reference that we were provided. I'm just trying to find those terms of reference for you here. But there are a number of aspects that we were asked to look at in doing that study, examining the current profile of the care and support sector workforce, including occupations, qualifications, employment types, the main socio-demographic characteristics, including gender, education and ethnicity, examine the current balance of labour supply and demand in the sector, including the geographic distribution of that.
Yeah.
Sorry, you probably have the terms of reference. It may not be helpful if I keep reading them. I'm in your hands here, Senator.
No.
We were asked to examine the factors affecting the supply for care workers in the near term, defined in the terms of reference over the next 5 years, and longer term in light of the ageing population to 2050,
yeah.
Including potential challenges to labour supply, issues not limited to, but issues including remuneration, turnover, suitability of current skills and training models, employee engagement, enablement, ability to attract, retain talent and opportunities for career progression, assess the likely future growth in demand for workers in the care sector,
yeah.
draw on domestic and international policies, and develop a framework to monitor and assess pressures in the care and support sector over the short, medium and longer term.
Thank you. I'm a little bit confused about the aged care workforce strategy. The only strategy I know of was released back in 2018. It's had some adaptations, but it seems it wouldn't come anywhere near to being a holistic response to the issues in the aged care sector, or frankly, it would appear to me a study that goes into detail on these issues in 2021 when so much has changed and we've seen a lot of the landscape and pressures change in the aged care sector, not to mention other parts of the care workforce.
Is there a question?
Yeah.
Are you able to clarify for me what you're referring to when you talked about, I think, the workforce strategy you called it?
Sorry, so no, I'm with you now. So there is a National Care and Support Workforce Strategy. I think that document is available on the DESI website.
Oh, you're talking about the pamphlet for a plan that was launched 2 days ago. Is that it? The National Work... Is that the one?
So I'm referring to the National Care and Support Workforce Strategy. It's
okay,
around
I'm
40
looking it
odd
up.
pages.
Just hang on. National Care and Support Workforce Strategy.
While Senator Pratt's finding that, it might be worth putting on the record that the work that the Commissioner has done in the care and work in the... I'm
sure it's very deep. I'd love to see it.
Well, can I finish my sentence, please? In the Care and Support Workforce Report encompasses a much broader range of industries and a broader range of workers than just those in the aged care workforce, although it does delve deeply into aged care.
Okay, that is... Kate, you had to point to the elements of that, perhaps take it on notice, the elements of the strategy that respond to the data and study in your report. There was a letter from Skills Ministers to Minister Robert reported by the Australian Financial Review outlining grievances in relation to negotiations for the National Skills Agreement, including the potential for reduced public funding to TAFE and increased fees for some courses, as well as putting responsibility for setting prices and subsidies with the, and I'm quoting from the letter, unaccountable National Skills Commission. Can I ask, to whom are you accountable?
So I report to Minister Robert, Senator.
That's just not the matter.
No, I understand that. You do report to Minister Roberts. It's not your fault that you're not
Senator
accountable
Pratt,
to industry.
Some basic courtesy. Let me finish my sentence. The question, of course, at the end of your comments has been answered by the Commissioner, but the prelude to it is not accepted or accurate.
Senator, in relation to the work we're doing on vet pricing, we have established a working group with states and territories.
Yeah.
That working group has met 16 times since it was established in late 2020. We are working cooperatively with states and territories. As an example of that, we provided to states and territories updated prices for around 500 qualifications that responded to the feedback we'd received from them in early March. And I'd also add that we're accountable, of course, to bodies like the Parliament through processes such as this.
And what about industry?
So we consult regularly with peak bodies representing the vet sector, ITECA, the TAFE Director, the TAFE Directors Association. So we are in regular contact with peak bodies in the vet sector. We engage with unions and the private sector, businesses, I should say, in consultation around the development of our skills priority list. That's the list that looks in skills, list that looks at skill shortages. So we take feedback from stakeholders, industry, unions, and the vet sector into account in a lot of the work we do.
Thank you. Did your report on the care workforce labour market study talk about the impact of low wages on the availability of the workforce?
So that was one of the elements in the terms of reference, and we did we sought when we wrote that report to address all of the elements in the terms of reference.
Okay. And what were the findings in relation to those issues? I know it was in the terms of reference. What did you find?
So I think I'd have to say, Senator, that the release of that report is really still a matter for government.
Okay, so that's just I know it's a matter for government. I can't blame you for the fact that this government consistently tries to paper over the fact that there's a problem with wages in aged care. Can I ask Minister Stoker, how do you propose to fix the crisis in aged care? What is the government going to do about wages in aged care and our aged care staffing crisis?
First thing to say is I don't accept the premise to your question.
We won't know because we won't know what the study says as to how big the problem is.
You won't know if you don't let me answer the question, that's for sure. The strategy that has been put together, and that is available on the DESI website, indicates what we are doing to assist with those issues in this workforce. It is important that we have a sufficiently attractive proposition for people to work in that sector, and so the strategy takes some pretty significant steps towards making sure that sustainability is there. As for the release of the report, which I think underpins the criticism inherent in your question, the reason that hasn't yet been released is because it is still in active use by the Cabinet, and it's being used not just in the aged care workforce, but in the development of strategies to provide the necessary skills and the good workplace outcomes required to sustain them.
And why does
across
that
all
require
of the
the document
different.
to be
Let
confidential?
me finish, please. In all of the different parts of the care workforce. So while we have that strategy available at the moment, there are other pieces of work underway and under development using other aspects of the Commissioner's report, and once that process is complete, it will then be released.
So you're undertaking the government will release the report. Why not release it now?
Because it's still under consideration and use by Cabinet.
It's being used, but it's a data and it's a study. I don't understand why it can't be publicly released. It's a source of information. It's not advice to government. It's a study.
Well, respectfully, that information is used to inform government. It is, in a sense, the advice that is the basis upon which the strategy
Are you trying
here
to
is
cover
based.
up the crisis by not releasing the report?
Senator Pratt, no. There's a strategy for this workforce already available that demonstrates...
The 40-page pamphlet.
That's your characterisation. That's not a proposition I accept. It is actually a detailed strategy for dealing with the challenges this sector faces. But that doesn't mean its work is done. There is more that the report and the research therein is being used for. And quite frankly, it is very usual across governments of all political colours for a piece of work not to be released until the government has finalised all of the work it intends to do in response to it. That is true of Labor governments and that is true of coalition governments.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of proceedings. I'd like to thank the National Skills Commissioner for being very patient and for making yourself available to appear before us. That concludes today's proceedings. The committee is due to recommence its examination of budget estimates on Wednesday, 6th of March. I thank the Minister, officers for the National Skills Commission and all witnesses who have given evidence today to the committee. I also thank Hansard and Broadcasting and the fabulous Secretariat.
Please add my thanks as well
And
to everyone at the table and everyone that's appeared today and all
absolutely. And we will see you back next week. Thank you very much.